Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Super Sunday. India take on South Africa in the second T20 International. And here we are on the CDC Watchalong as promised. My name's Avnish Hegde, and I have with me Somesh Agarwal, of course. And not to forget, away, but of course not away. If you know, you know. Gurkirat joins us as well. First and foremost, boys, how are we feeling this Sunday? How was your day? Talk to me. So,
All good, all good. Looking forward to the game.
yeah,
Glad that India batting first.
yeah, they were put in.
I mean, Rohit said to the Shastri that they would have opted to chase, but I think in hindsight now it's good that India lost the toss.
100%. Gurkirat, you agree with that? Because I know Rohit would have bowled again.
No, I actually like the fact that they are batting first. I hope, in the next game as well, they bat first. I am okay even if India have to bat first in the next game as well, and at the risk of losing the series. But now with a question mark on Bumrah, also post the IPL, out of the seven T20Is that India have lost, they have lost six of them while defending a target. So that's
Yeah.
that's their weakness, and the more they prepare for it, the better they'll get. And yeah, I'd rather have them lose these two games while trying to correct that weakness rather than be founded in that spot again come the World Cup. So I'm happy that they're batting first.
Yeah, batting first and batting big is hopefully the shout out. Thanks so much for watching. Everyone, sorry, tuning in right now. Subscribe and of course spread the word. We're gonna be here till like 10:30, 10:45, so you can shower us with your questions in the comments below. Get interactive, get involved. It's your space as it's much as ours. Now we'll of course talk about all the things which will go about the game, but big breaking news which transpired out of the BCCI headquarters. I'm making it sound dramatic. But the first ODI or the ODI squad has been announced for India against South Africa. We always knew that the big fish were going to be left up because they're traveling to Australia on the 6th of October. So, hence, there is going to be lots of names. As you can see, cricket.com never fails to disappoint. And we've put out the squad right there, right now. And we'll talk about it because some few interesting selections, maybe the more than few. It is Shikhar Dhawan captain the squad with Shreyas Iyer vice captaining. But the Shahbaz Ahmed, all you RCB fans, big up on Shahbaz. He gets the nod. I know he was part of the Zimbabwe squad, but hopefully he gets the call in. There's also Mukesh Kumar, who's a fantastic cricketer in the domestic circuit. He's got his call up as well. Your first thoughts, boys, because Rahul Tripathi is also there. Sanju Samson's also there. You're smiling. Tell me more.
But before we dissect the
first ball, by the way. And it's
Oh.
caressed away for 4.
first ball for 4 by KL Rahul, something different.
Guwahati is
the gap.
buzzing here. Buzzing.
It's so hazy.
It is.
So before we dissect individual elements, my first thoughts that given Deepak Chahar is playing,
Yeah.
is in the squad, it tells me that India pretty much nailed down on Bhuvi, Harshal and Arshdeep as their 3 frontline pacers for the World Cup, because even Siraj is in the squad and Deepak Chahar is, and if any of those were in contention to be in the first 11, they would have skipped this series as well, given that everyone else is not playing.
100%.
No, I want to add something to what Somesh has said. Along with Deepak Chahar, even Shreyas Iyer and Bishnoi are a part of the ODI squad. But Shami and Umran Malik, who's been a late addition as a reserve, they are not there. So that pretty much tells me that there's a good chance that Shreyas Iyer will also not be in the plans for World T20, even if someone gets injured, because they are okay with taking Hooda and Rishabh Pant, and they feel that at worst, if someone goes out, then they'll probably bring Pant in. And Bishnoi being a part of the ODI series tells me that, like, whatever be the situation, they are going to back Chahal. And what we had discussed earlier, when we were discussing with Dan Weston, Somesh said that Bishnoi could be very well be an injury away from being in the 11 straight away. But I think now that might not be the case.
Yeah.
True. I mean, thanks so much for, of course, getting involved. All you guys, Vasant Narayan, kicking off the comments tonight. Going on to say Chahar is in the ODI squad, so that means he's in part of the World Cup plans. Yeah, but he might be the first guy to be called up in case there's an injury, dare I say, because he's now at least getting miles in his legs after that long layoff. So it's interesting to see. Now, Gurkira, before you, of course, joined us right now, I was picking Somesh's mind about his starting 11 for that first one-day international. Now, we know that Dhawan and Gill will open. We know Shreyas Iyer will have to, of course, play because he's vice-captain. Sanju Samson has to start because obviously it's criminal if he doesn't. Who else do you see starting? Who do you not see starting? Do you see Rituraj Gaikwad missing out because Gill's there? Where does Ishan Kishan fit in for you? Talk to me about the selections, please.
Yeah, so as soon as the squad was out, there was a very pertinent question asked by a lot of people that where is Prithvi Shaw? Now my question is, how do you fit him? Because Ruturaj Gaikwad has been a part of the ODI squad since January this year. He was a part of the ODI squad in this for the series against South Africa. He was a part of the ODI squad for the series against West Indies. He was a part of the ODI squad when or for the series against Zimbabwe, and I think he was there in West Indies as well. But he struggled to get a debut for probably 3 or 4 series in a row now. So you can't drop him. Ishan Kishan has only played 6 ODI games, so you can't drop him, right? And Ishan Kishan did get a few games in Zimbabwe. So the way I see things, it would probably be Shikhar Dhawan and Shubman Gill opening, with Shreyas being number 3 or number 4, uh, and the other position will be taken by Ishan Kishan. So one of Ishan Kishan, like it would depend upon who gets
Well,
out. If Shikhar
yeah, it depends
gets
on
out,
where Shreyas Iyer bats because you're saying 3 or 4. I think it'll probably be at 4, and then maybe
I think it will be
that mix
situation
in.
dependent. It
Yeah,
will
it could
probably
be.
be situation dependent. If Shikhar gets out, they might send in Shubman. They might send in Ishan Kishan. But if Gill gets out, they might send in Shreyas Iyer. So that is your top four. Number
Right.
five for me. Number five for
Sorry,
me
no.
is
Somesh just left because he's got an important workout, but he'll be back. Go on.
yeah. Number five for me is Sanju Samson, and from there on it gets interesting because there is no Akshar Patel. There is so the only all rounder that India have
Shabazz.
is Shahbaz Ahmed. But I suppose number six might be a little too high for Shahbaz. So there's a good chance that someone like Rajat Patidar might get a debut before Rahul Tripathi, even though Rahul Tripathi was in the squad before both before Shahbaz, but and Rajat Paidar. But I think number six could be Rajat Paidar, number seven could be Shahbaz, and then you will have the four bowlers, wherein Siraj will be one of the bowlers for sure. Number eight could be Deepak Chahar. Then you will have Bishnoi, and then you'll have, I suppose, you'll have Avesh Khan before you bring in Mukesh Kumar. And this is a very important series for Avesh Khan because this is a chance for him to show some semblance of control because he's lacked that control whenever he's played for India. Even though he's only played, I suppose I guess only two ODIs for India, but in those two ODIs he's gone for runs.
Yep. So, Gurkirat, I mean, the squad that the 11 that you've put out right now, the biggest challenge is there is no sixth bowling option. So the alternate for India may be to just have so top four is like what we said. Fifth can be your Sanju, and then sixth onwards can be Shaba, seven Shardul, eight Deepak Chahar. So there is like three sort of makeshift all rounders at 6, 7, 8, and then you have your usual bowlers.
Yeah,
Because I mean,
Oh, edged. Oh, nearly taken.
just over. See, one of the things that I'm looking forward to is the role of Shardul Thakur because what we've seen so far in ODIs, I mean, even against Zimbabwe, he was the proper fifth bowling option, which I don't feel is the ideal way. I think the last 6 ODIs that India have played, Shardul has been the fifth bowler.
Yeah.
And
1 second. Let's just take a comment here because Pratik Kandari is waiting in the wings. Can India try some other approach? Though I feel they will go batting heavy. If yes, what could be the 11?
I mean, this is essentially what we're talking about, right? If you have Shahbaz at 6 and Shardul 7, Deepak Chahar 8, that is actually a different approach.
Right.
Because you have six proper bowlers.
Yeah.
And batting till number 8.
So the four batsmen I see get in naturally is Dhawan, Gill, Samson, and Shreyas Iyer.
Adding on to what Somesh said. If I'm not wrong, the average number of overs bowled by Shardul in an ODI game is 8. He rarely completes his quota of overs, and that's because of his economy. I think his ODI career economy rate is over 6. And before the series against West Indies, where he was the highest wicket taker, uh, his bowling average was also around 45.
Yeah,
I
so
think
that's
that
what.
average.
So that is the conundrum, right? I mean, Shardul cannot be the fifth bowling option, and at best he can be the sixth bowling option. So that is where you have to balance things out. But if you move him out of the team, then there is no other potential player in the squad who can be a sixth bowling option. Then you'll have to go with the 6+5 approach.
Yeah, yeah, that's a
So
possibility.
yeah,
I, I
that is the
also
biggest challenge. Yeah,
I also feel that this series is going to be a very important one for Shikhar Dhawan. He's accumulated runs this year. He has an average of 49.7 in ODIs, but his strike rate is 76.3, and that's his lowest since the time he became a full time member of the ODI team back in 2013. He's never had such a low strike rate. Now, one could argue that it's probably because ODI games are played few and far in between, but he's played 13 ODIs. That's pretty much probably the most number of ODI games that anyone has played for India this year. And
yeah,
building up to the World Cup, I think, given that both Virat and Rohit also start a little slow, if he doesn't change his approach, we could see, someone like Gill probably replacing
yeah.
Shikhar Dhawan in the
Gill is basically knocking that door down. I mean, with the style of play and ability to counter spin, which is, I mean, it's rare in this Indian white ball unit anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like if you look at India and how many ODIs they played earlier this year, they played West Indies, they played Zimbabwe, and it was always going to be that second string side. See, with Shikhar Dhawan, I feel that he's anyway locked in for the 2023 World Cup, even if he has a shit series. And I know the strike rate's been maybe a dagger thrown at him off late, but look at all the series where I honestly think it was just a net session for all these boys. I mean, there was not really a pressure series where strike rate mattered and all of that stuff. And Dhawan, honestly, for me, is just been having an extended net session, bro. Like he's in Bangalore right now. I told you I bumped into him in terms of the nightclub. Ishan Kishan's also there. So all these boys know these three ODIs are there. Then it's a long layoff. Again, then come back, probably fight it out for the New Zealand series, which is after the World Cup. There's some white ball cricket there. Then obviously for the Christmas period, the BCCL set up something with Sri Lanka and West Indies as they always do. So yeah, I mean, let us know in the comments below. It's like I'm having a monologue. Gurkiyat is, then Somesh is. We want you guys to be involved, and this is a perfect time to take Vipul Anand's question. Hi all, do you feel India should have included Deepak Chair and dropped Bhuvi, seeing his economy and he can move the ball both ways? They're like for like in many ways. I mean, if you have to really replace a Bhuvi, you would replace him with Deepak Chair. Dare I say?
Yeah, I mean, nothing is certain. This is what it appears. I mean, it's not likely that they have selected Bhuvi and dropped Chahar altogether from the World Cup squad. I mean, anything can happen. So, Gurkirath, if I'm not wrong, they've actually added Siraj directly to the main squad, right, in place of Bumrah for the World Cup.
No.
And
No.
reserves still remain reserves.
They're waiting for I think.
He's been added for these two T20Is, not the World Cup.
He's been added for these two T20Is, but he's not playing today. So I don't know. If he doesn't, if Bumrah is not there for the World Cup, then maybe
By the way,
it's
did you guys see that right now? Rohit just tried to review the white. He was just unhappy with Virendra Sharma. By the way, Rohit's playing his 400th T20. Talk about stalwarts in this format. You associate your mind with Pollard, Dhoni, but Rohit's certainly not far off. 400, well done. Hopefully, landmark.
He was never far off anyway. I mean, 6 IPL titles as player.
Yeah, that, I mean, obviously trophy-wise, but even matches-wise,
that shows his longevity as well. No, he's been around since India's first T20 World Cup.
Oh, bowl him. Oh,
no,
it just looked like Rahul.
Yeah.
He was honestly looking like.
I mean, how did I forget?
There we go. Most T20s played, Indians-wise, Rohit Sharma 400, Dinesh Karthik's there, 368, MS 361, Virat 354, and
Rohit, going into this World T20, Rohit will be the only Indian to have played all T20 World Cups. In fact, that was the case last year as well, because MS Dhoni wasn't there. Up till 2016.
He played 2009, did he? Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did against Australia.
No, that was 2010.
In England.
2009
was in England.
Yeah, 2009 was in England, and
he played that tournament.
Yeah, he was opening. I am remembered of Ravindra Jadeja being promoted at number 4 versus England in a must-win game, and him scoring a 35 ball 28.
So who did Rohit open I think Vijay opened, didn't he?
In 2010,
No, in
it was
2009 when the tournament was in England. I'm not sure if Rohit played.
No, he
I think
did. I think it was Dinesh Karthik opening with Rohit. Rohit certainly played that tournament. I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, all
Uh,
all I remember is both those World Cups was just after the IPL, and Sehwag got injured during the IPL in both of those.
yeah. If
yeah,
anyone's
into
watching this, by the way, settle the debate in the comments below. Tell us if Rohit played. Gurkiat, I mean, is absolutely right if he is was part of the squad. But yeah, I mean, I remember Rohit vividly, of course, in that 2007 World Cup, that South Africa match where he played a crucial cameo in the end, and it snuck us through.
no, he played a crucial cameo even in the final of that 2007 World
Yeah,
T20.
Yeah.
the final goes without saying for sure. Costa Gudipati going on to say most matches in India captain in a year, men's T20 internationals, Rohit Sharma 2022, 22, and of course MS Dhoni did this 21 and 2016. Played a lot of T20s that year, I think. It was King Kohli's year. But yeah, good tweet box there. If you guys want to feature in the tweet box, tweet us, write us at VR Cricket on Twitter, and we'll of course have the best featured in the watch along. This has gone miles high and it's gone for 6. Unless
Yep.
it's gone for 6 by 6 inches. But Rohit showing intent, India rollicking 21 for none. There was a little bit of start stop because I think Rohit got hit on the finger, but nonetheless, I think India would look now to bat big. I was joking with so off air saying India should really spank South Africa, maybe score 240 and set the what's the right word? The gauntlet, throw the gauntlet down. Do you think that can happen?
Yeah, it's not that kind of a pitch.
Okay.
It's not that the even if you look at even if you,
Oh,
the
sorry. Yeah.
average score batting first here I think has been around somewhat between 140 to 150. So
One
yeah, if
second,
India
I'm gonna cry now. United are losing 4-0. It's just got worse. This is ridiculous, man. I was keeping quiet, 3-0 down, and I didn't want to tell the boys, but now I think they're gonna get alerts even though they don't follow football. Oh my god. Super Sunday just got stupid. Anyway, India is going to brighten up our days for sure. A little bit of luck going KL's way. What did you do this Sunday? Oh, before we'll get to Gurkirat, because I obviously want to pick Gurkirat's mind off the pitch, and not much is on it as well. Why KL Rahul is making him so many chances when his performance and his strike rate is not that good? Answer.
वाइस कैप्टन है यार वो ऐसे क्या कर रहे हो यार
no, but his performances for India have been decent. It's just that people. So with Rahul, it's been a case of his performances in the IPL, especially in the last 3 seasons, have affected his image so much that regardless of what Rahul does, whether even if he's captaining well, people do
When
find
did he start as a captain in the IPL? 2017 or 2018? 2017.
19
no
Or 19.
29
no 20
20
20 yeah 20
Oh,
2020.
okay.
18-19 was Ashwin, and then 20 he started captaining.
So basically, I think this whole captaincy thing is might have got him in terms of batting more sensibly.
See, and actually coming back to the last game, I mean his performance got criticized, but actually if you look at that game as a standalone, his batting was decent. It's just that because the way he batted, India never drew any lessons from the game. I mean, the only lesson from the last T20 was that Surya is exceptionally good than all the other Indian batters, which we knew anyway.
Yeah. I fully agree.
So yeah, I think some of the criticism of Rahul is unwarranted. Like Rahul gets a lot of criticism for India losing that test match in Joburg against South Africa. Now I can assure you that no Indian captain can do anything.
Criticism came from this corner itself.
Where? I mean, how do you remember that? I mean, I don't
yeah.
remember that. Why would I do it?
No, because there is. I mean, a lot of people said that probably India would have won that test match if Virat Kohli would have been the captain. But I don't think
How can I mean India won the first test when I don't know, was Virat the captain of the first test as well?
Yeah, Kohli played the first test. But what I'm saying is that how can
India lost the third test as well when Kohli was the captain?
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
but my question is, how can you say that Rahul is
human being.
responsible for? Rahul's responsible for the loss when your prime bowler Jasprit Bumrah goes for more than
Yeah.
4.3 runs per over in the
Oh,
fourth inning.
shot! Rahul has silenced all of us with a swatter for
See, I think
6.
the only thing that happened in those three tests, the two South Africa and the third test against England, is that India were too reliant on Bumrah and Shami to pick wickets.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. I mean, I think they had enough runs. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
not in the third test, but in the
Yeah, but it was also
in the second test against South Africa and against
the
England, I
third
think they had
test.
enough runs.
Honestly, it was, how is that not out? Like,
No, see,
the
but
Southern ball was
that is where
ridiculous. Hawkeye was
the
gone well.
responsibility of the captain comes in, right? The captain at that point of time needs to make sure that things are getting out of hand,
Oh my
and I need to and I need to make sure that my players are focused on the job and are not focused about that dismissal not going, or that decision not going their way. So yeah, and I keep saying this, but in Johannesburg, 244 runs were a lot of runs given the kind of pitch that was there. So that was purely a loss on the bowlers, and so was Edgbaston. I mean, conceding 378 runs is something else, but when you concede it in less than 90 overs at probably a run rate of 5 runs per over, uh, you've more or less bowled like a club side rather than a test match side.
Basically, the thing with the criticism with Rahul is he just gets painted with the same brush for whatever reason. I mean, sometimes people like to pick on him. Sometimes it's just his captaincy. Sometimes it's the way he bats. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's body language. Sometimes he's not happy. He's not smiling.
That picture that Somesh tweeted earlier, the fact that everyone was cutting the cake, everyone was happy in that picture, barring KL Rahul. Maybe he was just got off guard. But so far, he's what, 8 ball 20. So we're seeing the 2018 KL Rahul maybe in this minuscule of an inning so far. Alankar Mishra going on to say, any words over the Harsha Ben Stokes Twitter spat? Now, if you guys are wondering what this is about, it's basically about that monketing incident which took place.
That run out incident, not
Run out.
monketing.
It was
Yeah.
a run out, basically, not the monketing thing. Actually, I'll let the boys go into this.
We have a new guest, so
Oh, we do. Hello, sir. How are we this evening?
Hi, I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
We
can
can-
hear
we
you
can
loud and
ho-
clear.
I'm just hoping you are also not a United fan. So
No. I'm
And-
not really into football, but pretty
great.
much
So
into
basically,
cricket.
the three of us here do not give any fucks about football. So good on us.
Yeah, barring me, which is just honestly, I don't know what you guys are doing.
That's what I
But-
meant. The rest of us.
But look, give us an introduction, buddy.
So my name is Keshav. I'm a professional musician. I'm a singer-songwriter and film composer, and friends with Gurkirat. So kind of him to invite me here. So looking forward.
Yeah, look at you. I mean, honestly, I was gonna guess otherwise, but given the fact that you have a cool Batman light behind as well, I think it makes it all more entertaining, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is my music studio. Actually, I'm streaming from my studio.
I'll tell you what, it looks a sick pad, better than this shambles that we have going on here. But don't worry, for the watch along, we have a lot of things coming your way. But Keshav, look, first and foremost, we have to, of course, ask you what you think about the whole Bumrah injury, because that was making news 3 days ago. And do you think India are still contenders without him in their squad?
Yeah, sure. Just before I answer that, just let me give a little bit of a backdrop that I used to
Sure.
run a cricket channel as well last year. So during lockdown, I did it for a couple of years. Gurkirat also came there a couple of times. But now that work picked up, I couldn't manage time there, so I had to discontinue it. So I can talk about cricket, not just for people not to think that who is this random guy just sitting here.
Absolutely. I mean,
right.
that's why,
So
that's why
talking-
you had to kind of lay some context down, which we love. In fact,
Yeah.
Gautam Bajpai in the comments below is pulling my foot, saying Rose playing his 400 T20, Cal Walker his 400 Premier League game, and City have fallen up. Yeah, I know what you're going on, dude. I
Hello,
mean,
Avnish.
honestly, you've left your bottle, by the way, Gautam, in office, so I don't know what I'm going to do today. But look, Keshav, come back
Yeah.
to Bumrah and be speaking
Yeah.
your mind.
Yeah, so,
Big blow, body blow.
Yeah, so we are a part of a WhatsApp group where I was putting across the same thoughts which I'll share here as well. So with Bumrah, I thought when he did make a comeback and he played that 2 over, the 8 over game where he bowled 2 overs, I thought he shouldn't have played the next game. And a good example of that is like if you look at the England Pakistan series where Mark Wood is making a comeback after a long halt, right? He was also injured for so long. So there's never been a single instance where they've played him back to back games, right? They've always played him one game, rested him for one game, and then brought him back. Or I think even rested him for 2 games in between, or something like that. So with Bumrah also, I know he bowled just 2 overs, but then those 2 overs were at the death, and the back is used mostly at the death when you have to nail those Yorkers. And if you remember, he nailed a couple of Yorkers. The Finch bowled, and the Smith. I vividly remember the Smith Yorker as well. So when you're making a comeback, I think those 2 overs were enough for people to understand that he's on the right track, and maybe they could have rested him for the third game, or they could have maybe played him first game and third game. So for me, back to back with just a day's gap in between, that was a little much, but they could have managed it a little better.
I think first game he still had some recovering to do, and that's what I think Rohit said at the toss, that they are still monitoring him. Coming back to Mark Wood, I think with Mark Wood, England have a very specific philosophy. No matter the format, they don't play him consecutive games. I mean, I think there are even very few tests that he has played consecutively, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, but with Bumrah, I thought, I know that the series was on line in the third game, and but I thought you should have looked at the bigger picture with World Cup at the helm in a month's time from then. I thought we could have probably sacrificed Bumrah's place in the third game for looking forward at the World Cup. I don't think a series loss at home would have meant much if you do well in World Cup with Bumrah there, right? So for me, and anyway, we won the third game with Bumrah going for 50 plus in 4 overs, right? So we could have easily rested him in the third game.
Yeah, I mean, it was his worst figures. Hardik Vora going on to say, you guys think anything less than winning the T20 World Cup would be considered a failure for India and the Rohit Dravid combo? It always is, Hardik. The daggers in this country which can be thrown, even if they kind of bow, whether it's a group stage, semi-finals, finals, they're going to consider it a failure. And you know what? To be fair, we haven't won anything bar in that Asia Cup, I think, in 2018. For 10 years, I'm talking about the ICC events. The last thing we won was what? The Champions Trophy?
2013.
Yeah. And also, if you guys are hearing this, watching this, and there's some shocking drilling going on, so we apologize. Building a new studio, if you know, you know. But just coming back to this question, Gurkirat, will it be considered a failure? I 100% think so. Even though we don't have all the tools that we would like a Jadeja and Bumrah, but still. Agree, disagree?
No, I won't. I won't consider it a failure. If they, because like I keep saying, it's a very fickle format. You could do a lot of things right, but you if you don't have the luck on your side, things could turn out to be quite wrong. And let's be fair, somewhere Rahul and Rohit have also been unlucky with the injuries that have happened just before the World Cup. It's not that Jadeja and Bumrah got ruled out 2 or 3 months before the World Cup. They've just been ruled out a month before. So I wouldn't really say that it's a failure. But yeah, I'd say it's a failure if they don't reach the semis. As long as they reach the semis, I won't say it's a failure. And I'd say the same thing. If they're able to reach the last four uh, uh, of this World Cup and the World Cup next year, while giving consistent performances in between, I won't say it's a failure, because the nature of knockouts and the nature of especially T20 cricket is such that it doesn't take a lot for any side to lose a game. You could be a world beating team, but things could just go wrong. Like, all you need to do is look at the semi final between England and New Zealand last year. Now England were, I still believe England were the better side.
Yeah.
But they had lost the toss and they had to bat first, and they had just lost Jason Roy to injury a match before. And it's not that England were batting conservatively. They were actually trying to try and score a 180 target, but it was just that kind of a game wherein they were trying, but they were not getting the shots off. So they could only end up with 167, 168. And despite getting two early wickets, They ended up losing the game because of how 2 overs went for them, with Jimmy Nation coming out of nowhere and smashing those runs. So I find it very unfair on any management to be them being judged with the eventual results, especially when it comes to T20. It's a very fickle format.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, see, I would also want to add something there. It goes without saying that at least they have to qualify to the semis, because I mean that's a larger sample size, right? I mean, a decent enough team should be able to win like 4 games out of 5 or 3 with a good run rate and all
Correct.
those things. But it will also depend on how they lose. If they don't win the semi, or if they lose in the final, it will also depend on how they lose that game.
If they
I mean,
tactically,
if they lose those games like they lost the 2 games in the last T20I World Cup, then definitely the question should be asked. But apart from that, if they go down fighting, then people sort of, you know,
take it easy.
take it easy. कि यार ठीक है, okay, यार, they tried, चलता है. That's fine. Like
Yeah, but
even the 2019 semi-final loss against New Zealand, while it hurts, I mean, and obviously there were some bad strategic errors that got exposed that day, but the game that actually went on to the wire. But last World Cup and the game against Pakistan and New Zealand were dead before they even started. So
makes sense. Oh, great shot from Rohit. I think Rohit needed a couple of release shots in this over because he was 21 of 21, and now he's playing catch-up cricket. But good question from Hardik. Thank you so much. And it could be considered a failure, like the boys said, if it is deja vu, what happened in the UAE, of course, where you saw that intent was lacking, and hence the bowlers also couldn't do much defending lower totals. Keep the questions coming.
I would want to switch back to the earlier question that was asked on that Harsha Stokes spat. I mean,
Yeah,
it
let's go back to
continues
that
to
one.
go on, and it has almost come to a point that it's sort of converting into a proper rivalry. Because if Indian players now, I don't know if they do it or not, or if they have the authority to do it or not, if they come in support of Harsha, then it can
Create
No,
stoke
this
some
is
momentum.
fire.
so this is where I think it gets interesting. I
Yeah.
personally think that a lot of Indian players, especially in the men's team, I don't think that they approve of running out the batter in the manner in which Deepti Sharma did. Because when Ashwin did that run out in the 2019 IPL, he was sort of mocked by Dhawan and Virat both, right? And I don't think that Indian male cricketers also approve kind of that dismissal. So I we wouldn't probably really see them come out and speak on that matter. And anyway, Indian cricketers really don't speak their heart out on a lot of issues anyway.
So,
Ashwin's an exception.
so Gurkesh, so what I see is from a larger lens, maybe because uh, one of their own is being now attacked. Because obviously Harsha, while he tweets his own mind, but we know that he's sort of conservative and knows what sort of opinion will go down in the good books of the people that probably uh, hire him, if to for a lack of a better word. So I think if they want him to be defended, then maybe they would want others to come in defense of him, which is also a right thing. I mean, it's not like Harsha is supporting something which is not right. It's argue. I mean, all of us here and most of the people in India anywhere agreed that what
Oh,
Deepti
what a
Sharma
shot
did is
that
the
is.
right thing.
What a shot that is. A flick of the wrist for six from KL. But yeah, a lot of hullabaloo on that. And you could see even, I think Alex Hales it was, who tweeted about this, saying that, uh, I mean, he had his own say, but and everyone has their own say, right? I mean, similar to what Ben Stokes has. And if you guys are wondering what they're talking about, just go on Twitter and just type this whole thing out and you will see it. And you can have your say in it here.
Meanwhile, I mean, while we have been talking about some other things, ODI squad, Bumrah and all that, a very refreshing start.
A
KL Rahul,
very refreshing stuff.
13 or
I
13
think
balls,
it's
32.
just roles exchanged because Rohit was like, "Listen, I'm gonna bat today, by my time, and I want you to take the initiative." And I think he's taken it well. Keshav, you
But
agree? Oh, sorry, so
yeah, I mean,
I, I
I just wanted to ask both of you. I mean, Keshav, maybe you can go on and give me your opinion on this. I mean, Rohit's flexibility is mind blowing, right? I mean, more often than not, he's the one who starts aggressively. Then there was that game again. I mean, it was against Sri Lanka in the Asia Cup when India lost early wickets. He sort of backed off and then took it deep. And then today again, when he sees that KL Rahul is in his colors, he's sort of laying low and just supporting him well. So, I mean, his flexibility, your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think especially in the last 1 year since he became the captain, there's been a very visible shift in intent as well. The Rohit, the pre-captaincy Rohit in T20s was still not as explosive or as intentful as we see him now. Although the talent and skill were always there, but I think it was in the DNA of Indian cricket the way we used to approach T20 in general. But he's not just talking the talk, but walking the talk, and I think it's important that your captain is leading from the front when you are thinking about something in a different direction, in a new direction. So for him to be playing like this, I think it is rubbed off on others as well, and good on him, good on the management as well for backing this all the way. And I think today, I mean, it's not just that he has taken that back seat and letting Rahul express. I think Rohit himself can also play in the same gear, but I think he's just struggling
Yeah.
a little bit probably for his
Yeah, maybe
timing.
that finger that got
Yeah,
hurt.
yeah. Because I don't think now we are living in those times where one person is going good, so you just go into your shell
Yeah.
and stay at one end, right? In T20s, that's like a 10-year-old thing maybe now. So,
Yeah, unless
so
you are Pakistan, but yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of Pakistan, I think their openers feature in the stat that we're showing below. I think most runs by a pair in T20 internationals, Babar and Rizwan, top of the pops.
So one
And
more,
they will be playing in 25 minutes. That 7-match bilateral series is continuing to be riveting, 3-3 there. So we'll keep you with all the updates in regards to that. Sorry, you were saying something?
I'm saying so. I mean, here's a situation. Now, 7 overs have already gone by. If the pair continues for, let's say, 2-3 more overs.
Pant.
I mean, not just Pant. I mean, is in an overall scheme of things, is Virat the right man to send in if the openers have already played like 8 overs and have laid a solid foundation? Because you basically need someone who can maximize this, right? And is Virat the
Yeah.
right person there?
I think we have to look at it from a World Cup lens. If there was a similar situation in the World Cup, will they do that? I don't think so.
But shouldn't they?
Should they do that? Maybe. You could argue because obviously Pant and Surya are way more explosive. And then we can fancy our chances to perhaps go from a 80-90 to a 110, 120.
So, I mean, looking at the World Cup, assuming Pant is not there in the 11. Oh, there's
a snake. Holy hell, there's a snake. I've never seen that in the pitch. That is ridiculous. Have you guys ever seen any sort of thing like that ever? I know
Yeah, I
cats and
did see.
dogs.
I, I saw like an animal during the test match between Sri Lanka and England. It was back in 2021. It was more of a what do you call it? It was some I think
It's hilarious. Have four
water
grown
animal.
men
अब ये क्या बाल्टी में भर के लेके जाएंगे उसको?
gonna take the snake
And
away in a
this
bucket.
is going to blow up on Twitter. You know how they say in the West that India is a country of snake charmers and everything. Like this is going to be a big troll now.
And it's happening. It's 4 snake charmers then apparently. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
So, yeah, Gurkirat, what do you think? So, I mean, think about the World Cup lens. Now, Pant is not there in the 11. You'll have Virat followed by Sky, Hardik, DK, and whatnot. So, maybe if the openers survive for 8-9 overs, a potential option to save Virat for maybe death overs and let Sky and Hardik come in and carry the momentum forward.
So this is something that that I have spoken before, that Virat the finisher is something that hasn't really been explored.
Yeah. I mean, let's forget about Virat the finisher. I mean, in terms of just maximizing the momentum of the innings itself, will it be a fair call to send Virat Kohli in the 9th over?
It depends on how many overs has Keshav Maharaj bowled. If Keshav Maharaj has already bowled 2 overs, then why not? If he's already bowled 3 overs, then they should surely do it and ask him to go, because you at the same time you also want to see if if Virat can start off quickly. Say if he can make 15, 16 runs in 10 balls, which is the minimum if
Hmm.
you are expecting someone to start quickly. But if
Yeah.
say Maharaj has bowled 2 overs and two more are remaining, and they feel that could be a factor, then maybe they could also promote someone like Suryakumar Yadav.
Yep. Or maybe even throw Akshar Patel in the mix to counter
Yeah, actually,
the
that won't
Maharaj.
be the worst idea because you want to see how he does as as a spin floater. So if he does well, then
As a Mohammad Nawaz.
Yeah, do you guys think like this seems a pretty good batting pitch? So with just five bowlers, could that backfire today with no sixth option?
Uh, can't say really.
Yeah, I mean, subjective depends on how many runs India end up getting.
I think even if we get 220, I think 200's par on the wicket. I mean, this looks like a belter. Even though Gurkirat begs to disagree, you don't think it's as good as a surface as it looks like, right? Gurkirat?
no, because historically it hasn't been that kind of a pitch. Uh, I looked up these numbers on the CDC app only. I think in the
Ah,
last 10 games,
the plugins that Gurkirat does.
Subtle, much more subtler than how you do it.
Subtler than how I do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So no, but I was actually I use the fantasy research tool a lot of times to make the team. So the average of the last 10 games on the, is around 144. Now this is clearly not a 144 kind of a pitch. Might
Yeah.
be a 170 or a 180 kind. Because see, here's the thing. Now when KL bats the way he's batting today, he also pretty much takes the pitch out of equation, right?
Yeah.
So won't be surprised if and when KL's dismissed, this could become a difficult pitch to bat on because Rohit actually struggled initially, and his strike rate is still around 110. So if someone like Rohit is struggling for timing on a pitch, it may not be the easiest pitch to bat on.
Yeah.
It might be looking like that purely because of the quality of someone like KL, but it might just turn out to be a different pitch altogether than what
Yeah,
we are
talk
seeing.
about Rohit struggling. I mean, playing 17 dot deliveries in the power play, which is the most for him in the first 6 overs of a T20 international. On the contrast to that, KL Rahul's strike rate, where people, of course, throw daggers at him. Let's just put out that stat which you guys unwinded earlier, and that will go to show that KL Rahul has been enjoying himself there tonight. 25 of 11, of course, in the first 6 overs, and that was just bettered by what he did against Scotland in the World Cup, which he enjoyed a 263.2 strike rate. So, yeah, I think it's role reversal today. We
Yeah.
normally see
And
Rohit been
this is
going
just
hard,
T20Is we're talking about.
but yeah,
Before everyone starts talking about his fastest 50 in 2019,
2018,
2018, yeah, 18
2018, which was a
against Delhi,
14 ball.
which drew curtains to Gambhir's captaincy
Was
and
it
IPL
against,
career
it
itself.
was
I guess.
against Delhi?
Yeah, I think it was Delhi. Yeah, then
Was
Gurkirat
it?
would remember
Gurkirat will 100% remember.
The,
KL's fastest 50 was
yeah,
against Delhi, right?
it came in Mohali in the first in the opening game for Punjab and Delhi in
Yeah.
2018.
Gautam Bajpai saying it's a 160 wicket according to the commentators. Remember, we're watching this match as you guys are, but on mute, so we're not hearing any of the rubbish
But
being poured
that
out.
doesn't matter. I mean, commenters don't have to own up to anything.
Yeah.
The pitch report is wrong half the time.
Oh, edged in 4. KL will take that.
And I mean, I was just listening to Gavaskar just before we began, and he was like, if India win the toss, they should be bowling first because they are more comfortable doing it, and they should prioritize winning the series. So obviously, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I
different
think
minds
we
think
spoke about
differently.
it last time as well, where we just want security. I think Rohit and Rahul would enjoy that as well. Get the series in the bag. Not like it really matters, but yeah, I mean, these are the games that you want to just experiment, but experiment with a set format that they have. Maybe go harder in the first 10. And speaking of go harder, KL is going closer to another 15 T20 internationals. He's on 46 now, just 20 balls. And he's taken Nokia not once, but twice to the cleaners. And we can see his pitch map here and how he's just been so prominent on length. And a strike rate of 333 and
Yeah.
back of a length 188, which is just ridiculous. Have they not tried anything else? Which just goes to show how poor or lack of variety that the South African bowlers have had tonight.
This is just the power play, yeah.
Gurkirat, are you surprised?
Not really, because they dropped Shamsi for the right reasons. I felt he's been expensive this year, and he was anyway going to turn the ball into the right handers of the Indian
No, but
team.
I'm saying in general, even the other pacers, could they perhaps been a touch more fuller because it was just length and back for length?
No, because I still believe that this pitch is the one where the ball's stopping a little bit. So they are trying to use the pitch and then see if the two pace nature comes into the picture, and then they probably beat Rahul for pace or for the lack of it, because that is what they are trying to do to Rohit, and they are succeeding. And so if they go fuller, then they actually make it easier for Rahul or for any other batter to just hit through the line. So like I mentioned earlier, I still believe a lot of this knock is not down to the pitch but to the quality of KL.
Yeah, I think he played a sizzling shot against Australia as well. Vipul Anand going on to ask us, and Rohit drives handsomely for four. India on fire, 89 for none after 8.4. Keep the questions coming, keep the love coming, subscribe, and of course, scan the QR code as you can see. Vipul Anand saying, do you feel that all the negative publicity in the media with the headlines like Pant is getting heavy back from the BCCI as well as Urvashi's headlines played a role in Pant being dropped? I don't think anything external matters to that dressing room and their decisions that they take. I think it's purely on form in terms of giving them chances. Pant has had in an enormous long rope. I mean, we talk about his numbers in T20 internationals. It's not a sample size of 10 or 20 or 30 games, but it's 45, 48 games now, and his average still hovers around 25.
I mean, something as simple as that, he's playing this game itself. And so if he would have been dropped for some other reasons,
Yeah.
I mean, they could have justified playing someone else instead of him in this series itself.
Oh,
So, I mean,
through the hands, Rohit gets four more. With Pant, do you think why have we not seen the best of Pant in T20 internationals? We've spoken about it multiple times. What gives him the advantage that he has with Delhi Capitals compared to India?
I mean, his form with Delhi has also been not that
But
great,
they
right?
he
I mean,
bats in similar positions, right? I mean,
that's the thing. I
five
mean,
and four.
maybe it's the role. I mean, we've had a lengthy discussion about this with Dan as well. Maybe his role is not properly defined.
Defined.
I mean, he's not been given that freedom to just, I mean, bat
Yeah.
himself. That is one, but two, he has been found out
He's been found out.
with those wide lines, and
And that's also, to be fair, it's a hostile position to bat to come in at five, normally coming in at 13th, 14th
yeah.
over.
I mean, the onus has been on him to come up with solutions on how to counter those wide lines. I mean,
and normally he likes having a couple of sighters in, and then he can't afford to do that at certain parts of the game. Keshav come in here. We've seen Pant being kind of thrown around in places in terms of opening. I think he did that in England, and then now he was out of the squad. He's come back in. He's batting at five today. He didn't get a chance earlier. What's the curious case of Rishabh Pant in this format for India, especially?
I just feel that first of all, he might not be in the first 11 in your World Cup opening game. So that takes aside one angle of it. That for right now, the management doesn't have to be really worried about that wicketkeeper batsman position, which is probably going to decay in the World Cup. So howsoever Pant does in this series might be looked at, somebody for a backup keeper. Whenever DK is not there, then you get Pant in. But in general, his inability probably to crack this format in T20 internationals, I think maybe they're not really clear with the kind of role they want him to play, and a lot of it has to do with IPL as well. I've seen after captaincy a lot of our dynamic batsmen, their process and their approach changes completely.
Case in point, KL Rahul as well, right?
Yeah. We have seen that with KL Rahul, even with Hardik Pandya to some extent. When he started coming at 3 or 4, his strike rates went down as well. And I was having a chat with Jared Kimber one day, and he said a lot of it has to do with Ponting being the coach. So all these, Australian mindset is also such. If you go back, Simons was a player who could have easily have had a career strike rate of 110, 120 in ODIs, but his strike rate ended up being 90-95 because they wanted him to bat responsibly and take more balls to get set in. So I think that's the DNA that is sort of getting shifted from Ponting to Pant as well at DC, and maybe that has sort of confused him with the approach he wants to take in T20s.
Yeah, maybe, but it is a little counterintuitive because we have seen, I mean, back in the day, we know what Gilchrist did and what Warner did, and now what Maxwell does. I mean, it's not like
No,
Aussies do
now
not.
it's different. I mean, I was
Yeah, even back
like
in the day,
Ponting.
I mean, yeah, Australia had Gilchrist, who was pretty much given the license to just whack the ball from ball one.
Oh, nearly bowled.
So,
But yeah.
this comment by Har Sahib. Now, this year, even though Pant didn't score a 50, right? He was averaging 30 at a strike rate of 151. So, I
151, yeah.
don't think intent was a problem with Pant
Yeah.
in this IPL. I think when he's playing for India, he's countering attacks which are probably slightly better, and they are really exploiting his issue of the white line. And the other is, while he's playing for India, he's also not entirely sure if he needs
For
to
one
take.
second, we have a wicket here. Sorry, Rhodes gone. And
So
yeah,
now
Keshav
again,
Maharaj.
we can come back to the original question. So this will be end of Maharaj's 3 overs, and we are 10 overs down. So maybe India will send Kohli in.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think
Yep. Coming back to punt discussion,
with
I think with
yeah.
Delhi, he's a lot more assured that he will play all 14 games. Maybe with India, with time, he has started to feel, because everyone knows the equation, right? Everyone knows that Kohli is there, DK is hammering on the door. So everyone knows about the combination, and they realize that he might have to score to stay,
Yeah.
and that would have affected his mindset.
Plus, at Delhi, he's the captain, so he has a consistent batting position. But in India, he can't really bat in top four most of the times because of Rohit, Rahul, KL, and Sky. And even after that, you have to be flexible. Sometimes you will send Pandya before him. So I think not having a consistent batting position in Indian colours also has added to the woes.
Yeah. But everyone has their own opinion on Pant. Harsa, I'm going on to say, I don't want to sound too cliche, but he's gained weight. And if you see, sorry, where was the comment? His old videos, he didn't lose his shape while hitting. Some of the things, by the way, these guys eat is ridiculous. Like what I've heard, or what that episode of Breakfast with Champions told us with Sky, is that they order chocolate ice cream with like hot dog buns, and they have that post match. Like that's shambolic.
But
I mean,
post match, I mean,
that's even worse than Shane Warne. I mean, Shane Warne used
but
to just have
I mean
pizzas.
that depends on how many calories they are ending up burning or how many miles they are having
Yeah.
to run during the game. So post match, they might be having a high carb diet, so as to say. I mean, these comments inevitably we see these comments whenever player is going through a bad form. I mean, if we go back to older times, I mean, something similar was said about Sehwag. I mean, even Rohit.
Yeah.
So these things happen, but I don't think players know their fitness levels and everything. And even when he loses his shape in tests, he inevitably hits those sixes, right? I mean, we have seen him hit one six every time one hand comes off the handle, it is a six, and he falls down on the pitch, and those things happen. But I mean, it's something more than just fitness and losing shape.
Yeah. Srivatsan going to say, well, at least India playing well, bro, unlike someone in Manchester. Thanks, Srivatsan, to rub it in. Hope you're having a good Sunday. And we're going to take a lot of questions from you guys, so keep them coming in. Subscribe to the channel. And there is Pakistan, England as well, if you like. Hardik Vora going to say, have South Africa missed a trick by playing an extra seamer in place of Shamsi, beg your pardon. Gukia touched upon that point earlier. Maybe, maybe not. I don't think so personally, so.
But it's a double-edged sword, right? I mean, now maybe they would have wanted a spinner, but I mean,
but looking at the surface so far,
yeah. Otherwise, it's pretty decent, and Shamsi has not been very impressive anyway.
But I think looking at this Guwahati in general, before the toss, they were showing like wickets percentage in the last few games. 51% was pace and 49 was spin. So they could have probably selected him, but maybe they would have thought, they have Markram as the backup spinner, so they can get a couple of overs from him.
Or maybe they just took the lessons from the last game where it was a seamer's paradise.
Seamer's Paradise, yeah. I mean, I think that track was good. It's going to be interesting to see what Indore has an offer, because Manyas from MP. So give us probably a little of a glimpse of what we can
बात की
expect.
थी मैंने बोला है थोड़ा मेलबर्न लाइक विकेट बनाओ थोड़ा
No, but
practice
do you think last game would have
Markram's
played a
there,
role?
Markram. So there is more spin.
Do you
This is
think
a matchup.
last game would have played a role in them selecting this 11 because it's in a completely different part of India, it's a different day, different conditions.
No, but if you just look at the numbers, Shamsi was the most expensive bowler for South Africa when they were touring the last time, and post the IPL, that is from June, Shamsi's economy rate from that series against India has been 13.5, 10.5, 9, 9, 16.33, 6.75, 6, 9.25, 7.75, 10.12. So his economy has really been on the higher side post the IPL, and I suppose that has played a part in Shamsi being dropped.
So is it the case that he has been read well now all over the world, being the number one bowler last year?
No, but you also have to consider, guys, that they're most probably not going to play Shamsi in the World Cup. Maybe pick and choose according to certain venues. I think this is probably their best team right now, and they want Aiden Markram to bowl from time to time. And as we
Yeah,
speak, City have just gone 5-1 up, for fuck's sake.
5-1. That's a familiar scoreline.
Anyway, sorry, Gurkirat. Oh, what a shot that is. Markram being taken to the cleaners by KL Rahul, who gets to 50 in 24 balls. This is the KL we want to see.
Smile a little.
This is a match-winning knock.
Obviously, I mean, it's a very positive impact. Now.
Positive, boy. Positive.
Basically, he has overshadowed Rohit's negative impact, not big time. Or rather countered for it.
Okay, guys, quick predictions, by the way. I just want to hear from Keshav and Gurhirat and Som in terms of where and what India are going to achieve tonight. I'm putting it out there, 213 for 4 in their 20 overs. What do you guys think?
217 for 7.
217 for 7. What about Gurhirat? What do you think?
Yeah, I think around 210.
Okay, 210. And Keshav, you? Higher, lower?
I'll go low. I think they will end up somewhere around 200 for 6, 190 and 200, something there.
Yeah, I think Keshav the more pragmatic amongst the four of us, but we've had some wishful thinkers in the house, and it's paid off.
But it's innings like these that make everyone here wonder that why can't he play consistently like this?
Exactly.
You can understand when he's not in the nick or not in form, but when he is and still his mindset is stopping him from playing shots like these regularly. That's baffling.
I mean, what is gone is gone. We can just hope that in the World Cup, he just starts this way. India need a good start. India cannot afford to lose the first game.
Yeah, and sometimes they say that you want players to peak at the right time. Maybe he peaks then. And
he's performing consistently. I mean, it's not like he's not scoring runs. He had a good innings against Australia as well.
Yeah.
Last match, tough conditions, got a 50 now again. He's scoring runs. So there's no other reason now because he will have.
But it's also the high expectations we have of these cricketers in T20 cricket that we always want them to perform, always want them to shine.
Yeah, because I mean.
And like Gurkirat, you keep saying it's a fickle format, right? So think about their position.
Essentially,
if
you think about it, opening, like we said, like you always say, it's the easiest position to bat.
Yeah.
Plus, in India, you have so many opening options. Like, if someone is opening, they're actually blocking the potential for a lot of other cricketers. So they might as well just go full Monty and play those positive impact knocks.
Yeah, talk about a positive impact note. Did you guys see Phil Salt the other day just charting fun? That's the positive impact note that we want to see from KL. I mean, Gurkirat tweeted about it as well, right? Phil Salt, highly impressive. Can India get anyone in that mold, or do we just have to find players like Prithvi Shaw and Samson and all of these guys and give them more for license?
I think Prithvi Shaw is in that mold. He's made of that raw material, which seems to be coming very naturally to him. And it's not just T20s. Even his listed numbers are so freaking good. The strike rates there are 110, 120.
Hold on, sorry, Keshav. I know you're speaking, but you've also got a wicket. I mean, if you know, Keshav talking. and they've reviewed
Actually,
it
I'm watching
further.
on Hotstar, and it's like one ball later. So
Oh, okay.
So surprise, surprise.
There's an LBW appeal. We'll come back to you, Keshav. Let's just see if KL survives this call because I think he was playing across the line. Meanwhile, Vipulanand going on ask us in the comments. Coming back to Pant, do you feel he should come up to 3 or 4 once Kohli retires, as he will get more time on the pitch and don't have a sword hanging above his head to hit all the bowlers? Maybe. There's going to be a lot of chopping and changing before Kohli retires. I think Kohli essentially would want to cut things off with this format on a high, maybe potentially win the World Cup later this year, and then wholesale changes. I don't see Rohit also being part of proceedings for more than another year or so in T20s, and then he'll bring in the likes of the guys I'm saying like Ishan Kishan, Sanju Samson, Rishabh Pant will definitely be there because he will play for India all 3 formats for the next 7-8 years. I think KL Rahul is going to be struggling here. The umpire's call was out. So essentially, he'll have to depart. I don't think it's going to be a matter. Yeah, it's going to be a matter of time. KL departs, but nonetheless, a fantastic knock. Be proud of himself tonight, KL. All the talk about the strike rates and the situations that he bats in, but he's shushed up a few people, including me, to be fair. I mean, I love KL, but I was criticizing him earlier before the South Africa series. And look, this is the love. This is the KL that we all love. Going back to that Vipulanand question, then. Oh, sorry. Have you answered that? Do we have more? Because we've already spoken about Pant. If we have any others, keep them coming at CDC Watchalong.
I think after, if I have to guess, I think after this World Cup there will be as many as 5 spots to up on offer. Maybe like Rohit, Kohli you talked about. Then there's BK. Then I think Ashwin and maybe Bhuvi. I think these 5 spots
Yeah.
might be available for grabs.
And even though you have like already ready-made replacements, like for like replacements for all of them, you can see maybe a different approach altogether in T20 internationals, right? I mean, I know all these players that you just mentioned, Keshav, have a certain baggage and reputation that they come with.
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't need that in T20s where you can just, give that player a little bit of some slack, cut them some slack. If Prithvi Shaw or Shreyas Iyer, for example, take up that role of just going gung ho, we can't criticize them. So yeah, let's see how that really pans out after. If you guys want to take a break and come back and join us, feel free to do so because of course we're going to be here for till 10:45. So Gukia, don't worry about it. We can catch you before the death overs. In fact, I'll read out a stat below, which as you guys can see, we provide some of the nuggets which goes on. Just look at this stat, right, which is trickling across the bottom of your screen.
Your observation of this pitch being tricky is sort of being played out in the middle. The ball is keeping low and all that. So let's see.
True, but also after India have had a good start, but this is bound to happen. Look at the numbers that we're providing. So that's pretty remarkable. What's happened today, this is. So all the bowlers, of course.
So basically, KL Rahul had the highest strike rate against Wayne Parnell. It is in high 300s, 375 if I'm not wrong. As you guys can see. And I mean, those 2 sixes against Nokia were fantastic. Sort of, he took down South Africa's main weapon, so to speak.
Do you think Parnell will be in their first 11 in World Cup, or could it be Pretorius, or is Marco Jansen in there?
Jansen's there, but I honestly think Parnell gets the shout out because of the amount of experience that he brings in, and he can bat slightly better than Jansen.
But then again, they're just compromising a real ace just to lengthen their batting, because Jansen in Australia with that height.
But sometimes I think it might be just a shootout between Rabada and Nokia because
I'm just going off for 15 minutes. I'll be back very soon. Okay.
Sure,
man.
Look at the smile which he leaves with. Cheers, Gukia. No worries.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, so just coming back to that, I think South Africa, they have good bowlers, honestly, at their disposal. They can opt for that 6 bowling ploy. The definite
and why I asked that was because Pretorius last year in the World Cup did really well, especially at the death as well. Yeah. So, and his batting has improved a little bit as well. If you remember the knock, he played in CSK as well. So
Hmm.
he's very
And plus,
handy. I think
plus
a
that
more,
experience of being in CSK and learning from the
yeah,
best.
yeah, and I think batting wise, he's a little more handy than Parnell could be, right?
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think, yeah, but I would really want to see them, trusting their main weapons and just bring in Marco Jansen because he's in a
No,
different
I
league
mean
altogether.
he's definitely a main weapon in Test cricket, but on what base are you saying that in T20? Like he has not
See,
done
I
as
just
much.
feel I understand. I mean, in IPL as well, what we saw is 1 or 2 games he was very impressive, and then when he lost his length, he got carted again. I think the game against Gujarat comes to mind where Rashid and Teotia went after him. But I just feel in Australia his height and all can be useful and
Short, man. What a shot
will offer
Suryakumar
something
the other.
different because
Hmm.
Rabada has that movement, Nokia has that pace, but Jansen will.
Yeah.
I mean, what we saw against what we're seeing against Pakistan, the batters are really struggling against the short pitch deliveries, and
Hmm.
it's a proper ploy. I mean, if someone wants to control the Pakistani batters, and if South Africa when they play Pakistan, they can actually opt for someone like a Jansen to go with that sort of strategy.
But I think even like all of Rabada and Gidi and Nokia are all also tall enough, so
Yeah.
that bouncer won't be an issue. But I think for the left arm angle, if you mean like that, because I think Sam Curran is also sort of troubling them a little bit.
Yeah.
Keshav, just generally, where do you think South Africa stand as contenders for this year's World Cup? Do you think they can
I
get out of
have
that
them,
group with India and Pakistan?
yeah, yeah, I have them in my top four predictions.
Oh, so you think one of India or Pakistan will miss out?
I think
Assuming
Pakistan will miss out.
assuming Australia and England are among the top four.
Yeah, so from that side of
Yeah.
the thing, I
Yeah,
think
so
Australia and England,
yeah,
New
so
Zealand will
from
definitely
this
try to make
group
a scheme of things.
I have India, South Africa. From that group, I have England, Australia.
Yeah, I mean, many people might say South Africa slash Pakistan, but yeah, I agree with you fully. Pratik Kadari going on to ask us, how can India manage their fast bowlers and all rounders in terms of the IPL? Should they play all the matches? I think at one point in time, it'll come down to, I don't know, we were having this conversation. Who takes a call? The franchise, the BCCI, the player?
I mean, it's a proper commercial body, so they have to leave it to the franchise. I don't think BCCI has the power, at least when it comes to letting the teams pick their 11s. So ultimately, it's the franchisees who'll have to take the call for the bigger picture. But I mean, it's very tough, right? I mean, if the World Cup was right after the IPL, as was the case in
But
2009,
not just the
10,
World Cup. Say we have a big tour right after the IPL, like how we had
it
England right
doesn't
after.
usually happen, right? I mean, from the past, what we've seen even in this era when a lot of games are being played which were lost due to the pandemic,
Yeah,
after the IPL, India are hardly playing for the next 3 weeks or so.
yeah.
So that itself is a sufficient time, and ultimately it comes down to the players themselves. I mean, if they have something, if they are they feel heavily workload wise they feel heavy, they should opt out because we see players from the other countries do it,
Yeah,
like Mitchell Stark and whatnot, but we've never seen. I mean, I don't remember apart from Ashwin
edged in four.
leaving the IPL because when pandemic struck, I have not seen any and that was also because of the pandemic. I have not seen any Indian cricketer for since the IPL started to opt out of it, just because he's felt that his workload has been a lot.
I think
See,
the
I think
question is
this
finances
is
come into play, right, Keshav? Surely they're thinking about the money, the players.
yeah, no, no, absolutely. I just feel it's up to players more than anybody else. What their priorities are inside their mind and how, because a player knows his body more than anybody else as well. So there,
Yeah.
he has to take that call, that very difficult call between franchisee and country, and money wise as well, whether how much he risks on losing, but in the longer run, in the bigger picture, how much he gains as well because of that. So
See, the
people,
thing is, ultimately, if you're representing a country, you're definitely one of the star players in your IPL franchises, right? It's not a case where you're playing for India and you're not even getting a run in for the
yeah,
IPL. Like maybe a Pujara, for example, but that's a different like player altogether. So I would personally feel that they have to have an obligation with their franchisee. If you're saying that they're going to play, that you have to sign up for 14 to 16 games. But then that's the thing that you have to take upon as a player, right? Like how much cricket is all right, how much cricket is too much cricket. I remember, I think Virat as well before the Australia series once they had to. I mean, RCB didn't play him because they knew that okay they needed Virat fit for that Australia series as well. So
Yeah,
I don't
and
know.
if you remember this year when Mumbai were out of contention, they kept playing Bumrah and Rohit, right? So these are the logic calls which you have to make, and
Exactly. And at that point, you're thinking surely they're placing India first. But then Mumbai, I think they were scrapping, or rather trying to scrap for wins, not happening. And there was a point where they were mathematically out, but they kept playing these two with, of course, what was looming large in the time to come. So, look, I mean, that's something that we want to do a show upon, probably have like a podcast made out of it. But good questions,
yeah,
Ronan.
and you said 14 to 16 games, which is the case right now. In the future, it's going to be even more once every team plays home and away twice.
Yep. So they'll move up to 18 to 20 games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But then again, I mean, see, it's just the mindset. It's an Indian player thing, because even before the this World Cup, Johnny Bairstow opted out. There
Yeah.
were a lot of Australian players who opted out. But like I said, I mean, Indian
I
players
think
just don't
Bairstow
make the
played.
call.
I think Roy opted. Bairstow played, right?
Bairstow
Bairstow
played in the
was
first half, but when it resumed in the second half, I don't think he played. I mean, I'm talking
no,
about the IPL 2021, not 2022.
okay last
Oh,
year. Okay,
Last year,
yeah,
when
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
he did play.
when it was supposed to
yeah,
happen
yeah.
just before the World Cup.
When he was still with SRH.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He didn't play that
And
one, I think.
just before we were talking about the exact same thing. So like who should come next? So Kohli came at 3, is 9 of 9.
10
Suryakumar
of
is
10.
14 of 8. So
11,
that's
11 of 10 now. Yeah.
yeah. So that's exactly what we were talking about, right? Taking the momentum forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Kohli, I think, loves his sighters. Like I said, the similar thing about Pant. And
So that's the thing, right? I mean, players who love their sighters, things can go two ways. Now, if he
gets out.
stays,
It's just a
I
wastage of
mean,
10 balls.
if he stays on till the end and pushes his strike rate to 180, then it's a gem of a knock. Otherwise,
Yeah.
just sort of
Yeah,
pegs the wing back a little.
it's hindsight. Like for example, in the Pakistan England series, I think it was a couple of games ago where the openers gave like a good start,
Short run.
and
Short
and
run.
they were
Short run.
they were going good. I think by
Yeah.
12th over they were going good, and then they send in Shan Masood when they should have
Hmm.
really
Yeah,
sent
yeah, yeah.
somebody
Where
else to
there was a
yeah,
potential to actually promote
yeah,
Asif
and they
Ali or Mohammad
yeah,
Nawaz or
exactly, and
yeah,
they ended up with like 160, 170 where they could have got more.
yes. So I mean, yeah, I mean, a lot of people that we talk to, they Akash.
Akash, stop throwing ghee in the fire over here, boy. Already looking and being absolutely
Oh,
sad and 6-1. It's a joke. It's honestly a joke.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of people defend Pakistan opener Babar and Rizwan's approach, which is fair, but then there is a potential for them to have their batting order correct. I mean, maybe they do need Babar and Rizwan to play patiently, but then
Because of how their balance
yeah,
of the
but
side is.
then they need to. I mean, they have players like Iftikhar in the team who strike rate against spin is, I mean, almost negligible.
Hmm.
So,
So maybe like how they did that Mohammad Nawaz experiment.
yeah, pretty much.
There's more things to come from Pakistan. In Pakistan, look, everyone is kind of outrightly saying that they're the best bowling side heading into this World Cup. And I don't think many people will dispute that. Would you dispute that thought, Keshav? Pakistan, the most ominous attack, best bowling arsenal?
In the World Cup, you like including every team?
Yeah.
I would disagree. Maybe in Asia Cup that was true, but not in the World Cup. I think there are other teams, and in a place like Australia where these bowlers, the with the pace that they have, the ball will actually come even nicely onto the bat, right? And
Correct.
we have seen already in Pakistan these this England B side almost had a couple of real good games against Pakistan.
Correct.
Just the exception of Shaheen Afridi, he's not there, but otherwise all other bowlers played, right? So when they go to Australia, where the bounce is even more true and the ball is coming onto the bat, where batsmen would also enjoy more. So I don't think they have the best attack going around in the World Cup.
So who do you think has
Yeah,
best? Oh,
that
what
was
a shot
my
that is.
counter question
And
as
that's
well.
6.
Uh,
Sky doing Sky things.
Yeah.
it's a difficult one, but I think that you could probably put your finger to Australia, being the home side, and they have most of the bases covered. Uh, we saw this series. There was no Stark available to them, so him coming in, he makes a hell lot of a difference, right? So
But then, do you
Stark,
think Hazelwood and Cummins as T20 was Hazelwood obviously has done well.
Shot,
He did well in the last World Cup, and for CSK as well, he was pretty good. But then Cummins has been on off. Plus, their spinner apart from Zampa has to be either Agar or Maxwell, which is pretty much. I mean, which is not as strong as some other teams do have. So, I mean, I'm just countering you because I feel Pakistan has the best bowling attack in the world, hands down.
Sri
So
Lanka.
you are including spinners as well, right? So I
Yeah.
first of all, in Australia, the role of spinners will be much lesser compared to Asia, right? And then you talk about only the
But
fast
still,
bowlers.
you'll have to have them in the team, right? I mean, a team cannot have just
Yeah,
6
but
players.
but then a lot of teams might go with just the lone spinner. Like that's not the norm in India or in Pakistan or in UAE. But there you might as well see one of Shadab or Nawaz playing, or one of Zampa or Agar playing. I won't be surprised if India goes in a
But those,
game where we are playing just one spinner.
but those teams will definitely use either a Maxwell, right? For example,
Yeah.
if Eagles are not playing, they have a Maxwell and they have a
Yeah,
Zampa. If Shamsi
yeah,
is not playing, they'll probably have a Mark Rim to, of course,
yeah,
accommodate that role.
yeah. Even
India,
for Pakistan,
likewise, had that potential.
I think Australia's bowling attack can improve
But what a shot that is.
if they opt for Ellis instead of Cummins, which they won't. Likewise,
For who?
Ellis instead of Cummins,
Okay.
and I mean their overall bowling attack plus their batting attack can improve if they opt for Cameron Green instead of Steve Smith.
Yeah.
So that'll give them one more pace bowling option. And
but Cam Green, do you think they will make a change this late, bringing him into the World Cup 15?
I mean, they should ideally. I mean, Steve Smith having Steve Smith in this squad. I mean, just
It's just
doesn't make a lot of sense.
they're carrying a passenger.
And Australia have been known for making ruthless decisions, but it's when it comes to Steve Smith, they have been more India-like. So
They have 2 series, right, before the World Cup, West
yeah, they're
Indies and
playing
England.
England and West Indies both at home.
But all of them are after the cutoff date until you can make the change.
I think one of them is before that. Cutoff date is what, 10th, I guess.
10th.
15th, 10th.
15th for the teams that have already qualified the Super 12.
Okay. So yeah.
Yeah.
So for
they have qualified.
Australia,
So
it's
15th.
15th.
Yeah. So that means both the series, because 15th के बाद तो नहीं खेलेगा कोई, 15th से qualified is starting.
By the way, India 150 here. Oh, where did he hit that? Talk about 360. He's hit that literally 90 degrees behind him. I've never seen anything like it. Suryakumar Yadav's on fire. 13 more 35. If you're not watching this, what have you been doing? Maybe watching the United game and losing. Sadly, 6-2, by the way, with that regard. England, Pakistan going on as well. But India, 155 for 215 overs. Keshav was being modest and saying
200 for 6.
200 for 6. Som said 217 for 7. I said 213 for 4. It's looking 213 for 4. Let's be fair. I mean,
when I said 200 for 6, I factored in a Suryakumar failure today, because I thought how consistent can he be? Law of averages might catch up today, but no.
I think the law of averages caught up with him in the Australia series.
I think no, in the Asia Cup.
Asia Cup, but he had one blip in the Australia series as well.
Yeah, so I think he's just like Rizwan, only better in terms of consistency.
Oh, okay, yeah. Otherwise, you can't associate the two. No chance. Wow, what a shot!
Pakistan openers playing that way, there is a reason behind it, and I think it's their approach that let's play that safe game where we at least have the security of having 150, 160 every game, and they know that their bowling attack is good enough to defend that.
So, sorry to butt in, Keshav, but here's a CDC prediction addiction is what these guys are going on to say. They've got Keshav as well there, who's gone for 200. Somesh, like I said, 217. Gurkida, 210. And Shweta, 195. Shweta, come on, man. Higher. Higher, surely. That's what, 39 runs away with another potential 28 deliveries. So India definitely getting 200 higher than that. I called earlier that India should probably get 225 to 30. I don't know. With Sky, the form that he is, you can't really put it past him. That is 6 more.
And if they keep bowling full tosses at him, then there's no.
What's
basically
they're basically doing a Ravi Shastri, taking a pitch out of the equation.
exactly. They're taking the pitch out of the equation, bowling pulleys.
What is the fastest 50 record for India?
Yuvraj, 12 ball.
Okay, so this could be second fastest.
You're not allowed to forget that.
Yeah, that's
yeah, I'm sorry.
cricketing folklore. That's cricketing folklore.
Yeah.
No,
So
but
this
yeah,
could
I mean, Sky, I won't be surprised with the end of his international career, he'll have maybe 6 or 7 50s, which are less than 20 balls. And that's also a less number.
And a fastest 100 record for India, maybe.
Maybe if he walks in early and gets enough time.
What is the fastest 100 record, by the way? Anirudh K, if you're listening to us.
I think Rohit Sharma.
Rohit Sharma. Must have been, out of
I
how
think
many?
it's actually Suresh Raina or KL.
He has 5 T20 hundreds, Rohit, or 4?
4.
Rohit has 4.
Yeah.
Rohit has 4, but KL has 4.
Doesn't Rohit have the fastest T20 100 for him?
Yeah, I mean, highly likely.
Maybe. Yeah,
but I think it's 50 plus balls or...
No. I think it's 40 something.
Robin Uthappa going on to say anyone have issues with KL right now?
Obviously, no one will right now.
And plus, Robin and KL are good friends.
And that's fine. I mean,
this is such a common thing. When the other day Pakistan chased 200 without loss, Pakistani cricketers started tweeting sarcastic tweets like this.
Anyone has a problem with Babar?
That's normal. Yeah. I think the wheels have fallen off well and truly for South Africa here because they don't know where to bowl to Sky, and he's just taking the piss right now. He got a lot of runs against Rabada. He's doing the same against Ngidi and Suryakumar Yadav right now. Look at the stats below and this illustrious list of players that he joins. Wait for it.
I think
because
fastest to 1,000 runs by balls in T20Is.
In T20Is.
So Suryakumar Yadav, 573 balls, guys.
That's basically like he's 1,000 or 573 balls.
He's fastest to 1,000 T20I runs ever.
Again, blazed
taking past Glenn Maxwell, who did in 604 balls. So
wow,
good going, Sky.
He's unarguably the best T20 batter right now.
True, and I think India missed out on bleeding in one more Sky. If they would have probably given Rahul Tripathi a longer run, India would have had literally 2 Skies in the team right now.
Longer run? Has he even made
a run, not even a longer run. Yeah.
But I think in 2024 World Cup, I see him there. I think वो World Cup में जो हमारा 11 होगा ना, that will be like even more exciting to watch.
Oh, that's a shot from Virat, but he'll just get he'll come back for 2. Come back for 2.
Oh, he comes
They
back.
need to put Sky on strike.
Last ball to double banta hai.
171 for 216 gone, by the way. And just to confirm, I think it's full time and it's 6-3 final score.
Not bad.
It's like a Djokovic.
Goal difference.
Djokovic versus Monfils said 6-3, 6-3, 6-3. But yeah, I don't know if the F1s happened, but give us updates, Anirudh Suresh. Anirudh Kasar good.
I think.
Go on.
Yeah, I think Anirudh K. I mean, if he is listening to us, he would come back with the fastest 100 as well.
Yeah, if you're listening, Statsman Anirudh, who would like to see at some point in time tonight. So if you're done scouting in all your stats, let us know. And yeah, India 4 overs from potentially getting 250. Who knows with Sky out there? 171 for 2.
4 overs for 80.
Let's all get carried away right now. But look, India have scored 240 in the past. I think they have. What's the highest T20 international total?
I think it's around 260
or something. I think it was against West Indies and we lost that game.
Oh yeah, and Lauderhill?
Yeah.
I think KL got 100 in that. Wow, absolutely ridiculous.
So now Anirudh K has to give us two stats: fastest 100 for India and India's highest T20I
Yeah,
score.
Anirudh Suresh, please come in here and give us some numbers to savor
How
because I
much
know
did
there's
we?
more numbers.
How much did we
Sorry.
get last year against Scotland? Was it the highest, or I
Um,
something rings the bell. We did score a lot of runs then.
Shweta, can you tell us in the comments below if Anirudh's are watching? Because I'm really curious to see if
Scotland, I think we
any records can be broken
bowled
tonight.
first and bowled them out for
Okay.
85.
Meanwhile, Suryakumar Yadav is currently on 48 and he's one shot away from a 50. He might just bring it up in style here. Wayne Parnell's coming into bowl this one to finish
See, I
off
told
his
you,
bit of
Rohit has the fastest in against Sri Lanka in 35 balls.
35
35
balls,
balls,
which
oh.
is ridiculous. Oh, is that a no ball? But it doesn't matter
Because
it's
six.
another 6 and another 50 for India's, and the world's best T20 batsman right now. Suryakumar Yadav, take a bow, son, because yet again, you've just lit up our world with some of the breathtaking strokes on another Sunday, a Super
And
Sunday,
I think
another Watchalong.
in that particular game itself, India went on to score 260.
Wow, that's ridiculous.
The same game against Sri Lanka.
So they've still not beaten RCB's record of 263 for 5. RCB's record will always stand tall in all our hearts, thanks to Chris Gale's 175. But yes, confirmation 6 more to Suryakumar Yadav's total. He moves on a 54 of 18 balls. He's striking at 300. That's ridiculous. That is honestly in a league of his own. And it just makes you think, oh, it's a no ball as well and a free hit. So India compiling the runs, piling on the misery. You can say what you want to. Rohit Sharma has the joint fastest T20 international 100. David Miller and Sudesh Vikramasekara have a 35 ball 100. So look, if Suryakumar can bat a majority of this 24 balls, you won't really put it past him.
Yep.
54. It's a free hit, by the way, and I'm guessing he's going downtown. Or he's not gone downtown, but he might be held out. Doesn't matter. Do they come back for 2? They'll settle for 1. But yeah, I think all our predictions are going to be blown out of the water, guys. 217 is the highest from Somesh, but this is honestly making a mockery of things out there. If you guys are watching us, subscribe to the youtube.com YouTube channel, I should say. youtube.com. What am I on?
United's loss has.
United's lost has taken toll of me, and I just literally need a small quick tea, which I will just run through and get through it the mid innings way, hopefully. But we're not going to move away from our screens right now because India are being dealt with full tosses after full tosses, and you will get punished and perished in any part of the world. 185 for 2. Kohli, welcome to the party.
Is it the dew? Like the ball is slipping out of the hand, or
Is it
what?
the snakes? Is it the snakes? Maybe they're just scared, like they've got some venom or something like that. I don't know.
Snakes are in the hole.
Yeah. I mean, any snake cricket references, let us know. I mean, the best puns will win in the comments below. And I'm sure there's some belters over there, for sure. Oh, that's nearly taken out one of the crowd members. Let's see if South Africa can actually pitch the ball. No, they can't pitch the ball. And it's nearly literally decapitated the umpire. It's gone for 4 more. 189 for 2 now. India are pressing the accelerator. And how? Avnish has been thrown into the mix over there. 250. Big and bold, always firing above and punching above his weight. That is basically 61 required more of potentially the next 21 balls. And look, with these guys bowling full tosses, with Sky going mad, and with boundaries kind of just coming in thick and fast, I think 250 is not a bad shout. But look, Virat dot ball. Should we just golf clap that one, Keshav?
Okay,
Because
now, if we had to predict, who would you send in next? DK or Pant?
DK.
Pant for sure, left and right.
अब क्या left and right? कुछ बचा थोड़ी left right के लिए.
No, of course it's DK. I think no matter what, I think even if we, for example, were hypothetically 161 for no loss after 15 overs and say Rohit or Rahul get out, DK is the man to be sent in because after the 15th over, it's just penciled in his contract. No matter what you'll be playing. Oh, he's taken the piss out of that. Virat Kohli enjoying his time, and that's a 50 partnership between the two. They're having fun out there. So,
But how many full tosses now? We actually
Right.
need a we need a count.
and this is not even a pitch map. We need a beehive. Basically, we need a beehive. Fastest half century for Indian T20 internationals. Yuvraj, like I said, 12 ball against England way back in 2007. Rahul against Scotland last year, 18 balls, and Suryakumar Yadav. I'm really surprised that there's not been someone to get either a 50 between 12 and 18, but surely Surya will break that record in the time to come. Guwahati are getting their value for money, I can tell you that, because they've seen snakes in the pitch, they've seen snacks in the crowd, sixes galore on a Super Sunday. What more can you ask for? Kohli keeping the strike, is he? He is. 194 for 2 after 17.
He scored 11 of the last 3 balls, I'm assuming. So why wouldn't he keep the strike?
Kohli in the death.
Kohli at the death.
250 is Basra.
No, more than that.
480.
6, 4, 15 of the last 5.
Yes, my mom's texted me. Thank you. Don't look so tense because United have lost. You're still justifying yourself on screen for the watch along. Thank you. Yet to eat what you've sent me, but we'll get that in a bit. By the way, what did you guys think of the India ODI squad? Let us know in the comments below because a lot of new faces. We discussed it at the top of the show. So in case you feel free to rewind the watch along during the mid innings break, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we can just still have some fun in games. I think we'll have Anirudh Kasagod for all the stats lowdown, given the shenanigans, I should say, by South Africa out there. 3 more overs left. Surely it is Rabada and Ngidi knock it a finish. Here is Ngidi, and Kohli wanted to hit that into next week. Wow.
Into China, maybe.
Into China, really. So, yeah, I mean, we'll potentially just take a small little breather and come back during the mid-innings break because look, we're hamstrung today, the CDC. Everyone's enjoying a holiday. They're all secretly watching this. Saying,
Everyone is resting before the World Cup.
But yeah, they're recharging their batteries. They are recharging their batteries.
We are worn down.
Speak of a man who just recharged his batteries. He's back with us. Gurkirat, of course.
Kya kiya break mein, Paji?
Coming on big.
Idea
oh, that's another full toss. Surely is that a no ball? It's 4. It doesn't matter because Virat Kohli, well, talk about extended net sessions. He's enjoying himself out there. Is it a free hit? No, it isn't.
Kya bolte hain isko?
I think it was dipping.
Thode knocks kara do.
Dipping. All you 18, 20, 30 people watching across Twitter, YouTube, subscribe, spread the word. We'll have some fun in games. We'll also be picking our best India 11 at the mid-innings break with Gurkirat and whoever can be part of
post-mid-innings break,
or post-mid-innings break because we
mid-innings mein
like we said, we're just short today, but nevertheless high in energy and high in predictions. 198 for 2. Oh, another full toss. What is with the ball? Is there a due factor going on here? Like Keshav said, Kohli will definitely want to keep the strike for
and maybe is due the reason why they did not play an extra spinner.
Is due? Oh yeah, maybe.
Because you can see, I mean, look at umpire's hat. Everything is gleaming.
Yeah, look at Bavuma's beard. I think the dew settled well on that as well. This was definitely not dipping. Pratik Kandari saying Kohli's proving Gurkirat Paji point right about sending Kohli as finisher. Bye, Paji, bye. Paji, bye.
So basically the point is he needs at least 10 balls before the death overs begin. So maybe that is the lesson here.
Wide ball. So it's honestly school bowling happening here. Wides, no
wide
balls,
or full toss. Wide or full toss.
It's ridiculous.
Do ho gaye.
And sometimes
this could actually be the fastest 100 partnership record for India as well.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I was actually gonna ask my stats man that. Maybe he'll have it with us shortly.
Charles Lenjewell will be disappointed.
But it's a good shot from Keshav that maybe Surya and Kohli, the way that they've been going, the numbers will certainly suggest that. 95 of just 38. Normally don't see that. Humidity is high, so obviously engaging by that. Science will tell you that the dew is around.
Sweaty palms
and all of that. Another wide, but Kohli's gone for it and he gets a single. Violence, question mark, on Gandhi Jayanti against South Africa. Wasim Jafar, honestly, is one of those men on Twitter who tries really hard at times. More often than not, it is shocking, but sometimes he gets it.
It's good.
It's good. We've actually had Wasim with us at CDC. So no daggers
And
thrown.
also
Allegedly.
this series is I think India South Africa's Freedom Trophy, right? Or
Yeah,
something like
that's
that.
a test series, I guess. Only
Yeah,
yeah.
That is true.
the Gandhi Mandela Trophy.
Hmm.
Yep. Oh, Cheeky from Sky is not going to get runs for that. Dude, so basically, all our predictions are actually ridiculous. We predicted this at the time when I think the score was about 109 for 2 after 10.4. So the score was 109 for 2 after 10.4, and then we had our predictions let rip. And obviously, all of us right now, barring me, of course,
But
still hitting home.
didn't you also say 225 first, and then you
I
changed it?
said 213 first for
Okay.
4, but then I think the guys who designed this
भाई ने
really like me,
भाई ने
so
प्रोड्यूसर को खरीद रखा है.
we bought them out. We bought them out indeed. It's just a little bit of money, all that it takes. 40 ball partnership, 96. Will we see the 100 partnership being brought up with a boundary? Dot balls
I
have been a
think
rare in the last
I
5
think
years.
do you think these two get a kick out of batting with each other? Like, I just feel the camaraderie has gone to some other level now between
And
these two.
who would have thought after that
Yeah,
2020 showdown in that,
yeah.
IPL, be like, what's the scene? What's the scene, boys?
Har
And
Saib
yeah,
has actually shared a Har Saib in the comments has actually shared a very good stat. If
okay.
our producer could actually display it, he says for a minimum of 5 innings, Sky and Virat have the highest average at 75, with the next for Nisham and Seaford at 58.
Hmm.
Yeah, but
I,
again,
I
let's
would
just take
I
a
would
sample size of 7 or 8 innings together.
I would like to
Oh,
see the
he's
strike rate.
away. Bro,
I would
it's
like
like
to
the
see the
thing.
strike rate of on this stat as well. It might be higher than Nisham and Seaford.
And is it also the most tattoos in a partnership?
Maybe. That's a good shout. KL and Kohli comes
Maybe
close.
when Stokes plays with Hales, if he does,
Yeah.
if he bats with Hales.
That or even Gale and Kohli were a tattoo partnership. 11,000 T20 runs for Virat Kohli becomes the first Indian to do so. The BCCI putting out a tweet. And there'll be more Kohli Kingdom on Twitter as well, I guess. But lots of the stats and analysis you guys can check out on the live blog as well. So visit our website. You can scan the QR code as you can see there. It'll take you straight to www.cricket.com. How cool is that, by the way, for a domain site? So tell your friends that is a one-stop destination to be at. And all you people watching, subscribe and press the bell icon because we have some mad content coming up. We have the Dan Weston show coming up tomorrow. I think the boys are going to be talking about who?
Australia and other things, yeah.
Australia's road to the World Cup under the Dan Weston lens. Tuesday, 8 p.m. But we'll put out a teaser as well, hopefully, so you guys can get a glimpse of what's to come. What's to come in the next 2 overs, gentlemen? Keshav and Gurkira, talk to me. 102 of 42, that's literally 7 overs. They've had fun out there. Gurkirat, I know you were being speculative saying, oh, it's a 144 power pitch thanks to the CDC stats. Forget the stats, bro. Stats are for brats. Come on. Tell me what your heart thinks. Another 40 runs?
40 would be too much. I'd probably say
Oh my God.
230.
That's a great watch pitch. Oh, it's a run out. And who's run out?
Sky's run up.
Oh, Surya's taking it. Som's not happy. Som's not happy. Surya,
So it happens.
he's parking his ego. That's what has happened.
So I mean,
Wow.
hmm.
Thoughts, gentlemen? There's a silence.
Yeah, but before he did that, he hit that six, and that was his 50th six. He's the first player ever to hit 56s in a calendar year.
Oh my God.
I think
So-
now we can
no,
reduce.
Surya wanted it straight away.
Now we can reduce the predictions.
Maybe you never know with DK. But this was a run, wasn't
No, I don't think it was 100.
It wasn't a run.
Oh, look at the dark comments by Hardik Vora. He's a dark man cracking some dark jokes in office normally. The stage is set for Sky to fail
But,
in the World Cup. Millions
do you
of
think-
hearts.
Do you
How
guys
dare
think Kohli could have sacrificed his wicket here?
Yes and no. I would say no purely because I'm the Kohli fan. Yes, because obviously Sky was just going mad. But to be honest, I mean, it just happened so quickly. I don't think Kohli really wanted to run. And it's not like the last over. So I think he was still backing himself to like maybe potentially give Sky strike the next ball. But look, we can see Kohli just unleash the shackles right now.
Yeah, but this again, I think you can make arguments on both sides. Kohli could have sacrificed his wicket,
100%.
but maybe even for Sky, just a one run, not such a big deal because even Kohli could have been run out if he would have gone for that run. So, like Gurkeerat keeps talking about, and we've discussed in the past as well. I mean, one run is not that big of a deal to sacrifice your wicket.
But it was a blinding effort from Bavuma because talk about one pitch, one hand catches.
11 balls to go, Sky's presence could have made a big difference.
Could have, but India already have batted South Africa out of the game, I feel.
No,
even though I know that people like Tristan Stubbs and David Miller, who's been sensational,
I mean, I
still
think
feel
this is the mindset that needs to change overall. I mean, teams should kill the game. 40 more runs from here will actually kill the game.
So what psychologically is denting South Africa right now? 230 and they're out of it? Or do you still think, okay, fine,
I mean, no team is ever out of it, but 225 say better is 240.
240.
I mean, just go back to Edgbaston, right? I mean, we talk about bowlers, enough runs and all, and if India would have batted slightly sensibly, they could have actually given the target of 430.
Yeah.
Even, it depends a lot on par score as well. For example, if 220 is the par score on this pitch, then of course 240 would kill the game there.
I said that it looked like a 200 power wicket, but obviously history suggests otherwise. Virat will eke a 4 out here to take the total 215. So look, India is, I think, safe to say, going to get anything in excess of 230 unless there's a magical last over from Rabada, I think it'll be, to finish for South Africa. But it's a mighty positive, guys. Batting first, batting big. We needed to tick this one off the box as well. And it's good to see now.
I just have a stat to share. Suryakumar Yadav hit 10 boundaries today, and that is the second most he's ever hit in an innings. First being when he hit 20 boundaries when he scored that 100 against England. And his strike rate of 277 today is his highest in any innings where he scored more than 10 runs. So it's almost like whenever Suryakumar Yadav goes out to bat, he is making some kind of a record.
And he received 99 full tosses today, which is also the most he has ever received in an innings.
You think like how we are worried about Bhuvi, would South Africa be worried about Nokia?
Oh, good shout. I mean, you look at who they have in their disposal.
If they give as many fucks as we do, maybe.
But they still are spoiled for choice in the pace bowler department, right? Ngidi, Rabada, then they have Jansen who brings in that.
But they don't really have a like-for-like replacement for him because he's the premium 150 plus consistent bowler, right? So they don't have a proper replacement for him. He's an X.
I think in world cricket, who is a like-for-like replacement for Nokia? Maybe Wood?
Wood, Ferguson. Yeah. Then...
Yeah, but again, in overall scheme of things, Wood is still Ferguson is still a T20 bowler, whereas Nokia and Wood are more
Adam Milne probably.
Haris Rao.
Yeah, but again, Adam Milne,
Haris Rao
still has
Haris Rao.
Yeah, but these players have to prove in other formats. What I meant was Nokia and Wood have done it across formats.
Shamira's not a test.
No, but he's not 150 plus.
Yeah.
So it is Rabada to finish out. Oh, it's a dot ball to start proceedings.
But DK ने ना Mumbai Indians वाला helmet निकालना मैं पक्का बता रहा हूँ.
But he always uses this helmet. He just changes the color since the good old KKR days. What helmet is this? I mean, do you call it the keeper specialist helmet? I don't see anyone else in world cricket use this.
Baseball has it?
Yeah.
And I think psychologically...
Swallowed away. Is it for 4? It is for 4. So India inch past 220. Make predictions for who will win. Absolutely thinking India here.
And psychologically, I think good on India that South Africa and Pakistan are the two most difficult opponents in the World Cup group, right? And we have played a couple of games against each now in just before World Cup. So that'll come handy in the World Cup.
Who do you think is the key for South Africa if they want to
Oh, he missed out there,
go
Dinesh
close to
Karthik.
India in this game? Name one player. Don't name more
Sorry,
than
say
one.
that again.
The most important batter for South Africa tonight
Tristan
to
Stubbs.
chase this down.
Tristan Stubbs. Once he
Riley
comes
Russo.
out,
Riley Russo.
anyone saying Bavuma?
Oh, but shout out to Bavuma for that run out. Yeah, that was really good fielding.
Yeah, 100%. Look, he's always been a live wire in the field. Like Bavuma, I think got burst onto the scene, so to speak, with that run out of Warner in one of the tests down
Yeah,
under, and then it was just thing.
And
So
how
Mesh Keshav, Gurkirat make predictions for who will win. I'm obviously saying India.
I think India will win.
Okay,
I,
not
But
so
India will
much
win,
conviction there.
and
But I think
if India win today, it will be the first time that South Africa would have lost
a series.
T20I series in India.
Yeah.
But
Right, so 230 comes up, guys. 230 it is. Insane. Well done.
and DK again with his sixes from the get go.
It's remarkable how India have got 230 and Rohit still played like a not so good innings.
So I think all four of us agree that India is going to win this.
Yeah, so all of us here,
But then,
full house.
I mean, that's not a prediction really. Let's pick up South African batter. Let's go again.
Yeah.
You're saying Stubbs?
Yeah, Stubbs.
Keshav
He said
said Russo. I think Miller. Miller.
Let's also pick India's bowler. Like who will be the key one bowler each.
It has to be up there again.
Ashwin and Arshdeep will be the key.
Okay,
I,
nice.
I suppose Miller will do well, and yeah, if South Africa have to chase this down, they probably need Quinton de Kock to give them probably
Start.
a 70-run part.
Sure, DK, 6 more. India might get to 240 here. India actually might get to 240 here. What do you mean, no?
No, I'm just amazed with what DK keeps doing day in day out. But
Bro, it's RCB's Pala Posa, bhai, sabko.
Avnish
All
might
down to
be
him, not down to
the
us.
Kohli fan, and Avnish is like Kohli ka 50 reh jayega.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but that's fine. It'll improve his average, honestly. A not out always improves the average.
So DK is basically has made up for Sky's wicket.
DK still getting 16 off this over 17 with that wide as well. Can he hand it on a high nearly?
It
They
was
run
in
through.
the slot.
Is it a wide ball?
It was in the slot.
India anyway end on a superb 237 for 3, which means South Africa will have to make history tonight. As simple as that. Let us know in the comments if they can pull off a 438, if not a 238. If you know, you know. Which is, of course, South Africa doing what they did to Australia all those years ago. But, guys, we will catch you after 10 minutes on the same stream. So do join us then. We're just going to slip up for a breather. Unfortunately, we want someone to keep you on air. Hopefully, you can get Anirudh Kasarogod, so me and Sovish can take a break. Gurkirat can be on air, and you guys can have a little chat. Give us 10 minutes and we'll be back.
Or maybe all of us can take a break if our producers have something to
play out.
Everyone interested.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. So let us know if we can get the stats man on, and if not, then we'll just take a break. We can leave it as it is, and then we can join in once the first ball of the second innings resumes, gentlemen. Keshav, nice picking your mind. We'll see you shortly. Likewise with Gurkirat. And boys and girls in the comments and wherever you're watching, give us the nice nature of you guys to be nice and say, you know what, take 15 minutes off and come back rejuvenized, and we will be back with much more stats and whatnot. Outies.
जाओ जाके रोटी खा लो।
Yes.
Hello, guys.
All right, guys. So we're back after the innings break, and we have Anirudh Kasargod with us with a few interesting stats. So Anirudh, shoot away. भाई बहुत. I'm
बहुत
assuming
ही है,
बहुत
like,
सारे records टूटे होंगे आज तो
a
बताएं
lot
जरा कुछ.
actually. So, as told, like Surya hit his 50th six, which
Hmm.
is by which he became the first batsman to hit 56s in the calendar year, and then
And that is just T20Is.
that is only T20Is, and the run rate between in the partnership of Kohli and Surya was 15.3, which is the highest in a 100-run partnership for India. And Suryakumar's innings of at a strike rate of 277 is the second fastest 50 plus innings for an Indian in T20Is. And this is the 237 for 3 total against South Africa is the highest by a team. And Indian batters have hit 25 fours in this innings, which is the most for them in a T20I innings. So, like, there are
बाप रे
much
बाप.
more.
So records galore.
Yeah, records galore, actually. I I mean, like, this was after a long time you've seen all Indian batters getting into that groove. Like, okay, fine, this is what India was
Yeah.
expected of. Like
Yeah.
the Rohit Dravid approach, which is very much the talk of the town now.
Yeah, so Gurkiat, I mean, I just want to have two points for discussion. One is like how we discussed after. Oh, good nut. Good nut.
A good nut. That was a good nut.
Ah. So this actually reminds me of a quote which is attributed to Richie Beno. That the player's wife might be hoping that the pain subsides, but the swelling does not.
No, but it hit him on the
In the
stomach.
abdomen, yeah. So that doesn't really apply. But I mean, not often we'll get a chance to replug that legendary quote. But yeah, coming back to the 2 points. One is, I mean, this is the approach that India need to take, right, in absence of Bumrah. Because they have to score those 20 odd runs as a cushion.
Without a doubt.
Okay, second, should India now play Suryakumar Yadav straight in the first game against Pakistan? Because you don't want him to risk running out of fuel then.
Yeah, I mean, they could. So they played Pant because
Yeah.
Hooda's also not there, and Pant
Yeah.
hasn't got any batting time. He didn't get
Yeah,
any
this is
batting
the
time.
third game. This is the third game in a row when he's been in the 11 and has not got a chance to bat. That
Yeah.
8-over game against Australia and 2 now.
Yeah. So they might as well, give him a chance and see if I'm not saying that if he does well, you change your 11, but just
Yeah.
give him some kind of confidence
Yeah.
and see how he can do. Or maybe try out Akshar with the bat because Akshar
Exactly.
has only
Yeah.
has only batted once in the
Yeah.
in the 5 games that have happened.
Yeah.
So
India might
one of
need
those
him.
two things.
India might need him in the World Cup as well as a batter.
Yeah.
So maybe definitely India should rest Sky in the next game, and then maybe in the warm-ups, of course, because he's not played in Australian conditions a lot. So there's a potential to at least give him a decent knock in the warm-up games.
But again, this also starts up that conversation of having, like, okay, are you providing enough rest for the bowlers is always talked about for their rest before a big tournament, like playing them too many matches. But does this apply for batters as well? That is one of the things which, like, can give you, like, why is it necessary? Like, the more they face, it is better for them. That is what they say. But, like, do you say that?
Yeah, maybe potentially just the next, and that's what I said. Maybe next game they can rest him out because it's just game after one day. And any outing now before the World Cup series already locked in, assuming India win this, is basically exposing your player to an injury. You never know.
Exactly. That is there.
Yep. So Vasant Narayan goes on to say, Dhoni said that when Chahar, he can even swing the ball in Chennai, he can do it anywhere. See his release point, he's getting late swing in a pitch which hardly swung. Yeah, that's true. That's Chahar's strength. And
Gone. And that's it.
first blood, 7-ball duck for Bavuma.
Yeah.
Hey, that is what, like, see, like Bauma's South Africa appointing Bauma's captaincy is still bizarre for me. Like, it's just one season of Ram Slam or whichever, where he scored runs as an opener, and then all of a sudden you give him a chance, okay, and then you give him the responsibility of captaincy as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost like you give India. Chateshwar Pujara scores some 400 runs at a strike rate of 115 as Syed Mushtaq Ali, and then he goes on to play India, and you give captaincy for him.
Yeah, that's there. I mean, I think he was captain the last T20 World Cup as well.
Yes,
I think
he was
South Africa did well, and they don't want to stir the pot so close
So
to the big
here's
cup.
what I
but
think with regards to Bavuma. Bavuma is actually a very good. It's actually a very good captain. Like tactically, if you see how he managed his resources last year in the World Cup,
Yeah.
he actually managed it quite well. But does he make the side purely on merit? That is something which,
yeah,
which
that
is
is what, like, see, the thing over here is you already have Janeman Malan, really reserve, who can open. You have Aiden Markram who can open. You have Riza Hendricks sitting over there. Just for the captaincy, are you gonna compromise on that opening slot? That is the big
yeah.
question, right? Like, if
No,
he's
I
not
I
able to score at a strike rate of 130 at least, like, that is gonna be a problem, irrespective of how good a captain he is.
True, I agree. But I wouldn't really shift Markram to open. I am more than okay with Markram batting at four and doing that role against spin because he's actually developed his game. But someone like Hendricks actually did well against England
Yeah,
in that 3-match series, if I'm not wrong, or was it a five match series? Or
three
was it
match
a,
series against England.
yeah, I think he scored 250s.
Yeah, he scored 250.
That was in England.
In England.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So that is what, like, I'm not saying Markram should open, but he's a potential opener. It's not that, okay, fine. He has been settled as a number 4 batter, but being a potential opener, apart from him, you have around 3-4 options. Gone. Another
and
one.
I
Oh.
think that might be another wicket.
Oh.
Oh my god. Back to back ducks.
Too casual at the end.
Back to back ducks.
This is so good for Arshdeep. I mean, it feels very in this day and age. I mean, a player just losing out on just out of a few games is a reality we've seen. I mean, something similar happened to Avesh Khan, but Arshdeep actually performing and getting wickets is a good thing because it's high time India needed a left arm pacer in the mix.
More than left arm pacer, I guess they needed a bowler who can give you breakthroughs in both point of the main stages, like that is opening as well as the death overs.
Yeah, I mean, but see, you had Bumrah for it. The only thing that India did not have with Bumrah was a left arm pacer.
Yeah.
So now again, Bumrah and Arshdeep bowling together will remain a fantasy for a while longer.
A while longer, yeah. While longer. So,
Okay,
like,
so
if they, yeah, go ahead.
I want an opinion of both of you from both of you. What do you make of someone like I know there is Mohsin Khan and I know there is Yash Dayal, but both of these bowlers have been are pretty new and pretty raw. What do you make of someone like Khalil Ahmed being a part of India of the scheme of things for India? Because I felt this year for Delhi he did well both in the power play as well as the death. He was bowling some very good Yorkers. You want to know what's the opinion of both of you on that front?
So I remember Khalil Ahmed playing for India in 2019, and that was against South
2018.
Africa and 2019 as well. I think he played against Bangladesh when Mushfiqur Rahim belted him out of the park, and that was the time. Then I sort of made an opinion of him that he's still not ready because if you're getting belted by Mushfiqur Rahim in T20Is, then there is something not quite there in your bowling. But yeah, again, last year, I mean, he actually bowled well, and he pipped Chetan Sakaria because Sakaria was not getting a game because Khalil Ahmed was so
Khalil
good.
Ahmed was good.
So that's the thing. Maybe India call up, but then again, what is the point of difference that he brings in is the question.
No,
Apart from being a
my
left arm pacer, of course.
no, he can probably be a backup to Arshdeep, and I don't see any harm in playing two left arm paces as well. Like he
That's
also
that's that, that's true. But then
That's
again,
true, but like
if at all someone needs to be bled in, then why not Mohsin Khan, who has the
no.
pace, height, bounce, all those things.
So here's what I've seen with Indian selectors is that they are okay with giving someone chances. Say like if you see the case of Umran and Kuldeep Sen, they are
Yeah,
okay in giving them chances on the India A circuit or playing them in rest of India squads to, and they want them to play those games till the time they develop some semblance of control. With Khalil, I think now being far more experienced than what he was in, say, 2018, 2019, I feel now he can be a better or a more finished product.
yeah.
Also, I feel on the pace front, he was bowling 135 plus and even probably was touching sometimes 141, 142 this IPL. So his pace will also add another dimension because Bhuvi's pace we know is an issue. Deepak Chahar
Yeah.
also we know struggles to bowl more than 135. So maybe he's one prospect that I think India can look at.
Yeah, but again, I think what applies to Mohsin should apply to him as well. That maybe one more season.
one more season, yeah, exactly. That is what, like, one season, you they do not look into it. That is one of the thing. Like, Umran Malik just came after a single season just because of his pace.
Yeah,
Apart from that, there was nothing in Umran Malik to say, okay, fine, he's a India prospect. Because he could bowl 150, 155 at 150 at
yeah,
consistent
but
basis.
that itself is
Yeah,
basically something
that
different.
is what, something different. That is why they tried Umran
Yeah,
Malik. So the thing now, what happens is, like, they will start to groom him, not only to be a raw pace bowler, but also a bowler who can control his line and length and what he can do at the end overs or death overs. So, like, coming to the point of Khalil, the thing over here is, like, when you have Arshdeep, like Arshdeep, Harshal, and then again Bumrah, if you have, even if you are playing all three together, then you already have three bowlers who are there for the death overs. So, and then Khalil will be just the top order bowler, like only the 1 to 6, which is already taken over by Chahar or Bhuvi. So, like, where would you fit him? That is
basically
one
the
of the things.
question arises of his ability to be an all phase bowler.
All face bowlers.
Hmm.
So that is one of the thing. And even Harshal Patel is not a bowler who comes on in the first 6 overs at all. Like, when you have Hardik, Deepak Chahar, and Arshdeep. So these three bowl one, maybe like Arshdeep bowls 2 overs, and then Hardik bowls one, and Bhuvi bowls three. Then your six is already done, and then Harshal comes in the 10th or ninth over. So he bowls that 2 overs, and then the spinners in between. There is a very small window to fit in Khalil Ahmed as well. That is one of the things which is can be taken.
I'll just ask a broader question mainly. Gurkar, do you have any examples of a player who was basically who was mainly played for his side before he was ready, then dropped off, and then made a comeback and uh, proved a good selection? I mean, let's not talk about DK here because DK has
Yeah.
been on and off for ever.
Thinking
Because
of a few
because
names.
a name that, see, I was thinking of a few names like Jaidev Unadkat. He played that test in
Yeah,
2000.
he was too raw in 2009
Yeah,
when he played that test.
and then since then, I don't think he's definitely not played a test, but I don't recall other formats as well.
No,
Yeah.
he played T20Is. He played
Okay,
T20Is for
after
it.
that season with Pune, I guess he got a chance in the India team.
Yeah, yeah. If I'm not wrong, I think he was in he played a few games in that Nedahas Trophy in 2018.
Nidahas Trophy, yeah.
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 So
But
there
apart
they
from that, I
have.
mean, yeah, there is no real name that props up in my mind of someone being selected when he was not ready, then given a chance to hone his skills and then made a comeback.
Like, yeah,
I think
I don't think any bowler is there. There are no
no.
bowlers of
I
that
think
kind.
Akshar in 2014, 2015 was picked when he was
Yeah,
slightly a little
yeah, I
rocked.
think that is a good example. I remember Gavaskar criticizing Aksar heavily that he mentioned in somewhere that he doesn't feel that he has enough skills to be an international bowler.
I also feel now this will probably be an unpopular opinion of sorts, but I think when India just got in Kuldeep Yadav a little early because especially for mystery bowlers you do have to enjoy that, take advantage of their honeymoon period of
Yeah,
sorts in white ball. But I think in tests, even though he had a little bit of success in that test match in Dharamshala, and then he picked up that fifer in Sydney, but I do think that they should have allowed Kuldeep Yadav to play probably one more season of Ranji, because if you look at his average of first class cricket, he's still averaging more than 30, and he played the game, the 4-day test matches against New Zealand A, and he was still struggling for control. His economy even in those games was more than 3.5. So I think somewhere India have probably rushed him as well a little, maybe.
But the thing over here is Kuldeep Yadav. They might have rushed, but even though he's not, even if you consider him as a mystery spinner because he's a Chinaman or a left arm wrist spinner, he doesn't have too many mystery kind of balls. Like it's all the conventional leg spinner googlies and the flippers and all those things. So you think that after some time, it's much easier for a batsman to crack at him. To get a crack
Yeah,
at him, it's very easy. So
I
he does.
don't think I don't think since that ODI series against England in 2018, or probably you could say, that series against New Zealand at home, where Tom Latham just swept both Chahal and Kuldeep. I don't think Kuldeep has been able to, be the same bowler, or has
yeah.
sort of recovered his mojo,
I remember.
because
I remember that game. I was actually in the ground, at the
because
ground
his
that night. I mean, yeah,
because his pace has always been an issue. At that point
yeah.
of time, he was bowling probably late 70s and early 80s. Now he bowls, late 80s, and maybe sometimes crosses that 90 kilometer mark. And if he goes more over that, then he loses all control.
Yeah. I
So
think, but Kuldeep is not an accurate example of the type of player that we're talking about, right? Because when he was brought into the India team,
Yeah,
he was performing.
He was
He performed
performing.
at every level. When once his form has dipped, it has dipped across all formats
in
and
every
everything.
league, everywhere almost.
He was hard done by to be picked on that green top and Lords. So, or maybe he was.
that was a very stupid call. Like,
Yeah,
he-
and he was part of that Chennai test when he did not get to bowl at all.
What happened?
yeah,
Yep.
no, he bowled. I think he got
Yeah,
one.
by at all mean I mean when Ashwin bowled 20 overs, he bowled 5 overs or something like that. So Anirudh, maybe you can dig the numbers of what India did with all the full tosses in the first innings. How many full tosses were bowled to them? And meanwhile, Avnish, please join us back.
Please
Waiting
join
in
us
the
back. Come on.
wings. Make some space.
Oh.
Who wants it?
And
Who
this
wants
starts up
it?
the conversation of
Right then.
Somesh on Dinesh Karthik's wicket keeping skills.
What has happened?
I don't know. Like they're waiting for something.
Is the light gone off or something?
We've seen.
Or has the snake come back?
Oh
through
no!
that
One
hole?
of the floodlight towers
The
has gone off.
snake has come back indeed.
Hmm.
By the way, I was just stuffing myself with some biryani, so apologies whoever missed me. All our 10, 11 lads. So hence just gone off. Gurkirat, what's for dinner today? Something peculiar like palau and noodles like last time around?
Speaking
Pulao
of
and
dinner,
noodles together.
I'll tell you about a duck.
Oh, one sec. Speaking of dinners, here's some
I'll tell you
ducks.
about a duck. So that Temba Bauma's duck is the longest for a South African batsman. 7 balls.
In a T20. Wow, that's a stat. To rub the salt into the South African viewers that we have right now. But yeah, I mean, we throw out these gems even in the live blog. So check out the guy who's writing the live blog right now. What's for dinner, Gurkirat, in the Gurkirat household?
I don't know. I haven't been able to go and have it, so I'll probably have to go and check what's there. But yeah,
What
so
What are you thinking right now? I mean, are you a chole kulche kind of guy in the night, or that's all daytime eatings?
Butter
no,
chicken.
no, it's mostly in the day. But yeah, even if there is nothing non-veg, I'll probably have some frozen stuff in the fridge that I'll make and then eat, because yeah, it's a Sunday night. I had a decent workout today, so I'll treat myself with some
Yeah, all
non-veg for sure.
proteins and like healthy carbs. I'm guessing. Speaking of healthy, our man healthy as well.
Yeah.
We've not had the coffees tonight, but I think we need to step in for a coffee break by the looks of it, because I think India are taking a breather of some reason. Have they specified floodlights?
Floodlights.
Yeah, floodlights. So, Somesh, for the point you asked on full tosses, no? So South African bowlers bowled 19 full tosses today.
19 full tosses, guys.
That's
19
three
full
overs.
tosses and
That's 3 overs
at
fully.
3 overs.
268 strike rate.
So
I mean,
that's almost
51 runs. That is almost like
16%.
16%.
but to be fair, I think India might have even got
And
like
what was the strike rate?
300, 268. That's what I'm saying. So,
268 was it
the full
seemed
tosses.
a lot more
Yeah.
watching live. It seemed definitely above 400. Almost every full toss was started for a 4 or a 6.
I think Surya's strike rate of full tosses tonight.
Yeah,
is
can you
like
look at my
500.
batters? Maybe Sky.
Sky is probably
Yeah,
like
I'll see.
500 or something like that. It's ridiculous.
But that's ridiculous. 19 full tosses in a T20 game
Yeah.
is shambles.
But yet again, Deepak Chahar doing what Deepak Chahar does, bowl well, not getting the wicket. But sorry, did he get the wicket? Arshdeep got the wicket, right?
Arshdeep got
Arshdeep
both.
has
Arshdeep
gone
got
both the
both.
wickets.
Yeah, so Deepak Chahar is just getting the maiden over in to do himself a world of good. Who, by the way, was part of the ODI squad earlier as well. We've, I think, put out an article on our website in terms of all the names. And we will, of course, probably put out an analysis piece as well sometime in the week. Who will start, who won't in that ODI series. Let us know if you think certain players should start, like Rahul Tripathi. Oh my God, what does he need to do to get an India cap? Maybe Sanju Samson, of course. Many people love him, and we do as well. There you have it. Second T20 International in Guwahati stopped due to floodlight failure. We're seeing some peculiar things happen here. Like Anirudh pointed out, 19 full tosses. And look at that. I mean, Sunil Gavaskar doing a hand-to-hand with fans through a glass.
So who is?
Never thought I'd be saying this at the Watchalong.
This reminds me of being in a zoo, but I'm just thinking of who's the animal.
Who's the animal?
Sunny G, we love him. Love him to bits, Sunny G. No offense whatsoever. But yeah,
Meanwhile, England are 152 for 3 in the 16th over.
16th over.
let's do a watch along for that, by the way. Let's change the channel,
Yeah.
cross, probably do a England Pakistan watch along, because no one, to be honest, wants to listen
I
to
mean,
Gavaskar
I
more.
really want to see a 200 plus target and then how Pakistan go about it.
Yeah.
That's where you're joining us on CDC for an England versus Pakistan watch along. Welcome along to wherever you guys are. 153 for 3, like Somi said, 15.4. Yeah, even I would
And
love a 200 plus.
Harry Brook is playing.
And all of
To
our
those who
favorite
are
batters.
watching-
Oh, nearly. Haris
To those who
Rahul.
are watching, I just want to tell them that we have recently done a feature video on Harry Brook.
Yeah,
It's something
and a piece,
Yeah.
and a written piece as well.
And his wagon wheel, if you look at his wagon wheel, it will be very similar to
Surya.
Suryakumar Yadav and AB de Villiers. So
Yeah, so one of the gems that we're watching in T20 cricket right now, I think inevitably over time he will go down and become a 3 format player for England. I don't know how.
he's already debuted in tests.
Yeah. Didn't go so well to his liking, but
But it was a 2-day test anyway.
he hasn't
so-
played an ODI yet,
Yeah.
right? I don't think so.
No, he hasn't played.
Was he part of that?
Yes, that's after that after England South Africa, they're playing directly this T20I, right?
No, but didn't
Yeah.
they
After that South Africa
tour
test.
Netherlands? He wasn't part
No,
of
no,
Netherlands,
he
so-
wasn't.
Right. So yeah, it's 3-3 in this, by the way. The longest ever bilateral T20 international series. This one, 7 matches. It's going down to the wire. Last time out, remember we saw Phil Salt and his pyrotechnics. I don't know if it's going to be another Baba Rizwan night, but the looks of things, the way it's set up, in the dreams of Ramiz Raja and the PCB, that's the ideal case, right?
Yeah.
Rizwan and Babar.
Rizwan and Baba.
Maybe Rizwan and Babar giving them a platform and then someone else chipping in so that they can breathe a sigh of relief कि हाँ भाई और भी player हैं सिर्फ Babar Rizwan नहीं है.
So yeah,
For a moment,
England winning by 6 wickets.
I was just about to call them Bizwan.
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 So yeah, it's been pretty even, Stevens, even in terms of chasing and defending, right? So it's good to see. Normally, you see all the chases
I
in
don't
subcourt
think so.
9
Like Pakistan have defended well.
I'll come
like,
back in.
the match-
I'll come back in a little while.
Yep.
Yeah,
Sure.
Enjoy your dinner.
Enjoy
Whatever
your
it is.
dinner.
Enjoy the frozen goodies in the freezer. I'm guessing it's chicken and cheese sausages tonight.
Let's see.
Maybe.
Let's see.
The
Let's see.
players have
Okay.
come out.
Right, Gurpreet, we'll see you soon. Cheers. Right, so Gurkirat, of course, going to go eat his dinner. We're trying to figure out what's happening in terms of Guwahati's in the second T20 International.
बिजली का बिल नहीं भरा था.
All we can
Floodlight
tell
off
you
हो
is
गई.
that it's been a floodlight failure. South Africa 5-2. We've switched over across the border to watch England, Pakistan, and that humdinger. By the way, was the F1 race up? Or what's the result of that?
Perez won.
Perez won. So
there were 8 DNFs, man. 8 DNFs.
Wow.
So rainy conditions.
It was rainy conditions at the start, but probably after around 30 laps, they all went into the medium tires, and it was actually fun race at the start, and once when they went into the medium tires, it was very good.
So Perez. So was it a Red Bull 1-2?
No. Verstappen finished somewhere 8th.
Oh, okay. So Perez won, and then
Perez 1, Leclerc 2, Sainz 3, Norris 4.
okay. So still decent day for Ferrari out there.
Complete decent day.
Yeah.
One irrespective. Yeah, obviously Perez won it, but still something.
Where did Verstappen finish?
8th.
So he kept his pole position after
the qualification.
Wow.
Qualifiers.
Red Bull fans, Ferrari fans, let us know in the comments below.
Ferrari fans.
Ferrari fan. It's not been ideally the red letter day for a United perspective, but Ferrari can.
Yeah,
so
Ferrari. It was good day for Ferrari.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know about Manchester, but yeah, Ferrari good day.
Getting back to the cricket, guys, what do you guys make of Pakistan's attack this series? I know no Shaheen Shah, but like, have this guy impressed you, Wasim Jr.?
Wasim Jr. was supposed to be in the World Asia Cup squad as well.
And what about that guy who sang that song, Jamal?
Amir Jamal.
Amir Jamal.
Yeah. That song is sung by Amir Jamal. I keep reminding everyone. But
Amir
then
Jamal.
he bowled an excellent.
But it's crazy how he's been fast tracked, right? He's not played a single PSL game and stuff like that. I think I was hearing over comms. Is that the case where that they've just thrown him into the deep end and they're like, "Fuck it, we'll figure out a hidden gem."
That was a proper deep end, no?
Proper deep end. That. I mean, it would be funny if the Lahore Stadium had an end called the deep
end,
and then you have Mr. Kaho bowling
but then
from there.
David Malan,
who's India's equivalent of David Malan? Kohli?
India would, I mean, that is what they expect.
Kohli?
That is what they are expecting to be. But yeah, like.
But how crucial is this guy around all the fireworks that they have going around? Is he the glue?
Not really.
Not at all?
But he keeps performing. That's the thing, no? I mean, right now everyone thought that Stokes might come and pip him out of the side, but then he's performing.
But not just in T20s. I think he's just a white ball candidate at ECBC that, okay, fine, listen, we're just going to stick with Milan whether we like it or not.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really know about the ODIs because they have been few and far.
And they still have root in the ODIs and stuff.
And Tests, of course, he played the Ashes, but did not really.
I mean, we're looking at the most runs this series. Look at that number 3, Ben Duckett. He's just literally come back from the dead. The last time I saw him was play against... Obviously, we've seen him in the county and the 100 and all of that.
But the thing is, like, they had the clear intention, like why they picked him. They knew it, and that is what he did.
Yeah, because
but he's coming for who? Is he filling a void? He's filling Besto's void, right?
And he like sweeps them out of the attack.
They knew he is a good sweeper of the ball, and he came in and he did that. That's all. He didn't do anything. Reverse sweeps.
Ben Duckett.
बिजली का बिल भर दिया है तो lights.
Oh, they've put it on. They've put it back on. We'll switch over right now. Still, by the way, England have Moin, Curran, and Willie. Oh, what a shot that is from Harry Brook. Literally, why didn't you just call him Harry Kumar Yadav? Because, I mean, that would be...
Suryakumar Brook.
Yeah, Suryakumar Brook as well. Going back to the Guwahati game.
India versus RSA.
Aiden Markram, who's been an SRH batsmen, which they will love to have for the years to come.
Who's been an SRH fan?
I was going to say fan.
If you see the first T20I, he played pretty well in that swinging
Yeah.
condition there. I
Aiden
guess
Markram has played good across all conditions. He played very well in the IPL as well. He played very well in the last World Cup.
I think he's a very good cricketer. Look, stop. And I've dropped
And he's so watchable.
Tata Sky remote. Chahar back of the attack. Oh!
That
Sometimes-
inside edge saved him from an LBW, by the way.
It's ridiculous.
First
yeah,
ball.
that inside edge, yeah.
Ridiculous. Best.
2 overs, 6 runs. They're already behind
So does Deepak
sixth
Chahar fit into the top 3 Indian all-time white ball swing bowlers?
all-time white.
Yeah,
ball.
all-time.
No.
No.
all-time.
So the all-time will be Bhuvi, Kapil Dev, and Praveen Kumar.
Yeah. Swing bowlers, I mean,
So why not, dude?
even
why not?
Praveen Kumar is a good shout. And even
Pathan?
Irfan Pathan, I mean,
Irfan Pathan.
Pathan was a better swinger of the ball than Zahir Khan, right?
Yeah,
or you would
because
argue.
Zahir Khan had other things. Pathan really
Would you say,
needed-
okay, who swung the ball better, RP Singh or Zahir Khan?
Good question. I mean, in terms of just swing dismissal,
Swing.
I remember more of RP Singh than Zahir. Zahir was
Agreed.
more tactful.
Yeah, I think that's a good one.
Slower one, knuckle ball. I remember.
Knuckle ball.
He dismissed whom?
Graham Smith.
With the knuckle
that
ball in the World
knuckle
Cup,
ball.
Kapu Gedra.
Kapu Gedra
Yeah.
and Graham Smith and his
Yeah.
But that
competition
Kapu
was
Gedera, I
really
think
good.
Sehwag took him in slip. It was a fine catch. But
No,
why
but
the way?
that was-
Why is DK not keeping? Or
I
we
don't
just
know.
missed something?
When Pant is there,
When
like,
Pant is there,
he-
they-
Oh yeah, of course. Pant's too
You
fat,
can-
of course. Petrol the boundaries.
Yeah.
Chocolate bun खा के भाई मोटा हो गया.
in terms of ground fielding, I feel Dinesh Karthik is better than Rishabh Pant.
Yeah.
So in all means, yes.
By ground fielding takes him back to that Dinesh Karthik catch of
Graham
Graham
Smith,
Smith.
2007 World
He
Cup.
went like
Oh.
this, right? Something like this. He went
Yeah.
both hands.
He went with both hands, but आखिरी में तो एक हाथ से कि भाई चलो.
That was the gas of the tournament. That tournament. I mean, I'm sure, like if we. look
And then-
at
You
the
remember that
tournament-
I
angry
think
breath wala- angry
Yuvraj
breath wala catch.
Yuvraj ran out Kemp. No, Yuvraj was not playing that game. Who ran out? Justin Kemp, because that was a big wicket at that time.
in the 2007 World Cup.
Yeah. I think
Good
RP
shot.
Singh bowling out Sean Pollock, and they were 6 down for some 30s.
Yeah,
Or
that
5
game.
down,
That
yeah.
game was pretty crazy.
But RP Singh was just
Was a
mad in that
bowler.
tournament.
Was a bowler. an
Even
absolute
Srishant was
bowler.
very good. I mean,
Srishant,
he was good.
see,
He
like,
was good
that is
apart
what,
from the
no?
final. I mean,
I-
in semis he was excellent.
see, the thing is, like, Srishant was that kind of bowler who, like, in comparison with now Shami and Srishant are of the same caliber.
Yeah.
Like, their seam position was like marvelous to watch. It used to be so straight.
What was Srishant's best series?
Do you guys think?
You remember the South
to that-
Africa one?
Away.
Looking at the visual,
for
do
sure.
you guys think it's more difficult to find out the seam
Yeah,
position
yeah, yeah,
with a
yeah.
white ball
Yeah.
as opposed to a red ball?
White ball.
White ball, white ball.
White ball.
So if you are swinging the white ball, you are even more lethal.
Yeah.
And obviously, in that image, it looks like, oh, it's easily. I mean, you can tell,
But
but like
in the
in that
Yeah.
moment in
In
time,
that
Nahi hai time hai
moment,
bhai,
it's not
bas.
possible. So basically, the thing, like, it's the subtle moment when you get to know that. The thing, what happens is, like,
So you're
Us-
saying in terms of seam position, who has the best seam position you've ever seen in terms of Indian
Shami and
Shami.
Srishant. Shami and Srishant.
bowling? I would
I
say
would-
what about Srinath, boy, Javagal?
Srinath was
Was
not.
top.
He wasn't that kind
Ajit
of
Agarkar?
seam bowler. Where he kept that seam. Ajit Agarkar was a swing bowler.
More than seam.
and more
than
I think
seam.
Ajit Agarkar was more outswingers. I mean, I
He
don't
was
recall.
more
What about
outswing.
Munaf at his
Like,
peak?
I guess.
Oh my god, that is a.
But actually, that
ball.
is made to look better by how De Kock plays, right? He like plays on the on side. He's not straight.
Oh yeah. Sometimes I feel like
His face of the bat is towards mid on.
yeah, true. So in terms of seam position, who's the best in the business? India,
Mohammad
Shami,
Mohammad Shami.
Mohammad Shami.
Shami, and Srishant. I would say I would rate Srishant in that seam position. I'd say if you remember the 2006 South Africa series,
First
those
game.
those balls to Jack Cullis were like amazing.
But even
That
Bhuvi
is
in
like
terms of seam
something-
position is good, right? No,
That is what like
he's more swing.
he's more of swing.
Yeah.
You keep that seam position like for both swing and seam bowlers, the seam position will be the same. Like for us, they depend on their seam positions. Like For a swing bowler, his outswingers, like the seam will be pointing towards the first slip,
Correct.
and the in swingers, the point it will be pointing towards the leg slip.
Yeah.
But the thing with Shami and Srisant was their seam is very upright.
Yeah.
You never know on which side of the ball it falls in. If it falls towards the right side, then it just nips back in.
Hmm.
So it is that way.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So that
something
is-
something similar to what happened with Mohammad Asif as well.
Yeah,
So
Mohammad
मोहम्मद
Asif.
आसिफ के बारे में बहुत लोग बोलते थे कि उसको खुद भी नहीं पता होता कि बॉल
वह
टप्पा खा के
हाँ.
अंदर जाएगी या बाहर जाएगी.
But he was a master at it, craftsman. By the way, Ashwin into the attack. I was just paying a little closer look at his his career T20 economy rate, 6.72, dude. That's
Yeah.
can't ask for more. And he's played what, a handful of games, 58 games for
Exceptional.
India. So he's the best defensive option we have. I really want him to get some wickets right now, so it'll make his case even more stronger for the World Cup.
And our night shorter.
And a night shotter. Because no way in hell are South Africa winning this. You guys have forgotten the heroics of Stuart Binney. I was actually thinking about him. I swear to God, Hasaib, in that 6 for 7 that he got. But
And we're looking from a larger lens and not just one spell.
one spell, yeah. And as much as I really like Stewie Binney, good old friend that he is, won't fall in the pantheon of all the great swing bowlers and seam upright bowlers that we've had. So, honestly, Stewie Binney.
Maybe Roger Binney is a good call.
Roger Binney is
Roger
good call.
Binney is a good call.
Stewie Binney wouldn't feature Karnataka's top 3, I think. Right? Oh,
In Karnataka's top 3, the top would be Vinay Kumar.
yeah, I was going to say
Vinay
Vinay.
Kumar.
Vinay, honestly, was a
Vinay.
delight. The man's
Top-
won
top
everything
would be
apart
Vinay.
from a World Cup.
I think
Vinay and then,
having a Kumar surname is a must for being a good swing bowler.
I think that
and
year,
then even-
Vinay Kumar, didn't he do like the quadruple? Like he won the treble with Ranji and all of
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And then he won the IPL as well.
and another shout out was like Srinath Arvind.
Good old
Srinath
Srinath.
Arvind
Yeah,
was like-
he had a. I think he played for India as well, no?
He
Because-
he was selected for that 5-match England series,
Hmm.
but he didn't get a match.
Hmm.
Sorry, he got one match.
I think I
He
remember
played
him
one
playing
match.
one game at least.
He played one match. I guess even in the IPL also he has amongst the best bowlers with the best strike rate. He's somewhere around in top 5.
Yeah.
He's one of RCB's all-time bowlers.
Yeah, all-time bowler, all-time
I
best
mean,
bowlers.
that just goes to show.
In the short sample,
All-time best
in the small
bowlers.
sample size of good RCB pace bowlers.
Shocking. And we've had like woeful bowlers. Great job by Markram, by the way. We've had shit bowlers like Dinda, Abhimanyu Mithun, the names just go on. A woeful RP Singh, a woeful Jaydev Anatkat. Oh.
Basically, when everyone was at their trough, RCB used to just have them.
You know what? I'm looking forward to the IPL 2023 already in terms of our watch-alongs because there's going to be so much of emotion. Oh my God. You guys
Coming
can't
back
wait
to
for that.
RP Singh, you remember once like he had a long break and then he was called in for the England tour in 2014.
Yeah.
He used to bowl at 115, 118.
That tour we had like literally military medium pacers. Praveen Kumar,
Completely.
Bhuvi.
Praveen Kumar, Bhuvi. I guess
We got Pankaj Singh for
Pankaj Singh
example.
was the fastest bowler, I
Yeah.
presume.
But Pankaj Singh, I mean, he was so unlucky. That first test, Jadeja dropped Cook. He went
Cook and
on
a
to
sitter in
Yeah.
Gully.
like Southampton. It was
Oh,
the third
wow.
test.
That's ridiculous. Right, so this game is literally not catching fire anymore. The only fire it was when
Yeah,
Sky was batting.
Sky was batting.
Um,
I was actually hoping if we can switch to the Pakistan game, but we'll stick to India for now.
yeah, we're gonna stick to our troops out there. I think it's just a matter of time when India get the job done, and not if, because we all figure that out right now. But I want South Africa to make a real fist of things. I know Keshav, who was on with us earlier, said Riley Rousseau is gonna make a statement. I mean, he did 2-ball duck, which is a statement in the wrong end, but.
Which is a better duck than a 7-ball duck.
Yeah, but the guys that we've really backed, at least Som and me, are yet to come. They're still in the shed, which is Miller and Stubbs.
Miller and
But they
Stubbs.
still need this man, Quinton de Kock, to get things.
But they really needed a
But
good
the
power
thing-
play. I mean,
Yeah.
after
The thing is, like, now also, like, even for Stubbs and Miller, this is big ask.
that's what. Then they needed a
14
60-run power play.
Should Stubbs have just opened the batting instead of Bavuma, just swap the positions, knowing
So,
that they were
I mean,
chasing
this-
238?
And this is what-
this is something that I just want to actually talk about, and maybe I'll talk to Dan at some point of time. people a few of the experts keep mentioning that you have to maximize the number of balls that your best batter faces.
It's the best hitter.
Yeah, best hitter, best batter. So
no, best batter is not necessarily best hitter.
Not
right?
necessarily, but what would you maximize? Your best batter or best hitter?
Hitter for sure.
But then
Why? Why?
Who's the best hitter in Indian team?
Right now, Sky.
So shouldn't you open with Sky?
If they were chasing 238.
Oh, hey.
But India don't have a Bavuma. That's what I'm trying to say.
CM is in the house. Hemant Biswa Sarma, Assam CM.
So I'm showing off his political flex over there.
Sorry, guys.
I have no idea who that man was. No idea who that man was.
I didn't have any idea what that.
All respect to the Guwahati government and your lovely leader over there, but no clue whatsoever.
So just like you guys show off your football skills, football knowledge and whatnot.
Political man that he is.
Political man.
Let's see if Chahar can get a wicket. Oh,
Oh,
Markram has literally played
Nice
that.
shot.
What a shot that is before. What a shot that is before. So yeah, coming back, we can't equate the same thing with India because Bavuma is not like for like with any Indian player, as sad as that sounds, or as good as that sounds actually from an
Who,
Indian perspective.
Bavuma?
Like there's no Indian equivalent of Bavuma.
But why? Mami, there will be many because
No,
it's
I'm
not
saying
that difficult to be.
no, I'm saying like going back to that whole chat we're having whether you like Sky Open. I wouldn't because KL and Rahul can still go for
No,
a
but
match.
then again, the discussion was should you
Best
open
hitter.
with the best hitter?
See, that is what happens. Like even if he gives the start,
That's basically in a super over. You're setting your best hitters out, not your best batsmen.
I
right?
know, but that works as a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
That works if he doesn't score.
Yeah.
Then you're losing one big spot in the middle order.
In the middle. Yeah.
The only batsman who can hit those all across the ground. If you're losing him in the power play, then
but I'm
you
saying,
lose it. Like
see, if you're chasing anything about 230, 240, that 6-over power play start you get is a make or break of the game. You can't have 50 for 2 and still think you can chase that game. I mean, so I'd rather have all my eggs in that basket and be like, fuck it. Even if they get 2 or 3 down, the match is anyway done, dude. You're never going to chase 238.
so that is what like when you're chasing 200, that is how every batter, even Bavuma would have tried, but
Yeah.
it's not possible
7
for
ball
him. That
duck
is different.
mazak chal raha hai.
That is different. But any of the Indian batter, they're gonna go smash it or do something, and even if they lose the wicket.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so let's talk about the next game now. I mean, because there's no point talking about this game anymore,
Yeah.
as I see it. What
Changes.
are the changes that you feel India would do?
No changes.
No changes?
No
You'll
changes.
stick with the
I
same
would
11?
say-
Because
say-
they're not going to play the ODI series, they're going to play those 2 warm-up games and all of that stuff. Why? Just one more chance. Let them just iron out whatever wrinkles that they have, personal form, whatever. Rahul's back in form. Rohit's also got some runs, even though he was scratchy today. Virat's continued his good nick. So the only change I would make personally is Pant to be promoted.
I would
I mean, rest Sky and
I would
have
say-
Pant at 4.
No, I would
Yeah.
say rest Rahul or Rohit. Let any other.
Yeah, you can actually afford to Rahul Rohit. Yeah.
I mean, like rest Rohit and let Pant open the batting.
yeah.
If you just want to give him some game time.
So, I mean, but that's the thing, right? I mean, if you look at the World Cup,
Who do we have on a bench here, by the way, to bring in? Who are the choices that we have?
there's Mohammad Siraj,
Okay.
then there is Chahal.
Chahal. That's all.
ये दो तो पता है मुझे.
So those two will play. Those two will
Only
play.
13-member squad is.
Shahbaz Ahmed is there.
Shahbaz Ahmed.
So those two will play.
So why a
Shabazz,
13-member squad? It has
14,
to be a full,
sorry, 14.
full proper
15,
squad.
15.
I guess 14.
Yeah,
they
there
had.
must be someone else as well.
No,
I
they
mean,
had 14.
Deepak Hooda is, I think he has a
Deepak
Oh,
nickel.
Hooda is in
Shreyas Iyer
He has
came in.
nickel. No.
Shreyas Iyer came in, right?
Yes, Iyer came in.
So Iyer is on the bench. Chahal, Siraj, and the other guy.
So yeah, so maybe they'll rest Kohli because they've seen.
No, they won't rest Kohli. But they'll bring in Siraj and Chahal and they'll rest either
Talking about
Rohit
Iyer is on the
and
field.
Rahul.
I see. That is what I'm telling you. Though.
No, so
I-
looking at the World Cup, okay, I'll just come back to my original question. Looking at the World Cup, who is your alternate opener? Is it Kohli or actually you want to take a punt?
Kohli.
punt
He said
on
Kohli.
punt?
He said Kohli.
So
Like,
if
Rohit
is resting, shouldn't Kohli open then?
Yeah, that is there.
Like he did with against Afghanistan.
Yeah.
So you will bring in Iyer at 3, maybe.
Iyer at 3 and Pant at 4.
Pant at 4.
Yeah.
So Sky. Okay.
No. Then you'd bring in
But then you're-
Sky at 3 and Pant at 4.
You don't want
won't
Sky.
bring- you won't bring
like,
in
you
Shreyas.
you want to rest Sky.
Oh, like that. Yeah.
You-
Okay. By
you
that
want to
logic,
rest
yeah.
Sky.
Yeah. And then 5 you can actually bat Akshar Patel and give him a chance.
To just get some runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
That
But
is-
if Siraj comes in for someone, who would he come in for? Harshal.
And I would rest
I
Arshdeep.
would say Arshdeep.
Yeah.
Why? Arshdeep was anyway rested against Australia. Give the boy 3 games in the drought.
But he's anyway. You'll have to play all of these guys in the warm-ups.
100%. So one more and then peace. He
So
anyway
one
didn't-
more ke chakkar mein to Bumrah injured ho gaya.
Exactly.
It's a complete dead rubber.
hmm,
So that is what. So Deepak Chahar is in the reserve, so Deepak will get a chance,
yeah.
and then bring in Mohammad Siraj instead of Arshdeep.
But Harshal
Check out your things.
Harshal needs to play because he's not hit form.
He is not hit form. And you
Yeah,
need to
fair,
check
fair.
out your
So Siraj for
other-
Arshdeep.
Yeah, Siraj for Arshdeep.
So Siraj comes in for Arshdeep, Chahal comes in for Ashwin.
Also,
Ashwin.
I just feel even Rohit might play because he has been, I mean,
Slightly sticky.
slightly out of touch last game, this game. Although he did really well against Australia.
No, if he's getting the runs, he's getting quick time. If he's getting like,
But today he got the runs, but not in quick time.
yeah, the
Not in quick time.
only today was the exception.
So maybe just rest Sky, that's it. And promote Pant and play Iyer instead of Sky, but keep him at 5.
So basically
Give
3
more chance
changes.
to
Iyer
Pant.
for Sky, Chahal for Ashwin, and Siraj for Arshdeep.
See,
I would just make 2. I mean, you don't have to bring Chahal. I mean, resting spinners.
No, as in because Chahal's got a chance to bowl this in the series.
Yeah, but I mean, even Ashwin has not been tested, right? You'd want your bowlers
Oh,
to
yeah.
be tested.
Ashwin didn't play in the Australia series, right?
Yeah, no.
Short ball
Short
pulled
ball.
away and 4. South Africa really
So
need to
Markram
start.
being the
whacking.
positive light again.
So South Africa, if they need to win tonight, by the way, they need to do what Mumbai Indians did to Rajasthan Royals, chasing 194 and 14 overs. I mean,
And from now on,
it's a
but
similar
Come on.
they
situation.
did it off 10 wickets and they have to do it off 8.
But yeah, by the way, South
Technically,
Africa
if
will
we do-
lose the series
should
for
we
the first
count
ball
Bavuma?
and it's a no ball.
No ball.
Is this the first time South Africa lose a series in India, T20?
yeah.
I think this is the first one. Yeah, definitely.
That's
And
mad.
I think even all T20
Before
India
this, no, before
has
this
India
they-
ever beaten South Africa in a T20I
at
series
home in
Oh.
2018 they beat.
at their home?
Yeah. So
But wasn't that a one-day series? Or there was
one day as well as the T20 they beat him.
that was a match.
Oh, that's a great shot. That's 6. But did we beat them
That
in the
ODI
first ever
series was
T20
exceptional.
International?
Kohli was in
Exceptional.
different
Kohli
form
was
and
like
then
in a different
Kul-
level. No.
Kulcha were like
Did we beat them in the first ever T20 International? That was also, but that was just a one-off game in Joburg.
that was not a series.
So basically, South Africa played 3 series before this. One in 2015. The other one was in 2019, I guess.
And earlier this
2019
year.
And the other one
Earlier this year.
earlier this year. So the first one they won, and the other
the
two,
first
it
one they
was
had
draw.
AB and all those boys.
Yeah. So first one they won, and then that this other two were draw.
That's ridiculous. I'll tell you what, if South Africa can get Markram and de Kock to bat deep and maybe take it to the 10th, 11th over with about 12s, 13s required, you never know. You honestly
that
never
was
know.
slow. That was very poor fielding.
They need to honestly be 100 for 2, I think, by the 10th over in an optimal scenario.
Basically, they need to score 60 in
Yeah,
the
like
next
about
4.
55 in the
of-
next 4. They have to. I mean, now that they've already kind of succumbed and wasted 4 overs for nothing,
But
they've
Do you think like they can score against Ashwin and Akshar?
they have to. I think Millers and Stubbs definitely will.
I
It's
mean,
about
like,
these two.
let alone Miller and Stubbs. Like these two have to bat.
Yeah,
on
that's the
till
thing,
the
right? So
10th
it's
over.
about at least batting to get to a certain platform before they go mad. But that's a great
Oh,
power play
fielding.
that India have. Is there a run-out chance here? Kohli throws wide.
A wide throw.
But
Wild
India doing really well in the power play. They'll be
See, that
happy
is
with
this
that.
is the only area of concern with Arshdeep. I mean, he has been a little frequent with the no balls
throw. Yeah.
If there's a blemish right now
Yeah.
to CV, that is
at
it.
all. It's not his catching.
And we don't like to
his no
point
It's
ball.
not
out.
his
We don't
catch.
like to
It's not
point
his
out red
catching.
flags. Yeah, he's catching. You can't say his catching's bad. But yeah, good point that he's mentioned there, because normally when we look at Arshdeep and his pitch map, he can bowl every length. He bowls in every phase. He's young, so he has age on his side. He's left arm, so he has that automatic advantage.
The one thing which I have observed is like as soon as that, as soon as he goes for a boundary from his stock delivery, the next intention is to
Is a
bowl a
change
short
up.
ball.
Okay.
Next intention is to bowl a
Like,
short
that's
ball.
his defense
so
mechanism.
basically, he doesn't take insult lightly.
हाँ, if
साला
you
मारा कैसे तूने? देख अब तू देख.
if you see the last match also, when Keshav Maharaj was batting, like first ball he bowled at Yorker, and he played that reverse paddle scoop or whatever it is, like reverse paddle scoop.
Yeah.
And the next ball, Maharaj was sitting for that short ball. Easily, he was sitting for that short
So
ball.
he basically premeditated that shit.
He premeditates as soon, like the batsmen are able to premeditate as soon as he goes for a boundary. That is one of the thing which I have seen till now.
Yeah, fair assessment. I think it's also we put out a stat on cricket.com earlier, and it was about how many Yorkers this bloke is bowled, Arshdeep. Is that what makes him like India's best death bowler right now, or is it because he can just bowl every length and he mixes it up, like you said, six different balls?
6 different balls every over. That's his.
But
quality.
the fact that he bowls his Yorker, we were praising Natarajan 3 years ago about how consistent he was with his Yorkers, but this guy's bowled like nearly, 74, 75 Yorkers.
Yeah.
Which is quite a bit, by the way, to execute it at the high pressure games that these guys play is ridiculous. Akshay is into the attack, by the way, and he gets a wicket. Perfect time to plug in the decoded. He's more than just a Jadeja clone.
I told you, like,
You told
are
me.
these guys able to score against Aksar and
And Ashwin. And Akshar has had his say.
It's not
And Ashwin will probably
possible.
have his say against Quick and McGraw. It was a perfect matchup. Rohit's got it right.
See, now
And it's just so.
And it just feels weird if
The
people
thing-
just call Aksar a defensive bowler just because he's a finger spinner. He's not a defensive bowler.
I see. Now the thing is, like, if David Miller comes into bat, then Harshal is gonna come on one side and Ashwin is gonna come on other side. Like, it's gonna be in tandem. Like,
And
they're
if-
both off
and
spinners.
Miller's coming out of bat right now.
So both off spinners.
Both off spinners, which is ridiculous, which is madness. They're having an absolute laugh
actually,
here,
this
rightly
is,
so.
I'm
But
just thinking that whether there was a case for them to promote Stubbs because
Exactly. They
just to
had to see the thing
maintain
over,
the left, because now it's easier for India, right? Just go to Ashwin and Harshal. Like
that
you
is
said,
what
yeah.
they had to maintain that. So if you remember, like, I guess in one of the Chennai games against Sunrisers itself, so Sunrisers were cruising, and then all of a sudden they lost Nicholas Puran, and in between there were two right-handers with Santner and Jadeja. Dhoni had it
Dhoni's
exactly
heaven,
how
that's
he
Dhoni's
wanted.
heaven.
That's all. They just bowled all their 6 overs, then gone. Done. Match was gone.
to Tripathi and Garg or someone. Vasantarayan saying, I saw the decoded, nice one. I follow your decoded. I hope commentator stuff following and don't commentate shit stuff, like both the same. Even I thought. I'll tell you what, Vasant, in that, we're basically doing a comparison, right, about Jadeja and Akshar. I want to ask the boys about Jadeja and Akshar. How much would you give Jadeja, the batsman, on 10?
7.
Okay. How much would you give Akshar, a batsman, on 10?
5.
Okay. How much would you give Jadeja, the bowler, on 10?
6.
6.
5.
5? Okay.
In this format.
Okay, in this format. And how much would you give Jadeja, the fielder?
10.
9.
10.
10. And Akshar, the fielder?
8.
Okay, fine. So essentially, Jadeja just trumps him. Akshar's a better bowler.
You've not asked about Akshar the bowler.
That's what I was going to come to. So Akshar, the bowler, makes up for the other two departments because he's way better.
I wouldn't say he's way better. I wouldn't say he was.
But
way
he can.
better.
Sorry, he can bowl in all phases apart from the death, obviously.
He can bowl it down.
He
You just have
can.
to try him.
Yeah, maybe he has for Delhi Capitals. But yeah, thanks Vasant for letting us know. All you other people watching us right now, check that episode out. It's actually really, really cool.
See, that's the thing. So
Apart
this
from the
is
thumbnail.
this is the toughest art in cricket. Bowling a left arm spinner, bowling to left-hander.
Left-hander.
We've seen what Rishabh Pant does to Jack Leach, and it's not just the only example. It's even statistically proven that
Even back in the day,
that's the worst
Ben,
matchup.
Ben Stokes.
Yeah, Ben Stokes to Maharaj and
Nicky
Ben
Boy to
Stokes.
Saurav Ganguly. Mohammad
No,
Rafiq to Saurav Ganguly. Oh, he's put it out. Has he go? Is he caught it? Has he caught it? Is he caught it?
Who was that? Zimbabwe.
Ray Price?
Ray Price. There was one more. I mean,
Grand Flower?
No, they had.
Harsha Vogle, the law comes into effect from October 1st, because the series started earlier, will we play the laws that were prevalent at the time.
I mentioned this now.
With
like
any
earlier
new
I said.
series, this law will be in place. Yep,
So the new series it
true.
will be implemented.
That is true. Good point there. If you guys are watching this game, which is at starts and stops, snakes earlier, then the floodlight failure, but we at cricket.com have been bright as ever. Going back to your point, who's the left arm spinner from the yesteryears you're talking about?
No, I'll forget about it. I'll just search the name and then come back. But my point is, this is where
we've got our Paji back in the house.
This is where Aksar's legacy will be defined. I mean, how well he can control bowling against lefties, because time and again he'll have to come up against those. My only worry is if he comes in a situation where he has to bowl 5 balls against a lefty and they just spank him, his reputation might get a hit.
Yeah. And who are the lefties that he can probably encounter in this World Cup? Miller, obviously, in the group
Miller
stage.
is there.
Then there's
Mohammad Nawaz.
Shan Masood and people like that.
Shan Masood. Mohammad Nawaz is one.
And
So Mohammad Nawaz is one of them. Like
Stokes himself.
Stokes.
I mean,
No, but England is not.
Tamim. Like seriously.
Just having
No, but there's a good chance that that West Indies will end up in India's group. So we are looking at
they're going to stay next. So
Evan Lewis, Kyle Myers, Pooran, and
Nicholas
Meyer.
Pooran.
Yeah, it's a joke.
So
And
maybe
Meyer.
do you think against West Indies then India should take a punt and not play Aksar and play Chahal and Ashwin and just compromise on batting a bit?
No, I don't think that's
maybe
going
they
to
can
happen.
drop Chahal and play Ashwin. I'll still play Aksar.
No, that Ashwin will play.
Ashwin will play.
That is for
the
sure.
West Indies game, he's
Ashwin
locked in.
He's locked in.
He's already penciled in.
Yeah.
So basically, like
Ashwin's a lock. Ashwin's a lock
And
for
potentially,
the.
I have a feeling, man, we are anyway. Oh, short 6, or is it straight to the
No.
man? Oh,
One tip.
We should have gone for the catch.
should have gone for the catch. But look, we're going to face South Africa, Pakistan, Bangladesh. I generally feel that we might get, like you said, West Indies and maybe Sri Lanka.
No, not we're not ending up with Sri Lanka
Yeah.
because
Wasn't that right?
Uh,
Suggestion the next decoded. Can you do a Chahar and Bhuvi decoded? Please do.
Yeah, why
this.
not? Maybe we'll do a feature if not decoded.
Yeah, like a special head-to-head, because like
Yeah.
you said, they can bat, they can bowl.
The
they
thing
can
is,
swing.
with Chahar, the sample size is too low, Vasant, because
Yeah.
all his numbers are essentially
no, but
Don't-
on this
don't
comparison,
not at the international level.
Dhoni numbers.
on this comparison, I have something to say. So 2021 IPL
So,
was
one second, Vasant. So that's Gurkirat for you, decoding for you live.
Live.
So 2021 IPL was the worst that Bhuvneshwar Kumar has had. I mean, his economy in that IPL season was, I think, 7.95 or something, which was his worst for any IPL season. And in
Come
that
on.
season,
All right, 1 second, Gurkirat. Sorry, I'll just quickly take a loo break. Samar, you can just chill here for a bit.
Yes, Gurkirat, continue.
I will be back in 5 minutes. You guys want something?
and even in that season where Chahar hardly bowled at the death, Chahar's economy rate was 8.3 when he was mostly bowling in the power play. So I believe, with all the limitations that Bhuvi has currently, he's still the better bowler.
Yeah.
I
think
just
the
hope
only thing that
Ashwin hasn't injured himself.
the only observation that I've made, the difference between the two is the ability to bowl Yorkers. Maybe I've not seen Deepak Chahar bowl Yorkers that much. It has not been needed of him as well because he essentially bowls in the power play. I remember reading his quote somewhere in 2019 that he wants to be a good bowler at the death as well, and he's trying to do that. I think he took some wickets against West Indies, if I'm not wrong, bowling at the death, and also won India series against South Africa itself in 2019 when they were here.
So his go-to ball in the death overs is his knuckle ball. So his strength is the knuckle ball. Most of his deliveries are knuckle ball or either the slow ones. He's still not mastered that Yorker length, which he might do it with Chennai. Like, I guess probably if he had played this 2022 season, he could have done that. Because I don't think so. Chennai had a good death over bowler.
Oh, Chennai definitely missed him.
Yeah,
This I will. There's no doubt about that.
Definitely.
So if he had played probably he would have developed that maybe with Bravo, all these guys, Bravo around and Dhoni around. Like he would have developed, but he wasn't there in this season. So like,
अरे गुरकीरत भाई आपके लिए रिश्ता है
रिश्ता है
अरे भाई
क्या बात है यार क्या बात
Varako.
I I hope this comment is not being seen by my family. They're leaving out my life.
सही है.
I think Chahar had some few other plans to his individually with Chennai Super Kings this season, but obviously with where we have seen that the wide what do you say, the tram line wides outside off stump, maybe that he, even if he was there, I think he would have only gone for those, and he would be instructed to bowl those kind of deliveries rather than Yorkers or something like that.
But
Because-
I'm still saying, no, like even if he's able to develop that wide Yorkers, that is well and good enough.
yeah,
If he is able to bowl that wide Yorkers, that is fine. Like it shouldn't be like what Bhuvi tried in that Asia Cup
Yeah,
or the
yeah.
Australia.
Mhm.
It shouldn't be full length, slower ones outside off stump,
yeah,
like wide outside off stump. That is the most easiest length to hit, especially when you go into Australia. You won't even get the grip which you got in Dubai. Like there was very less grip, but still you won't even get that. It straightly comes onto your bat.
yeah.
So that would be completely ineffective. So what Australia did in those in the T20I series, like previously, they were just bowling those wide Yorkers.
Mhm.
It was just their wide Yorkers which they were trying to do it. That is the reason, one of the reason why, even though if India got a good start, they weren't able to finish that well comparatively in the death overs. So that would be much more. That would be good enough if you are bowling maybe 4 wide Yorkers in the only over you get in the death over.
Mhm.
He's not gonna bowl 2 overs in the death overs. So
It's like a 50-50 kind of thing, but I think that trend of bowling wide Yorkers is something anybody can try only if you have runs on board, right? That India lagged, and when the execution is off, it just wides just keep on adding to your misery rather than helping you in any other way.
Okay, so coming back, so Gurkirat, we were just discussing while you were off. What are the changes you feel India would make in the next game, considering this game is already locked and loaded?
So like you suggested, I hope that they rest Sky and they give some batting time to Pant and Akshar. On the bowling front, uh, I don't see any change happening. Maybe Deepak Chahar sits out and Siraj plays a game, but that's also unlikely because it's not that Deepak Chahar has had a lot of game time. So
Yeah, maybe
yeah,
Arshdeep gets a rest again. I know he's been rested for the last series as well, but why take chances? I mean, no point. I mean, there's not a lot to achieve from the next game. Because potentially I'm thinking players like Arshdeep, Sky, you'll have to play them the warm ups as well because they've never played in Australia. At least, I mean, they would have played
experience.
some liste or those sort of games, I'm assuming. But yeah, I mean, how much you can count into it, never know. So, valuable distribution goes on to ask, should Ashwin be a lock as his economy is very helpful in a chase like 200 plus chase like this? I mean, yeah, this is something that we've discussed for a while. I mean, not just in when India is defending high targets. Ashwin is proving himself to be very useful in game after game.
yeah, for me, Ashwin should be a lock anyway, especially given how Chahal's been bowling of late. I just hope that Ashwin didn't get his fingers injured because of how hard that ball was hit by Miller. But yeah, but what do you make of this knock by Quinton de Kock? Is he probably only treating this as a net session because he
Yeah,
knows that they
I mean
won't.
that is what it seems like at the moment.
Yeah, I think, and Ashwin is actually bowling very tight lines.
Yeah.
There is nothing much. There is no width or any kind of chances he can take against
Yeah,
him.
so the last over he tried to bowl a bit slow and went it landed a bit fuller. So since then he's just bowled it flat, exactly on that back of a length kind of a delivery where like that has been it's very difficult for them to score. So, by the way, England have scored 209.
So
Yeah.
a worthy game loading,
Yeah.
game worthy of the final.
Yeah,
A long final.
probably one of the most, like, you usually don't see 7 match series in
They've
any
lost
format
Babar.
these days.
They've lost Babar.
And on top of that, this
Babar out.
Babar out भी हो गया. वाह वाह.
First over, Babar out.
a very riveting series, like worthy ending for this such great series. This one, Pakistan versus England.
Now is the fun. How is Pakistan gonna chase this?
I think after 2 losses, Moeen Ali and the head coach have been extremely severe, or some kind of talk might have gone in the dressing
So
room.
yeah, Gurge. So actually, in the first things we were discussing about the team with the best bowling attack in the World Cup. Who do you think that team is?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I'll take these two games as some sort of an aberration only, but I think South Africa do have a very well-rounded bowling attack. They have a left-arm spinner. They have a wrist spinner in Shamsi. They have a left-arm pacer. Ngidis actually had a very good year. There's Rabada and Nokia, and then there's Makram with his off spin as well. And I feel Makram's a very good part-time bowler. So South Africa do have a very well-rounded attack. Uh,
But Gurkirat over here, like, do you feel they're gonna go with two spinners in Australia, like Shamsi and Maharaj? Question
they
over
might
here.
play Shamsi and Maharaj if they are playing in Sydney or Melbourne. But if they're probably playing in Brisbane and
Hobart.
uh,
Hobart,
Brisbane, and they have a game in Perth, and then they play at Hobart.
they have a
And I
game in
was saying
Perth.
that if they play at a venue like Brisbane as well, then they'll obviously only probably go with one spinner. I don't see them going with two spinners in Hobart, given how short the square boundaries are there. So yeah, and Shamsi's economy rate of in recent past hasn't been great as well. So yeah, that's another bone of contention. But yeah, I think England's bowling attack is quite weak. Uh, Pakistan's bowling attack has a lot of potential, but they are very inexperienced. Like, if they are off target, then then their pacers really go for a lot of runs, whether that be Hasnan or Naseem. But they'd actually be very happy with how Haris Roth has bowled in the last few games. He's actually been quite good for them. And
But
yeah,
But the thing with Pakistan is that even though they have the lack of T20I experience, they have few bowlers who have bowled in that condition, especially who have played in BBL. So
yeah,
I
Haris Roth
think,
has.
but I mean, Gurpreet, I
Harris
mean, while answering this question, shouldn't we just compare bowlers individually? Like we talk about Ngidi, Rabada, and Nokia, or so if they have to
Rizwan
add
also
a
gone.
if they have to add a left arm pacer, then they'll definitely have to rest a spinner out.
Hmm.
So is their left arm pacer as good as Pakistan's left arm pacer? Is their second and third bowler as good as Pakistan's second
Looks
and
like
third
some
bowler?
kind of. Oh, he's bleeding. Is there a nosebleed for Rohit?
Yeah.
There have been
Yeah,
far too many stoppages in this game.
Yeah.
yeah.
So by the way, Rizwan is also out. 5 for 2 Pakistan. Thank you, series.
Who's taken those wickets?
Topley and Vokes.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Rohit. I think he's going off the field. Uh, okay.
Kill Rahul, captain. Ooh!
So let's hope there isn't the fourth the fourth massive interruption to this game, because Usually Guwahati is very has a lot of cloudy and rainy weather at this point of the year. I hope it just stays humid and we get to finish the match today.
No,
Yeah,
that is done. Match is done and dusted. Like no, even
I
if
mean,
they, if
yeah.
even if it rains, then India are gonna win the series.
Yeah, it's just
Simple.
going forward and finishing this innings.
Paji,
Yeah,
question for you.
yeah, this is actually a good one. Uh, if if Ishant was still in the scheme of things in Test matches, I would have said that Bumrah in white balls probably is more important. But now with Ishant also out of scheme of things, and Umesh being the inconsistent bowler that he is in Test matches overseas, I believe Bumrah becomes very important in red ball once again. Because Shami, has, even though he's improved in red ball, but very rarely Shami has given you those spells wherein he just breaks open a game or a test match for you. He'll have those good spells where he'll keep beating the batter, or will get 2-3 wickets, but he rarely bowls those spells wherein he'll just break open the game for you, especially
I think
overseas.
Siraj has done it quite consistently
So the
in the
thing
past few
that is
series.
what like that is what no, like Shami might be classified as the unlucky bowler. Like, he does deliver those spells, very good spells, but he might not get that wicket. And
No, I'm not sure if it's only about being unlucky. I also feel that sometimes you just like what was happening with Ishant Sharma before 2015, wherein he'll bowl that length where he'll beat the batter,
Oh,
but he'll
nice
not get
shot.
that edge. So I
yeah,
felt that Shami is also been that bowler where he's bowled that length where he'll only be able to beat the batter but not get that edge. So that's where I stand on things. So for me, Bumrah in red balls become far more important, because what has happened with Siraj as well is that in the last 1 year or so he stopped bowling the outswinger as well, like the outswinger that he bowled to Root in that game, in that ODI where I think it was the third ODI, if I'm not wrong. So Siraj is not bowling the outswinger in Test matches. So Bumrah then becomes far more important
I
in
think the
Test matches.
observation there is since he has started bowling that wobble ball, the outswinger has
wobble
gone.
seam.
Hmm.
So
Probably.
do you think like Prasad is a good shout in
Uh,
red ball?
looks
I,
like there
I
is some
think
more
I
more
think he's a very
more of a
good shout.
credit here.
And there's another bowler who I feel has potential, but unfortunately he's not gotten a lot of chances. Someone like Ishan Porel can also be a good shout for red ball, but he's hardly gotten any games in the last three IPL
But
seasons.
even
And
he's not there in India A schemes as well. No? So like
yeah, so
that's
which is surprising. So whether we may like it or not, but uh, IPL performances do sometimes also affect selections for India A and Test matches. So I think what India are trying to do with Prasid is that they're looking for a like to like replacement for someone like Ishant, and that is why he's been carried in the squad and not been given a debut yet. And now when he was drafted in for that India A versus New Zealand A 4-day test matches, he was injured, because they want to see if he can be that bowler who can generates that extra bounce on dead pitches, which Ishant
I
could.
think I think Prasid's injury is the reason that he's not in the South Africa squad as well. Otherwise, he's sort of an incumbent ODI pacer for India.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he played he did decently in the Zimbabwe ODIs and the West
Yeah.
Indies ODIs too.
Yes.
But yes,
So
Prasid is someone who has a. Also, what has happened is that from the time where Prasid, I think, has started to become a better bowler, there hasn't been a lot of first class cricket in the last two and a
yeah,
half years, because he's
exactly.
only played. He's 27, but he's only played 10 or 11 first class games.
Wake up, India! Hello,
Wow.
summer.
Like
there
there
is
is nothing
Abneesh.
happening in this
You
match.
guys gotta
Yeah.
scream and shout and make some noise. It's a watch along.
Nothing is happening over in this match.
Regardless, just screenshot the England Pakistan game. Bajpai
Screenshot.
Gautam saying Ashwin has dismissed 25 out of 51 innings left hand batters in T20 internationals in UC 28-53. How much does this matter now? Does it?
Coming to the Coming to the Pakistan versus England game,
I
I
mean,
think
we'll just answer Gautam's question first and then come back to that game. So I think it'll also be a matter of the economy rates there, Gautam. I mean, not just about innings and wickets and the quality of batters that he would have gotten out. That's the thing, no?
Yeah, because more often than not, we see Ashwin do just a good job. None for 27, none for 24 in his 4. Even today, it's none for 18 and 3. In fact, he's bowled 7 overs this series and conceded just 26 without taking a wicket.
Because
So,
I mean, wickets to innings ratio is almost similar.
Yeah.
But it's the economy, and Ashwin is not seen as a wicket taker. I mean, even in the IPL, he was not taking a lot of wickets. But he's not. He's hardly going for runs.
yeah.
Okay.
also what we need to see is that how do both of them fare against their negative matchup. Like, does Chahal give more runs, or does Chahal give runs at a greater economy to left-handers as opposed to what Ashwin does against right-handers? I think that should be another deciding factor. And I haven't seen the numbers, but my feeling is that Chahal probably gives runs at a greater economy rate against left-handers as opposed to what Ashwin does against right-handers.
Gurkirat, you did a show, of course, on Friday, where you spoke about whether Ashwin Chahal. When the viewers jumped in the comments, what was the general consensus? Did they go with Ashwin like you did, or were they still backing Chahal, like how the management
See,
are?
here's the thing, a lot of fan sentiment,
Short,
uh,
that's 6.
yeah, short. A lot of fan sentiment, usually what happens is that, you know, is very is based with a lot of recency bias, because Chahal's been going for a lot of runs in recent times. So a lot of people tend to agree to get Ashwin in. There's also another factor is that because India are going to play Akshar in all the games, they already do have a spin bowler who can bowl against right-handed
Righty.
batters.
Yeah.
But if they play both Akshar and Chahal, then both of them primarily turn the ball away from the right-hander and into the left-hander. So anyway, with Akshar logged in, Ashwin becomes an even more logical pick.
Yeah, agreed. Let's see how it all.
So just adding on to that point, like where it was about economy. So Ashwin against left-handers has an economy of 5.9 and Chahal has 7.9.
Yeah, that's
7.9 is not bad.
But 5.9
Yeah, but 5.9 is like exceptional.
is
So, like,
exceptional.
but in terms of strike rate, Chahal has better strike rate, like 16.1 compared to 20.6.
So
And I mean,
like,
let's look at the negative matchup. No, what is Ashwin against righties and Chahal versus
Ashwin,
lefties?
Ashwin
Chahal versus
against,
lefties, we know 7.9.
So Ashwin against right-handers is economy of 7.8, but Chahal has 8.2.
So Chahal is even more expensive
Even
against
more
righties.
expensive against righties.
Shot ball and whacked away for 6. You know what I like? The looks of things, because
So-
Miller's making the most of things out there. And even
So Miller is basically destroying Ashwin's economy against lefties.
GT versus RR. Vipul Anand going on to say, is Harsha's mystery out now? Earlier Australia and now South Africa both hit him out of the park. You know what? He's conceded the most 6s in this year. So not just Australia and South Africa. I think West Indies had a good measure of him. England did. So, yeah, I mean, everyone's kind of seen how Harshal has been going off late, and it's tough. He bowls. His first over was the 10th over, so cut him some slack, Vipul. Come on.
Just the thing. So David Miller is now South Africa's highest run scorer.
Highest ever run scorer in T20 international history, and he surpasses
JP Dumini.
JP Dumini, cricket.com's very own.
1934.
JP, if you're watching, good on you.
Miller has completely spoiled Ashwin's figures in the last 3 balls.
So once again, Ashwin ends with figures of what now?
0 for 37.
Oh, 19 off that over.
So
This
0
is-
of 8
this is
in the
Ashwin's-
first T20I and 0 of 37 in this.
Chalk and cheese.
But this is Ashwin's most expensive figures since his comeback in the T20 team in 2021. The only occasion when he's gone for more than 8 runs per over.
But that's a sample size of how many? 7 games, 8 games?
No, that's a sample size of 14-15 games.
Oh, okay. That's still, yeah.
Yeah, essentially it's just 3 balls that is.
And there we have it.
Affected.
Anirudh being fastened, the broadcast themselves. David Miller, 103 games, another 58 runs here, and he can get to 2,000, which will be the first of its kind for a
But
Proteas batsman. KL Rahul
but
acting captain
just
right now because
what?
Rohit has run off the nosebleed. Harshal Patel gets a wicket.
Oh,
Oh, nearly. It was KL Rahul and his black undies. Yeah,
what has
and like
surprised me the most here?
sideys,
Tights.
tights. Sorry,
Yeah.
Cricket.
Tights.
What
What do you
what
think?
has what has surprised me here the most is the stat that Anirudh shared, that Ashwin's economy against right-handers is lesser than Chehel's economy against right-handers.
Yeah,
That is a
yeah.
very surprising stat.
But generally, right, Ashwin's economy rate in
But
terms
then,
of his career is 6.8. So if 5.8 is the left-handers, you expect something
no,
under
but
8.
but I mean, what I found even more surprising was Chahal's economy against right-hander is higher than his economy against left-hander.
Left-handers.
Yeah. So which basically means that even against the negative matchup for Ashwin, he's still doing better than
Yeah.
Chahal.
But Chahal, when you look at him, like picture him in your head, he bowls better at right-handers than left-handers, but that's actually not true in terms of the numbers then, right?
No, he's definitely conceding runs at a greater rate. His average against right-handers might be better than left-handers. That is also possible.
So like that is what no like there is not much of difference in strike rate against right-handers. Even Ashwin has a nice strike rate of 19.4 and Chahal has 19.2. So you
Yeah,
can
that you can't,
like
yeah.
completely say, and obviously when economy is lesser, average will be lesser. That is like proportional.
Hmm.
So 19.4 and 19.2 is not a massive difference at all. In all aspects, like Ashwin is a better bowler against a right-hander than Chahal.
What are their general strike rates? I mean, in terms of career,
19.8 and 18.2. 18.2 is Chahal and 19.8 is Ashwin.
yeah, so still a wicket a game at best.
So that is what, no, like when even in your in his main strength, Ashwin is better than Chahal.
Hmm.
So even in his negative matchup, he's better than Chahal's main strength.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
So, and
that's
other
right.
aspect is like Chahal cannot bat, and Ashwin
Yeah,
is a better batter any day considered.
Any day.
And if you consider catching, I'm not saying about the ground fielding. If you consider catching, Ashwin is a way better catcher
Way
than
better.
Chahal.
Ground fielding, who's better?
Ground fielding, I am not
It's
comparing both.
debatable. No, but if we have to, let's be honest, guys. Ashwin just little
Ashwin
bit.
is not that fit. He's not agile.
No,
At
okay,
least
man. If they had to do a 100-meter race, who'd win?
Chahal would win.
Chahal would
Chahal
win.
would
Chahal.
win, yeah.
Chahal would
Chahal
win.
easily.
No, Ashwin's longest strides. You're thinking, why? Come
No,
on.
Chahal would win.
Chahal would win. Maybe in a game of chess, Chahal would win. Running, maybe not.
So that is what.
So
No,
Ashwin,
it's just that agility.
Yeah. Look at our
Ashwin
bilateral
has
T20 series. Man, we've just won everything apart from South Africa. Wow. It's a joke.
So when is this?
Wow, cricket.com, the way we've covered all series ridiculously. Like, I know it's part of our lives, but when I just look back in hindsight of all the cricket we cover, it's ridiculous.
That's only T20I series, man. we have left the main thing. IPL.
I'm actually losing my breath right now looking at oh my god.
Imagine
Ah!
if
Wow.
all things go right, then next year it will be a 94 match contest. IPL.
Oh my god. And then we have
no,
bloody South African
it will
T20
be. I
league.
think in 2024. Next year the deal's already locked.
But
Next
they're
year it
already planning. They're actually
They-
planning this one because what I
they,
heard.
they'll have home and away concept, but the format will be similar to the one that was there this year. 94 matches will be from the 2024 season.
So what I
Thank
heard.
God.
So what I heard from my friend was like he works in KSK. So like I heard that 9 matches they'll be getting as home.
No, but one thing, what was it last season? 74 matches.
74 matches.
So, yeah, I mean, 20 matches really, I mean, it would still hurt us because
but
obviously.
the thing over here is like that in that table it's very hard for them to
Oh my
give
god.
that home and away matches for both, no? Because one from the other group will be playing only one match against their unequivalent
Yeah,
teams.
Yeah, basically
But Gurkirat, I mean,
You're playing twice against
IPL
all others except
74,
one.
all others.
74 watchalongs, Gurkirat.
So that is
Except
what
two,
I
maybe,
heard.
not one.
Huh? 74 watchalongs. भाई पागल हो जाएगा भाई. There's no chance. Sorry, as much as I love you guys out there,
Do you want?
you
Let
guys
us
will go
let us know in
mad.
the comments below.
Let us know in the comments below.
Let us know.
IPL 2023, how many watchalongs? Just RCB games for me.
But I mean, after a fun Asia Cup and fun Australia series, this series has been very, very. I mean, this
Uh,
mood kill.
It's not like really
it's
shattered
not gone the way
the earth.
like we thought. Like South Africa being a good competitors for us, but like it's not gone the way we thought. But that is one of the things.
Yeah,
Hey.
unless and until Miller does something and they change
I
the game
don't
here.
know, like
ridiculous.
the things like what happened every series this year, which we thought would be a good competition, went on to be a very dead rubber.
Yeah.
England and India, we thought it would be a good contest. Both the limited over format, it went on to be very poor.
What's been India's best, most viewable game this year?
Ireland versus India.
Oh, that was a good game. That's a great shot.
That was a
actually.
crazy game.
And who? Umrah Malik bowled the final over?
Yeah, final over.
Deepak Hooda scored 100.
Yeah.
That was a good game. I think that one of the West Indies games also was good, but it was an ODI game, right? That's
Gurkeet,
Siraj.
your thoughts on Mukesh
Siraj.
Kumar?
Oh yeah, Mukesh.
So I haven't really seen him a lot except for this game in Irani Trophy. So I wouldn't really say anything about right now. I need to see more of him.
But any observations from the Irani Trophy?
I thought
I saw like
Has he been a net bowler for any IPL
because
franchise?
No,
I think
good control.
by the time I woke up on Saturday, the damage was done. So I couldn't catch any of it. All I
thought
saw
he
was
had good
Sarfaraz
control.
again breaking the door down. Ki bhai,
No,
le
but
lo mujhe
how
India
did
team mein.
Mukesh feature in Irani?
Okay, I mean let's just throw it out here. If India are to include Sarfaraz in the Test 11, who would you replace? Or how
For
would you
me,
keep
he
the bench?
replaces. For me, if India are going to play both because Pujara opened in England.
Yeah.
If India are going to play both Rohit and Rahul as openers, for me Vihari plays one down, Kohli plays two down, and maybe they could try him for Shreyas
Yeah.
at number 5.
I'd agree.
Uh,
But only
but,
only like home test. Sorry, Sarfraz, you got to still like make your way up to play.
So
those
that is
away
why
games.
that is what I feel. I mean, in the home test, you can still play Shreyas Iyer. I mean, the only reason that I would give to play someone like a Sarfaraz ahead of Shreyas Iyer is
But
what
the
we have
thing
seen
is,
from Iyer.
See, I'll ask you this question. Like, don't you think it's gonna be like for a batsman who's coming from a good domestic season, just to get into like what happened with Shubman Gill? Like because of the pandemic, there was no India A series, which is why they didn't tour anywhere without any experience. You just come in and you just play him in swinging conditions like New Zealand, South Africa, England, and it just drops his confidence without anything. Would it be better for him to wait for another 2 years, play India A matches, perform over there, and then come into the Indian squad?
Basically, like take the Vihari
but
route.
the next 6 tests is essentially home, right? And if I'm surprised, I would rather want to play those 6 tests first and then figure it out.
I agree to the fact, but the thing is like what I feel is like the
But doesn't
domestic-
Sarfraz play pace better than spin?
he's good against spin.
I mean,
He's
yeah,
good against spin. He's
he's
very
left,
good against
he plays
spin.
late.
And the
he,
thing over
he
here,
has
what
Sarfaraz has fast hands is something that I've
Okay,
observed.
so as an Indian selectors, what are the red flags they're thinking when we think about Sarfraz and Tests? I mean, why? Just playing devil's advocate here. Short, stout man. I don't know. Susceptible to the short ball.
But not
maybe,
really.
no.
I mean, he has that uppercut and all. I mean, he has his shots against the short ball. That's the thing, no?
No, agreed. But when you're playing domestic compared to international, it's a different game.
yeah,
me-
that is what is my point. No, like even in the 2 India A matches, he couldn't score runs. I am not taking that
Agreed.
small. I am not taking that small margin, but I'm just asking like all of a sudden a shift from a domestic to an international class. It's not that easy.
Another no ball by
Another
Arshdeep.
no ball
So
by
this
Arshdeep.
is something that he really
He
needs to
needs
work
to
It's a
on.
work
black
on.
mark. It's a black mark.
Yeah.
But let's
For
So
me,
discuss it
it's
some
see,
more
this
time.
is something
So
which
I think, see, if both Rohit and Rahul are playing,
Hmm.
then there anyway there is no spot,
Hmm.
because then you move back to Pujara being your three,
So where does he
Kohli
bat for
4 and
Mumbai? 4.
4-5.
4-5. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's ideally the replacement for Shreyas Iyer. And
for
then, of
for
course, when
me,
Kohli retires, Kohli goes.
for me, for me, for me, I think India made a mistake during the India Sri Lanka Test series where they played Shreyas Iyer at 5 instead of Shubman Gill. I felt that they
Okay.
should have played Shubman Gill at 5 in that Test series and not played Shreyas because of looking at their overall games, because uh, you've seen Shreyas struggle against pace, and you were not going to gain a lot by playing Shreyas in the middle order in India. And had you played Shubman Gill at number 5 in that series, you would have been able to judge, if he's your long-term middle order option or if he's your long-term opening option. I feel that
No,
he's
but
a
one second. So where does Pujara lie in all of this?
But
Because
Gurkinath over
he's coming back in, right?
So over here, I'll just put in, like, if you're playing Shubman Gill at number 5 and he goes on to play well, maybe even in home series as well as away in overseas conditions as well, then who
What
do
is
you
come?
have as a backup opener? So Mayank is
Come
not
after
performing
5.
now.
My
Come after
backup
So
5.
then,
opener will be Chiteshwar Pujara. My backup
Yes.
opener will be Chiteshwar Pujara because I don't think you can drop Hanuma Vihari, and Hanuma Vihari can play at number 3.
No, but okay,
My back
fine. Let's see what they're gonna do for the next 6 tests, which are basically pretty much similar conditions. I mean, obviously it'll vary for the India tour, but Bangladesh, we know we're gonna get spin friendly tax.
Oh, by the
Rohit,
way,
Rahul,
Miller has reached a 50.
yeah, I know Miller 25 ball 50.
wow.
Needs I think another 40 runs more for 2,000 runs. But yeah, coming back to this, just to
Where
finish up this test
46
chat.
more runs.
Oh, 6 more runs. Oh shit. So Rohit, Rahul, Pujara because on form, Kohli, Vihari, Pant, and then your 5 bowlers: Jadeja, Ashwin, and then 3 pacers. Or they might even play 3 spinners and 2 pacers because it's all
Yeah,
somewhat
so
neutral.
here's the thing. When India play in India, they could have Akshar at 9, which is insane batting depth.
Which is insane. No, but I'm saying who's your top 5 if you're playing in India? Like the next series against Australia, who are you thinking? Rohit, Rahul, Virat, Pujara, Bihari, and Pant. So those are your 6.
For me, yeah, for me the top only the bone of contention is the number 3 player, because Rohit and Rahul are my openers. Virat's number 4, Shuman
Yeah.
Gill's number 5. Number 3
Oh,
is the bone of contention for me, because uh, Pujara in his last 11 home test matches, when Pujara was dropped, he had an average of 30 and he got out to spin a lot of times. So for
yeah.
me, the only bone of contention is who bats number 3. The reason why I
And
have Shubman at
that's
5,
either Pujara or Vihari.
yeah. And the reason I have Shubman Gill ahead of Shreyas Iyer at number 5 is because I think against Australia, when you are going to play Pat Cummins, Josh Hazelwood, and maybe even
But
Stark.
Gill has never
Like,
batted at 5 for us, right?
but the thing over here is, like, how much can they bowl
Short
on a
stuff.
I mean, how many overs can they bowl on trot in Indian conditions? That is the main thing, no?
Yeah.
Like, if they are playing, like, doesn't make sense. Like how much, like, they can bowl a
Yeah,
20 over spell.
okay. I thought that Shreyas would actually do well in England, because uh, I didn't think that he would get bounced out in England, because I thought that against swing he can manage, but he got bounced out by Anderson, right? Which is the least likely bowler who you will get bounced out
Yeah,
to.
but
So I think,
Shreyas Iyer also, I mean, was just getting bounced out by Matty Potts and people like
Matty
that.
Potts.
It's
sorry,
worse it up. I mean,
but
Shreyas
Matty
Iyer in that
Potts.
same note was also getting
Yeah,
bounced out,
but
right?
Matty Pot still has more pace
Pace.
than Anderson.
Anderson.
Anderson is nearing 40. You don't expect to get bounced out by Anderson. You'll still
Yeah.
be okay getting bounced out by Matty Pot. So uh, yeah, for that reason, and Shubman's a very good player against spin as well, and not just off spin, but I think even away going spin. So for
Correct.
me, Shubman bats
Not
at
to
5.
mention, And not
Then
to mention
One
his
thing,
shot
this is going to
work.
be really interesting because Akshar's coming on to bowl his last 2 overs, and they're both left-handers out there. So these 2 overs need to be capitalized big time if South Africa have to come close. They need like 2 overs of
Are you
25,
Are you
27.
thinking 5 overs they're gonna score 100 runs?
We've seen strange things happen. Pratik Kandari going on to say, what could be India's next best bowling lineup post the World Cup? No Chahal, no Ashwin, no Bhuvi, no Bumrah injured. Yeah, maybe you're talking about people like Deepak Chahar,
So Deepak Chahar, Prasidh.
maybe bleed in Umran Malik. No, yes.
So Prasidh is their leading contention bowler. That is for sure.
T20s.
T20s also he'll come in.
So you see Prasidh as an all format.
Yeah, Arshdeep is an all format. In some time they're gonna make him all format.
Will Siraj be in all format? I mean, he already
no,
is.
no.
Oh, that's
Not in
huge.
T20s.
Is that huge or is that
That's
caught? That's caught by the crowd.
no, that there's a chance that Siraj could become all format because Siraj actually bowled well at the death against West Indies in the ODIs, and before this IPL season he was good in the 2021 and 2020 IPL season as well. I just think that this season for Siraj was an aberration because despite going at the economy rate that he went at, I think his dot ball percentage was around 40%. So he bowled
6 more.
Six more. Sorry, who's that you were talking about?
Mohammad Siraj.
Siraj. I think Siraj's dot ball percent was around 40%, but he was also the one who conceded most sixes in this IPL. So that tells you how what happened with Siraj, that he really couldn't build on to the dot balls that he was bowling, and he gave just too many boundary balls. So I think Siraj can become a all format bowler, just that he needs to get that outswinger back in test matches and get a little bit of control back in T20s.
Yeah, I fully agree. By the way, thoughts about this over and how they're capitalizing on Akshar Patel, 664. South Africa, 143 for 3 at the same stage. India, 149 for 2, buddy. They can really make a meal of things. We've seen how Tristan Stubbs has batted in the recent series. He's a madman. I honestly don't know why they can't just throw in Devon Rivers into this. I know eventually he'll come in for someone like a Bavuma and all that, but imagine Brevis also, bro. They will literally be on fire.
Brevis was hitting a 6 every 6 balls in the CPL. His balls per 6 was 6 balls in the CPL. It was the best for anyone.
CPL.
Akshar has got away with the one to finish his over. Man, this is going to be a good chase. I know it's way out of South Africa's reach, 95 of 5, but we've seen strange things happen. Somesh is back with us, I'm guessing. He is.
So last 5 overs. So who is it going to be?
Arshdeep
has 1.
You'll have to just balance here.
A problem. Arshdeep only has 1.
So,
look at that.
A plug-in by Shweta herself. I mean, she's the only one who went for South Africa, and after 2 good overs.
Good to see Shweta going for the Proteas. I think Shub's also watching this at some point in time and going for South Africa because he's a South Africa fan. Me, India as ever. I would actually change my prediction to RCB.
RCB.
Get in there, lads. Get
Great.
in there. But yeah, so thoughts about Akshar. He has to bowl 1 more over because there's no 6th bowler. They've taken the cleaners. There's Stubbs, who we all love.
And
95 of 5.
I would fancy Akshar again, Stubbs.
So do South Africa have someone in their dressing room right now saying, miracle, miracle,
miracle, miracle?
Doing a welcome.
See, if South Africa really do a miracle from here, Harshal will have to have a very, very bad game. And his reputation is already taken a hit this year.
So the remaining Akshar over goes to say 26, hypothetically. They still need 69 of 4.
I mean, you're assuming that Akshar is going to bowl the next over itself?
I'm guessing they'll want to finish it sooner rather than later, right? Because they have to bowl that last over of him. Who else is there? They don't have a 6th bowler.
If you have 20...
No, I'm saying, I mean, they can keep
100%.
Akshar for, I mean, when a wicket
maybe
falls.
Maybe. That's 4 more for Miller. They're having fun now, South Africa. Wipullaran going on to say, with these figures, do you see Harshal starting in the playing 11? He has to, because Bumrah's injury means that Harshal, no matter what they do, even in the next game, if he goes for none for 83 in his 4 overs, he will play.
He has a valid question. They can bring in Shami or a Deepak Chahar. But then again,
agreed.
This is a discussion that we have had time and again.
But we're back
Chahar
at it.
and Bhuvi in the same team.
And bro, like Shami is not happening, man. Shami is definitely not happening. For the aesthetics, can we just like...
Yeah.
because the CDC.
This you want me like this,
Yeah,
half and half.
yeah. He's got four more. Miller's having a baseball time out there.
When was the last time Harshal actually bowled a Yorker?
I think I think Harshal will still be in the 11, in the 15, but he might bowl himself out of the 11 with the way he's going.
Yep. Guys, talk about partnerships.
Here's
So
the, but
I
here's the
remember
thing.
a conversation that we had with Gautam Gambhir in 2020, and he said that Harshal Patel is someone who has a very good Yorker, and
Touch it, touch it, touch it. Touch the TV, touch it.
he made that point.
No, it's not
TV,
that.
TV.
Oh.
He made that point because who was he with? Delhi Capitals. They were not playing him, and he made the point that why aren't they playing him? He has a very good Yorker. I mean, and he did bowl a good Yorker.
Delhi, thank you by the
In
way for
his-
giving Harshal to us when we had a good season.
Yeah,
with him.
when he was in form, but I think since his injury comeback, he has not bowled a lot of Yorkers.
By the way, guys, 200 partnerships, two complete contrasting ones. Both left-handers for South Africa, both right-handers for India. And Miller's got his 2,000 runs. It was inevitable landmarks, that. But can he get South Africa across the line? It'll be some chase this if we're actually going to witness it in the Super Sunday. Harshal's bowled 2 balls and gone for 2 boundaries. He bowls a third one, finally.
Yorker.
The Yorker that we all wanted. But South Africa will come back for 2 with ease. 10 of 3. Wow, this game's honestly on a knife edge now. They have Stubbs. Who else do they have? Parnell can hit a long ball. Yeah, that's about it. Just Stubbs and Parnell. Gurkira, by the way,
Maharaj can
did you
whack
take
a
out
few.
any frozen goodies from the freezer? What did you have for dinner, my friend?
No, so I didn't need to because there was chicken made anyway.
Look at you. Look at
Jalwe,
you.
bhai, Jalwe.
Jalwe, bhai. Rohit's gone off for a nosebleed, and KL Rahul tactically being outwhipped by South Africa. No, man, let's cut him some slack.
Yeah.
85-27.
But
Have
glad
you
that
ever
the-
seen this situation done in a T20 ever?
I
in
think
our lives?
more than this final result of the game, I think me and a lot of people would be interested in the final figures for Harshal Patel
Oh, how's that? Oh.
because he needs some confidence back.
So he'll definitely be playing the next
Yeah,
game.
I
regardless.
think
has
I think
He has
uh,
to play.
I think Harshal's on his way to a 50 himself.
Yeah. Good on Harshal.
But then I can see 2 Yorkers. Things are back in control.
Back in control.
And that is what, like, I don't know why, like,
But that's also right now, Harshal has a huge cushion of runs. Imagine they were like maybe 44 of 26. He needs to bowl 4 or 5 Yorkers, potentially. At least if these two who are well
Yeah.
set. Right now, he can still afford that,
But I mean, that
margin
should
of
just
error.
act like wind in his sails,
Yeah, yeah.
because he has the cushion of runs. There's no pressure.
6 more. He's conceding. Oh, no,
Oh,
sorry. Oh,
it's
that's a big
just
part of the
2.
ground.
Or not even 2, just a
Well
single.
done, Surya. Well done.
See, this is where big boundaries will come into
big
play.
boundaries. Big boundaries.
So that is what, like, I feel always, like, does a pace matter to bowl Yorker?
Hmm.
Okay, I have a challenge for Anirudh. He has to begin his next sentence without using the phrase, that is what.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah. No, but that's a good shout. 1 second. I just wanted to ask you about Deepak Chahar because he'll probably bowl 1 over in the death right now. How's his death bowling numbers, or is it just not even been
He
attempted?
bowled well in that IPL 2019 edition.
But like, obviously, Dhoni hasn't used him that much in the death, right?
Well,
He doesn't have
need
to.
to, no? Because
And
he
he's
had
had,
he
like-
had Hazelwood and Bravo,
Yeah, true.
so that was proper role definition.
So, but if he has to bowl in the death, he'll do a better job than Bhuvi, or it'll be similar.
I think I'll still back Bowie. Because he's not done that often,
Yeah.
Deepak.
Yeah, Deepak.
But inevitably, I think he has the skills.
Deepak
So in
Chahar.
IPL,
155 for 3. South Africa making
in
on the
IPL
most
he
of the
has
chase.
12 wickets in economy of 8.1 in the death overs.
So
in
economy of
20 innings.
8.1 at the death is like
Not bad.
gold.
Is gold.
Goal.
No, but here's the thing:
20
if you
innings bowled.
his sample space of bowling at the death in the IPL is very small.
Yeah,
And
20
he's
games
only-
in like 4 years.
20 games.
Sorry, how many overs?
21.3
20 on
overs.
overs. 20 overs
20.
in 20 games.
Yeah,
21.3 overs. So that is like 1 over,
Extra.
maybe 1.
So usually 3 overs up front in the power play and then 1 over, maybe the 16th over or something like
17th or
that.
16th
But still,
over.
he's doing his job. Oh my god. How does Miller get so much power? Oh, but Rahul set himself a fielder there.
That's a good
also
that's a good
the other
thing.
thing is, when he's given the ball at the death so many times when the team's already 7 or 8 down, right? When the innings is more or less done. So
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we can't know unless we know. But
Yeah. So basically, 18 to 20 overs. He has bowled 18.3 overs at an economy of 8. That is the last 3 overs.
That's still good, dude.
So that's still good.
Yeah,
You can't argue there.
let's look at if he's bowled to batters with at position 6 and above,
Six.
or
The
7
amount is-
7 and
The
above.
amount of scrutiny, like we're not happy with that 8, there's something wrong with that. There's still something wrong with it.
8.5 of 8.5
against
economy
top 7.
if he is bowled to top 7
Look at that.
in overs 18 to 20. So that's not bad.
By the
And
way,
sample size is like 16 overs. 16 innings and 13 overs.
13 overs.
okay, so speaking of the man, he's into the attack now. Deepak Chahar gonna bowl the first
Let's
out
see
of the death
Sam.
overs.
Let's see Deepak Chahar, the death bowler.
Deepak, the death bowler. By the way, I was just listening to the match when I was in my dinner break, and the innings just started.
Oh, you had your dinner.
Yeah, at that point in time, Rishabh Pant
Yeah,
is the
bhai.
most animated wicketkeeper out there, or do you guys disagree? Do you think
Animated, yeah.
Rizwan,
This one is even,
Dikwela.
equally
Dikwela.
plucky.
Dikwela.
But Dikwela is a
Dikwela takes
Yama,
the crowd.
Yama.
even Kumar Sangakkara was quite animated.
Yeah. What he said to Sean Pollock.
That, and there were quite a lot of instances.
I was right. His go-to ball is a knuckle ball.
Knuckle ball.
5 wickets out of 12.
Deepak
You
Chahar.
can't
There's
wrong.
also-
You can't be
There's
wrong with
also
data,
one
man.
over- There's one over which is
Never
to be bowled.
Oh.
One over to be bowled by Akshar as well.
Yeah. So that's what I said. I mean, they
if
can
have
actually keep
30,
him till
30
till a wicket falls, because wicket will fall, and otherwise.
If they have the cushion of
Miracle.
30, 35 overs, 35
Imagine
runs,
wicket
then yeah,
doesn't fall,
obviously
they
last
fall
over
like
they
2-3
can.
runs short.
So I mean, Gurkirat, if South Africa these two are still out there in the till the end of 19th over, and if they need 28 of the last, do you fancy Akshar pulling this?
28 of the last or 28 of the 28
Last
of the
28 of
last.
the last
28
over
of the last over.
I don't think Akshay defended 28 against Dhoni. No?
with these two in the middle.
24 he didn't defend.
Yeah, 24.
He couldn't defend 24.
No, but
That's
I think he'll
again
be able
my
to
bad.
defend.
Well, I think it will come down to 28, 26. I mean, कितना ही मार लेंगे यार उसके पहले.
Because even if they have a 36 run over here,
26 is like how much?
46 in the last 3.
So they'll have to score what? 50.
What? If they hit
56 of the remaining.
46. If they hit 36 of this
36.
over, I'm saying even if they get a 36 run over,
30. I'm just counting back to
Bold.
if they need 26 in the
Beautiful.
last over.
Yeah.
So that means they'll have to score 56 of the next
Yeah,
14 balls or 16 balls.
Yeah.
45 of the next 15.
wow.
Yeah.
So Harsaib
Right.
Singh asking, and he actually asked this a while back. Are we going to see Rajavardhan Hangrikar after the World Cup? That depends on Dhoni.
Yeah.
if
He couldn't get a game in Chennai.
if Dhoni trusts him enough, or
Forget getting a game. He was sitting in the crowd waving the
Yeah.
flag.
I think someone like Mukesh Chaudhary is in the pecking order more than Hangargekar.
Hangargekar.
Hangargekar still has age on him, man.
actually CSK is not a good place for a youngster.
Yeah, it
I mean,
isn't.
Okay, like
But
which,
don't you feel this is true for Dhoni's leadership as a whole, even for India? I mean, he tried to get the best out of experienced players and play around with that rather than actually bleeding in youngsters and developing players. What do you think?
So
In the end.
Dhoni
Is that being very
always-
harsh?
if you look at it, Dhoni always went for players that can offer him control. Someone like Amit Mishra, at his peak, wasn't playing for India because Dhoni, after his experiences with Piyush Chawla, really didn't have any faith in wrist spinners, right?
Yeah,
He,
he wanted a Pragyan Oja instead.
yeah, you can see how many. Uh, Amit Mishra only played in that 2014 T20 World Cup for India, but besides that, he really didn't play a lot under MS Dhoni. Then he started playing test matches under Virat's captaincy, wherein he played in Sri Lanka, and then he was a part of the 2016 Test series against England. So
Yeah,
yeah,
and I think
Dhoni.
there was a very, if I remember correctly, there was a very lengthy period when India persisted with Vinay Kumar, and it was actually frustrating to a point when he got whacked for like 100 plus runs in
100
that last
in Bangalore,
ODI. Yeah,
Bangalore.
in the last
In
ODI against
Bangalore,
Australia, and
In Bangalore.
that was the end of it.
That was ridiculous. I remember though Vinay Kumar did something right in that series. He ran at George Bailey, who was just being dopey at the other end, and there was a throw from the wrong end, and then Tony was just like, "Give it to me," and then they ran him out.
But this starts another conversation. Like
But dude,
wicket.
top over,
Oh, top over, he's got a wicket as well. No, he hasn't.
just
but
a boundary,
great
but
over.
top over.
So they just showed a stat. I mean, you just told us well, knuckleballs. So 51% of his balls in the death are slower ones.
Yeah.
So obviously, maybe the other 49% is just Yorker or a slow ball, Yorker or a slow ball, which is actually a good ploy. Can't hit those easily.
See, the other thing is like when you're bowling slow balls, you can't stick on to one single length.
That is true.
So
You have to keep mixing it up.
the one which he
Back
did
of a
now.
length.
So see,
yeah.
8 run over against 2 set batters who
Can't ask
basically have nothing to lose.
So in terms of cricketing, it's fully 99% India. So
I think
obviously
this over has pretty much closed the game.
close the game.
Even if the wicket did not fall, but
That is true. So is this one over made you think, okay, maybe Deepak Chahar is an option in the World Cup?
I mean, he's always an option, and because it lengthens the batting lineup as well.
No, more than just being an option in the starting.
See, in general, the argument against Deepak Chahar that has been given is if Dhoni doesn't trust him at the death, you should know that he cannot deliver. But then again, it has been read in the wrong way, according to me.
Very true.
Dhoni is very clear in terms of his plans. If he has already 2 bowlers earmarked for death, he doesn't want to confuse himself with adding one more in the mix.
Yeah.
You just want to maximize Deepak Chahar up front ताकि वो option हटाओ दिमाग से ताकि end में confusion ही ना बचे.
That is true. By the way, South Africa needs 68 of 17, which is 4 runs basically per ball, which is 24 as a asking
Was this
rate.
catchable? No.
It was catchable. I think DK just positionally and height-wise both going against it. Harshal Patel conceding another 6. Tell me something new, boys. They will run 2 or no?
Nothing
Yeah,
new.
I mean, a lot of this game is going to come down to the 7-ball duck by Bavuma.
Oh, yes. Match-losing knock.
I mean, it would have been far better if you would have been dismissed of the first ball.
First ball.
So
I agree.
Riley Russo must have been thinking, I got a duck, but
I didn't
still,
Vipul Anand has already
I
made his
outplayed some-
verdict count. Can we safely say that Deepak Chahar is better death bowler as compared to Bhuvi Harshal?
Safely तो नहीं
I
बोल
love the
सकते.
recency bias that people have in our country, but yeah, Vipul fully agreed. He's an option.
Fully agreed भी बोल दो.
He's an option. He's an
दोनों
option.
तरफ खेलो तुम है ना?
No, he's an option. He's not like obviously better than them, but he's an option. Oh, Harshal, still no wicket for the man.
See, the worrying thing with Harshal is his first ball, second ball is going for runs. In the last over as well, he just came back. I mean, he reduced the
Damage control.
damage.
Yep. Wicket Chahal.
He went for 2 boundaries and then he came back with 2, 1, 1,
But
1.
just given the way how high scoring this game has been, it just puts so much into context that how well Keshav Maharaj bowled. 2 for 23 of 4 overs. It's ridiculous.
That is true. Good bowling. Good ball.
Why?
I also don't. I don't like this Quinton de Kock knock as well. I think he just sleepwalked for the first 30 balls.
Yeah, but I think
gassed,
I think
gassed.
the last game has shell shocked them, and then again in this game, the opener and the batter number 3 got out for a duck. So can cut him some slack. It's not easy chasing 238 and then you lose 2 players on a duck. You'd want to be in the game.
True. But But Harshal again, like Gurkirat said, nearing a 50, and he could get there. Oh, one
They
bounce to
made this
Virat.
change to the field now. The
Yeah.
long off was
The
wider,
Long
now
off and
it's
long
straighter.
ones are straighter.
So yeah, it's pretty
But
much out of
but
the
the
draft because
50
he
is
gets
the
out.
50 is still a possibility in the next two balls.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Which was the
But
last game played here, by the way, internationally.
What could be perfect all-round bowling lineup for Indian T20s for all conditions?
Consider inexperienced players as well. So Mohsin Khan,
I would say Bumrah,
Mohsin Khan.
no, Arshdeep,
Arshdeep.
Ashwin,
Ashwin, Aksar, Hardik, and then we
Hardik's
have one
more of
more.
a sixth bowler,
Huh.
so you need one more bowler there.
Our options are Bhuvi,
Oh,
Deepak, Harshal,
he got lucky there.
Shami, Siraj, Khalil,
Khalid.
Mohsin.
He got lucky
How
there.
did you
That
Zakaria,
ball was
bro?
in the slot.
Zakaria's
Okay, I would say. I would add Umran Malik
because you're taking
because
the
see
pitch,
at times
pitch out of
raw
the,
pace,
take the pitch
pace
out.
is pace, yaar. Matlab
Yeah, pace is pace. But
Yeah,
control
see,
also एक
Pace
चीज
is
होती
pace.
है भाई.
Pace is pace.
Control.
लेकिन it would be very difficult to. No.
Yeah, but it's almost like that welcome dialogue, right? Control, Umran, control.
हाँ तो ठीक है ना अगर तुम्हारे पास इतने सारे देखो तुम्हारे पास बुमराह है अर्शदीप है अश्विन है अक्सर है जो
हाँ,
कंटेन
Yeah,
करके रख
true.
सकते
I
हैं
mean,
तो you can have one
especially what Pratik's question is, which is
yeah
for all
for
conditions.
all conditions.
And obviously, age is not a criteria. And he's
Well
taking
put.
taking the conditions out of the equation, right?
You would want to have one player who's hit or miss. I mean, if he on his day if he hits, he'll just slam damn dunk.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, we can say the same thing about
So
Dhoni as well.
just
Right?
one stat on Harshal.
Dhoni. Yeah.
Okay, one stat on Harshal. This is the sixth time he has conceded 40 plus runs in this calendar year. So which is the joint most for a bowler in T20Is in a year. So
Yowza.
Mark Adair, Jason Holder, this year itself have conceded 6 times more than 40 runs.
Wow, Harshal Patel, look away.
I would also
Harshal
want to
Patel
throw
fans,
Bishnoi
look
in that
away.
mix along with Ashwin. I think
Yeah.
Bishnoi is also good for all conditions.
And I think Bishnoi, Arshdeep, Umran, these three, I can see them play for India for the next 10, 12 years in terms of.
And this also answers the previous question, which I was not here to answer for. I mean, India's T20 bowling lineup after the World Cup.
Yeah.
Definitely Arshdeep, Umran, Bishnoi.
Bishnoi. Hardik will be around for a while.
Yeah.
And then who do you think someone like Ashwin's replacement would be? Washington Sundar. He's not bad in T20s, you know. Can
Yeah,
bat,
but
can bowl.
yeah.
He's a good shout.
Just imagine, I mean,
Who are the other young spinners we saw in the IPL? Indian spinners this time around? Any?
Rahul Chahar,
I mean,
he,
what about Sai Kishore?
Sai Kishore.
Sai Kishore will definitely play for India one day. I mean, you just have to pick a format. Maybe
Mitchell Santner for
test.
India. Yeah.
How old is Sai Kishore, by the way? Before I make that statement, because I've already made that statement.
But someone like Shabaz Ahmad has the upper advantage than Sai Kishore because obviously he can do all three things.
Yeah, but that's just white ball, right? If you're picking someone for test, you don't
It's
really
25 years.
Oh,
25, so he has time.
No, but Sai Kishore would have made his IPL debut probably 2 or 3 years ago if he was not in CSK.
But then again, CSK, right? That's the same thing. I mean, Hangargekar would have played IPL this year itself if he would have been maybe even in Rajasthan.
Yeah.
A team that
We saw
did not-
Punjab play Raj.
Raj Bawa.
Bawa.
Baba, right?
This is the question. Like, among the 10 teams, which team do you feel is better for a youngster who's starting his career?
Rajasthan,
I think MI,
Delhi.
Delhi,
No,
MI,
no.
yeah.
Delhi is not the team for a youngster.
What do you mean?
Delhi is not the team for a youngster. No
But
way.
youngsters have always thrived in Delhi, right? Samson, Iyer, back in the day
Arre
under
bhai.
Dravid.
Okay.
Oh, 6 more.
No
Is
comments
it?
on that
No
tweet.
taken, no
Oh,
put down.
down.
Rohit Sharma.
It should have
By
been
the
a
way,
catch.
On that note, talk about drop catches. India have dropped 38 catches now.
No. Wait.
Oh.
That was a free hit.
Oh, that was a free
That
hit.
was a free hit.
Sorry, but yeah.
Oh, one more no ball by Ashdeep.
Yeah,
Went
yeah,
unnoticed.
yeah,
So
Basically, drop catches. Akash Chopra, if you're watching this, thanks for pointing out our cricket.com stat and doing a show on that about India's catching efficiency in T20 internationals, which is the lowest, mind you. We have like a percentage of 75. Compare that to New Zealand, who have like 92% of catching.
see, that's the thing.
But
with,
we played
That's
more.
the thing with New Zealand, no, all the time. I mean, the efficiency is percentages, so it doesn't matter who's played more or
Yeah.
less.
Oh, no
If
ball
we-
again.
If you've played more and efficiency is less, that's more concerning.
Yeah. That's a no ball again. It's another free hit.
No, it's not a no ball.
Oh, he's got away with it. Rohit is just like,
बट यार ठीक है वो जितनी 19 फुल टॉस डाली थी इनने हमने तो अभी तक 9 भी नहीं डाली शायद. But that's the thing with New Zealand, no, they always do the basics well.
They do the basics.
And that is why they compete in every multinational tournament.
Yeah. When was the last time they had a shit tournament? Champions Trophy? 2017? Oh no, they made the semi-finals there also.
They were in the semi-finals. That's not a no ball.
That's not no ball.
2013? Were they in the semi final?
No.
And 2016 World Cup as well, T20 World Cup, they were
No, semi-finals.
2016 it
No.
was
England, New Zealand
India
semi-final.
West.
England New Zealand semi final.
Yeah.
England South Africa tha bhai.
No.
England New Zealand tha. Okay, I don't know.
In Delhi.
England South Africa there was a good game where Joe Root scored runs and they scored down. I think Hales played that game.
Oh. Rohit doesn't like the umpire right now. Rohit does not like the umpire right now.
2013.
No ball diya pitch ke baad.
Arshdeep has actually gone for a lot of runs today.
It's like, kya kar raha hai?
But he's bowled like three no balls.
Yeah.
His spell
It'll be
should have been
interesting
done.
to see how many runs he's given off the free hit.
Oh, just missed.
Hey, how did he give this wide, dude?
And Rohit is like, Q.
How did he give this
देखो,
wide?
वो उधर है क्यों दे रहा है वो? Come on, lip read भाई, आपका ही fan है भाई, रोहित भाई.
वो बोल रहा है भाई ऑलमोस्ट पिच के बाहर डाली है वो, इसको भी नहीं दूंगा तो कहाँ दूंगा.
Rohit bhai.
But it would have been better served bowling on the stumps, no? There's no chance Miller could have reached it if it
Arshdeep has reached his 50.
चलो भाई अर्शदीप की हर्षल से पहले आ गई 50.
Wow.
So now
Also
he
the
needs to play.
I suppose
needs
the
to play.
first time that Arshdeep has given 50 runs in a T20I.
Will we see 450 runs this match? Will we? Pratik Kandari, how can Umran Malik break the pattern of 145 plus KPM bowlers not performing for India?
By performing for India.
How? Question is how? Be consistent. I think that's.
I think
the
we
name
just
of the
need to be
game.
patient with him. He will have an India career for sure.
Yeah. Look at the fact that he is Dale.
I mean, his
Steens,
IPL. I mean, the point that Gurkira
apprentice.
touched upon that you need success in IPL to be noticed for other formats. He's basically playing Irani Trophy because of his IPL numbers and IPL performance and not anything else.
Yeah, but Gurkira, you're bang on. Imagine that Bavuma 7-ball duck wasn't there. Now South Africa could have really had a scene on, dude. Really had a scene on. But yeah, can they get to 212 and see 450 runs being scored tonight? Oh my god. Oh my
तो
god.
गुरकीरत आपने पिक किया था क्विंटन, मैंने पिक किया था मिलर. वही दोनों खड़े हैं.
Quinton and Miller. And my guys not even come out of bat, bro. Wow.
That's one
Stubbsy.
way of making a positive impact.
Stubbsies.
क्योंकि वो अपने केशव का तो 2 बॉल में डक मार के गया तो उससे अच्छा ही है कि नहीं आए.
Nahi aaye, bhai. Another full toss
Boundary.
and 2 more.
Aksar will have to bowl the last over. How many do they need?
With a free yes.
Out of the equation.
Out of the equation, yeah.
No seam whatsoever.
This is the most expensive spell bowled by Arshdeep Singh in T20s.
Wow, shocking. De Kock looks gassed. Miller, by the way, still has a chance to blaze through another T20 International 100. I say another because he's got one, I think, against Bangladesh, which is the fastest ever. Ever.
Which one?
Miller has the fastest ever T20 International.
Yes.
35 balls.
35 balls.
35 balls. Him and Rohit Sharma.
Him and
And
Rohit.
another one from some Czech Republic.
Yo, scenes.
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic.
But a Sri Lankan.
6-4, Miller. Go for
37
90
runs. runs.
So super over is still on.
Super over still on. He keeps it alive. Just imagine Akshay concede 6. And now the Dew bowls one rubbish no ball. Oh my god. Oh my god. So when is the next watch along that we're doing? When's the third T20 International? Tuesday.
Yes.
It's Tuesday, so
It's
catch us
Tuesday,
then.
Tuesday.
Lots more guys, hopefully. All these guys taking their holidays on Sunday and making 3 of us work. Anirudh, Pramod, Akash, PJ Woodhouse, who's basically Akash.
Second worst spell by an Indian in
Oh,
T20Is.
and that is
Yuzvendra Chahal against South Africa in 2018 has the worst.
So
0 for
basically something
64.
to do with South Africa.
Yeah.
So we were thinking that England-Pakistan game would be better. That seems like a damn
Well, what's
squib,
the
and
Pakistan?
they're 90 for 4 and 13.4. So neither they have the
Wow.
wickets nor the run rate.
So England
chase
have
this down.
basically gone to Pakistan and conquered.
They need 120 runs in the last 6 overs. This is even worse than
Worse than
this.
Oh,
And Shan Masood is batting. तो अब तो फिर मतलब फिर क्या बचा अब? कुछ बोलने के लिए बच ही नहीं गया है. Yeah, Asif Ali is there with him, but भाई साहब chasing 210. Khushdeal played 25 ball 27, and Iftikhar played 16 ball 19. इससे तो stump out होके चले जाते.
that's
So
Rahane
this is
Pujara.
something that continues to baffle me. Like today was an
Why
ideal
do they
opportunity.
play Iftikhar up? I mean, so high up the order. I mean, he
No,
can't play
so
spin.
when they were 2 down in the second over, why did they not send someone like a Shadab who consistently bats at
Has
that
done well
position
in the
for
PSL.
Islamabad
Yeah.
United?
Yeah.
It's
True.
something that continues to baffle me with Pakistan. That why do they underrate Shadab's batting ability so
So
much?
I mean, that is historic with Pakistan, right? It's fielding and their tactics. That are the two most important things that no take them down,
And running between the wickets.
and maybe running between the wickets. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy. And plus, those two, at least with Asif, is pretty much a middle order. Kushtil and Iftikhar. Obviously, Shan Masood is there. I mean, you look at how, okay, Fakhar is injured, but Fakhar at least was a catalyst, dude. Shan Masood is pretty much if that Babar and Rizwan mold. So that top 3 is like,
that is their thing. Like
they'll be like 81 for 1 after 12. And there's 8 overs and expect people like Asif Ali to catch up and play mad cricket, and they'll be happy with 140, 150. But with their pace attack, they can defend 150, dude. So they really don't care.
So their only plan is Babar and
we
Rizwan
are
should-
entering the 5th hour of this game. Again at 7, it's
they're
11
2
5.
overs
No, so-
behind, and they're
so
four fielders
Pakistan's
they have,
Yeah.
Pakistan's batting plan is basically Babar, Rizwan, and Inshallah.
For sure.
So they have to bat till the 11th over at a run rate of 7.5, so that they can maximize to 180.
Yeah.
Done.
And that's
Done and
it.
dusted.
It's all over. But Miller
It's
still has a
Miller's
chance.
100 now.
Miller still has a chance to have his say, maybe reduce the
Miller
deficit.
100 मार के Miller road वाले empire पे जाके बिरयानी खाएगा.
440 runs in 39.1
Miller पीते
overs. Yes. It's Miller time. When Miller's first came out as a beer, it was an unbelievable brew.
I don't like it.
Oh.
Six more.
6. Here's one. 99.
So basically, South Africa had the wrong
145.
batter on the strike.
Killer.
So this answers our question. Aksar against lefty.
Lefties.
Negative matchup.
Oh.
वो बोल रहा है wide मत डाल पैर पे मार उसके. I think that's what he means because this was wide.
Oh, that might be
Why,
actually Rohit.
everybody tells Rohit is so.
So one sec, will
animated.
Miller go for the hero shot right now,
104 meters.
or just a nod through long?
Oh.
No, he'll go first.
104
Goes for
meter का
6.
छक्का.
Gurkira, do you think Miller will bring it up in style, or you think single down to a long off?
Depends on the ball.
I'll ask
Come on,
you one
it's a prediction, bro. You have to tell me yes or no.
दो चीज predict कर कैसी बॉल होगी और क्या शॉट होगा.
Jaldi.
6.
Golf his way through to 100. David Miller, something to smile from a South African perspective. And I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for their captain to get a 7-ball duck, like Gurkira rightly mentioned, it could have been a different script altogether. His second T20 international 100, 550s to add to that, but 46 balls, which
And I mean,
is...
we are shown yet again, openers just, I mean, you can't justify.
How often do you say a 46 ball ton was his second slowest?
Yeah.
Like, not very often would you say that.
But think about it. I mean, obviously, all great players are openers, and then most of the great commentators are openers, and they keep
Openers.
justifying how openers bat, but it's not justified at all. I mean, it's you bat in field restrictions and all that. Why were you 0 of 6 ball in the first place?
That's true. But having said that, De Kock, 46 ball 63, could he have at any point in time kind of gone harder? I know he lost 2 early wickets, but still, yeah.
In hindsight,
Because if Kohli played that knock, I know you guys would have said Matt's losing knock.
yeah, but then obviously, if maybe Rohit would have gone on for 0 of a duck of 7 balls, then we wouldn't have blamed Kohli. We would have said, "Ki bhai, ye kya knock hai?"
Yeah. Makes sense. Right, so South Africa officially losing their first T20 international series in India. I think we beat them at home in 2018.
In their home, yeah.
In their home.
Beautiful.
But 2015, 215 for 3 is what South Africa... And we were discussing, I think, at the halfway mark that if they're still 3 down at the 19th over, are they going to win this game or not? But they are. And they've just run out of steam, I guess.
De Kock is not, I mean, just not clicked for him. Even though he played
221, we've seen 459 runs being hit. And what a watch-along, honestly. India winning by 16 runs. Sweet 16, 2-0 up, unassailable lead. We will see you guys on Tuesday. But before that, man of the match, Suryakumar, 61 of 22. Has to be, surely.
Yeah.
Akshar has also completed his 50.
Oh, Deepak Chahar as well.
So, Socho, why Harshal?
You talk about Keshav Maharaj having great figures. I mean, Deepak Chahar...
30?
No, 24 runs he conceded. He conceded 8 in his final over, and he was going into that final over with none for 16 and 3. So
let me
I
check.
think he's conceded just 24 runs, if my math serves me right. And my memory. It is...
Yeah, 24.
24!
Harshal ki 50 नहीं हुआ भाई, 45 ही रहे आज.
So Harshal and Arshdeep together was how much?
Harshal and Arshdeep? 107 of 8 overs.
107 of 8 overs.
But Akshar and Arshdeep, the two lefties,
Yeah.
115
Woo!
of 8 overs.
Yeah, Dan Weston was talking about left arm tax. Not left arm tax anymore, was it? But India getting the job done, 2-0. Plenty of positives. Kohli getting some runs, Rohit getting some runs, KL getting runs, Surya getting runs, everyone getting runs.
I think they'll end up giving man of the match to Miller because that's how man of the matches work.
Oh yeah, unfortunately.
But he ends up in the losing side, but definitely.
To be honest, I think if he was there earlier, maybe it would have been a different story. But
if only I had put some money on Miller. If only I had put some money where my mouth was.
But look, we were expecting a tighter game. Eventually, South Africa huffed and puffed their way. And I say that because it was a 220, 240 game. And ridiculous, right? How often do we see that in T20 internationals? David Miller, by the way, is the first batsman in T20 internationals to have multiple hundreds batting at 5 or lower. Just goes to show his
how foul South Africa's top order has been.
That's true. So India now will go from... Basically, they started their journey south. They go, they've gone to the east. Now they come back to the center of India. And then they head out to Australia on the 6th. And then, of course, the ODIs, which are completely different personnel. Let's just make all our lives simpler by ending this watch along right now. Thank you so much for getting involved, getting interactive. We always appreciate your comments and questions. I'm Abni Shegde, Somesh Agarwal, Gurkirat joining us. And, of course, not to forget the stats man, Anirudh Kasagod as well, who's had a longer stint with us. More the merrier. We love it. But we'll catch you guys on Tuesday for yet another watch along. Hopefully yet another Indian win before they board that plane to the World Cup down under. It's a fantastic
just before we go,
yes.
Somesh, Pakistan are 5 down and still there is no Shadab Khan.
बनता है भाई, सीरीज हारना बनता है, और अगर ये कंटिन्यू रहा तो फिर वर्ल्ड कप में भी
It's hilarious.
It's hilarious actually. I mean, batting is their weaker suit and they still are not ready to maximize it by using a proven player. And it's not like it's not even a lefty righty thing, because they have. I mean, they can. If they can have other righty at 4, they can. They might as well have him.
That is true. By the way, just in hindsight, how important was that Dinesh Karthik cameo in the end? Because the difference wasn't that much, 16 runs. And I think Karthik got
He made up for Surya's
19.
run out.
Yeah, which is good. And look, India winning by 16
But
runs.
in the hindsight, this pitch wasn't that bad.
Was
Right?
it another T20 International Series win for Rohit Sharma and company? So something to smile about. And we'll see you guys Tuesday. Like I said, plenty of content coming through. Tuesday, speaking of which, join us at 7 p.m. for the Watchalong, but there'll also be Dan Weston's show at 8 p.m., which will probably be aired at that point in time. So catch it then. Wednesday, we're going to be doing features and all of that. So, yep, press the bell icon. We'll get the hell out of here because it's Super Sunday and we all want to go home bright and early. Thanks for watching. It's a goodbye from us. End the stream now, Shweta.
Good night.
Good night. We'll see you soon.